Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives near New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade, sipping motions of lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Sack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Meshegas. Ridiculous that insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, my friends. Today is Wednesday, June 18th, 2025. We are entering day four. Day four. A verdict watch. The Karen retrial. I'm nervous today. Are you nervous today? I don't know. Today feels different. I don't know why. The fan's already up. I'm running late as usual, but I'm not that late. 3 minutes late is not late, but I feel late. And I always feel like I'm rushing. Anybody always feel like they're rushing everywhere? Even though one of my many pet peeves is being late. And so I'm going to put up the fan and we will wait and see what happens. And I will change the Chiron from yesterday because that's what happened yesterday. After the jury got the answers to their questions. Kinda. Because it turns out I think that fourth question came in at the same time as the other three questions. And did the jury get an answer that was satisfactory to them? I don't think so. Do you think so? Do you think they went back there and they were like, oh, wow, thanks for clarifying. Now we get what we're supposed to be doing? Because in my mind, I think the jury really wants to make sure that whatever they decide, Karen's not sent away to jail or prison because she's had enough or she's been through enough. And there may be a person or two back there who thinks, well, he was there, she was there, he's dead, and she left him there. And so, we should convict her of something because, justice, as if that's any sort of rationale, right? And so I don't know, but I want to know how you guys are feeling. Good morning from Jimmy's place. Jimmy. That's a Seinfeld reference too. Jimmy probably doesn't know that because Jimmy's too young, I think, to know all the Seinfeld references. I know he loves Curb Your Enthusiasm, which I also love. And he just sent me something to listen to, which I just can't. Jimmy, if I listen to that, it's just going to ruin my whole day and put my morning off on a bad foot. And I'm already feeling the feels. I don't know. Does everyone have waterproof mascara on today? Just in case, because Jimmy's getting upset. Jimmy's so funny. Jimmy does a morning show, Auntie Deb. Jimmy, aka Auntie Deb, aka my favorite YouTube gay son. Don't tell the others. He does a morning show at 7 a.m. He was a math teacher, and wouldn't he be the greatest teacher? I wish my kids had a teacher like Jimmy. I feel like Jimmy would be the teacher who all the kids could go to with their problems, and he would listen and he would guide them and he would help them. And God knows the children of today's generation Gen Z, they need that. They need that. Gen Z has been traumatized beyond belief after 2020. Everything that happened after 2020, this new generation of our children, the ramifications of that are going to be with them forever. But I digress. And I would just like to say that, Jimmy, I wish my kids had you as a teacher. And are you teaching SAT math prep? Do you want to do some tutoring? Call me. Anyway, here we sit. It'll be interesting to see what the jury sartorial splendor looks like today. Oftentimes jurors dress up on the day that they intend to deliver a verdict because while they are not forced or they're not required to speak to the media or the press or the attorneys or anyone, they do have the option to do that. And so tomorrow is a federal holiday and the courts are closed and the jury knows that. Friday, I believe, had been a scheduled day off with this trial, and I do not know. I do not have official confirmation on whether they have decided the jury would come in on Friday. If they do not reach a verdict today, I do not know. Have not heard it from the as such horse's mouth, let's just say. And so we try to stay away from the rumor, speculation, and gossip here for the most part, because I'm a lawyer, and so we have to base what we say on fact. Depends on who my guests are. Some things are fun to talk about, and some things we, try and keep it classy, especially yesterday, which was an amazing, I'm a very spontaneous person. So if somebody says to me, hey, do you want to go out for, drinks or want to hang out 3 weeks from Friday? I'm like, I don't know what I'm doing tonight or tomorrow. Like, I can't plan anything that far in advance because then I may wake up that day and be like, yeah, I don't want to go. It's like the old excuse, hey, I'm sorry I'm late, but I didn't want to come. And I think so many of us have become a lot more homebody-ish since 2020. I saw Bethany Frankel the other day. I love Bethany Frankel. Say something like, and she was pulled it from another creator, and I can't remember who, but she said, like my bed is my nest. I go from wherever I am to my bed. There's never like a couch in between. It's like, I love my bed. It's like my nest. So many of us got to be like little nesters like that since, again, 2020, when we were forced to sit home for so long, right? And working from home since 2020. And what kind of poll do you want to have? Somebody said, can we have a poll? And so Jimmy was this morning talking about, he's so funny because he puts his chat in its place and the people. You should do this. You should do that. You should do this. Karen should be a lawyer. Karen should do this. Karen should do that. He's like, stop telling people what to do. The second somebody tells me what to do, then all of a sudden I don't want to do it. Even if I did want to do it, if somebody tells me to do it, I'm like, yeah, no, I'm not doing that. Not doing that. Yesterday was a great show because it was spontaneous. And we had Mark Bederow here and the Glare and Nurse Kim and Auntie Deb. And there are 4 of my besties from the YouTube world. We all came together because of this case. And of the 4 of them, 3 of them have YouTube channels. Mark Bederow does not. He's not a YouTuber. And yet, all of the other creators had either done a show already that day or they were doing a show later that day. And so none of them were co-streaming onto their channels. And so let me just explain to you how it works here on the back end. When you have guests on who are also streaming to their own channels at the same time. So let's say I invite them on and then they decide to stream the show that I'm technically hosting because everything is on my system to their own channels. What had happened is everything comes into my computer, all the comments, all of the super chats, all of the everything. And then it's my responsibility to be putting the comments up and putting the super chats up. It's a lot. It's a lot. It's a lot, especially when between all of the channels, there could be, I don't know, 100,000 people watching. We had something like yesterday was my highest. Congrats to you guys for coming in yesterday. I think the max we had in chat at one time yesterday was over 56,000 people. You guys are amazing. It was my biggest chat ever. So please thank your moderators because without your moderators, who are also my moderators, we couldn't do this. This is a very, very hard job. And we take it very seriously, our chat, and keeping it classy and keeping the hate and vitriol out, because there's so many other places that you can go for that. This is not one of them. This is not one of them. And please don't email me and say, why did I get timed out? Why this? Why? I defer to my moderators. I trust them 100%. They have authority to do what they want, because I got to do this. I got to do this. I got to talk to you. I got to talk to you. I got to be with my people. Engage with my people. Hi, Cherie from Down Under. Became a member. You must have just renewed, because you've been here forever. You're like an OG. Mama Montana says, I'm praying today is the day we get the not guilty verdicts. Been watching with my 86-year-old mother, who thinks Hank is the big meanie. Love you, Mel. Love you too. And hi to your mom. Also, we had a proposal yesterday on the stream. Justin England proposed to his fiance. He actually sent a super chat and asked me to read it. And I didn't see it because they were flying. And when I have guests on, I like to pay attention to my guests, and we like to engage. And it's hard to, it's hard. Like, people think this is easy. What we do here, it's not. It's hard. And I'm not complaining that it's hard. I'm just trying to explain to you how it works. And so Justin sent a super chat, and he said, I've been watching your show. My girlfriend and I have been watching your show through for a long time, or, for trial 1 and trial 2. And she would really love it if you would propose to her through your channel. And could you please ask her to stand up? And Mark Bederow and Auntie Deb were on, and Auntie Deb's face is priceless. I put it up on my Instagram, and he was like, and covered his mouth. And we just, and so I interrupted the stream, like, really, she's I said, I have to interrupt you guys. I'm sorry, but I have to take care of this right now. And so I don't know what happened with Justin and his fiance, but eventually we found out that she said yes. And then somebody said, is Mark able to marry people? And Mark said no. And Auntie Deb said, I'm an ordained minister. And then Mark must have had what may be the funniest quip of yesterday. He said, somehow that is the least shocking thing I've ever heard you say to Jimmy, Auntie Deb. And it was hilarious. We laughed. Here we go. We're going in. God save us from the Commonwealth. And then we found out Justin's now fiance, said yes. And we were so happy. Tears of joy. Jury's coming in.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, now holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your presence, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
All right. Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. So I have to ask you those same 3 questions before we send you back out to deliberate. Was everyone able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday?
Yes.
Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? Everyone said no or shook their heads. Well, with that, Mr. Foreman, thank you all. We're going to send you back out to deliberate.
All right, please. Here to follow me.
Brielle says, phony voice activated, right? Right? Is it that? It's so obvious to me. Is it obvious to you? I'm also very good at reading energy. And I also have subtitles on my face. And I find it very hard to be fake to people that I cannot stand. Hit the like button with your butt, says Tracy.
Jury is exiting the courtroom. Please be seated.
All right, counsel, I think it worked out well having everybody planning on being here at 4 o'clock and being no more than 10 minutes away. So we'll see you here a little bit before 4 this afternoon.
Thank you. All right.
So even if you aren't late, I'm going to tell the world that you are late. Because we literally, technically, and in reality, saw the defense team walking into court yesterday before 1:30 when they were required to be there, because the judge already knew she had that 4th note and for some reason held it back. We saw them walking in the courthouse before 1:30, and then in open court, literally at like 1:36 or 1:37, she said to them, "Well, you were 10 minutes late." Or maybe she said that later in the day, like at 4. And no, they weren't. No, they weren't late at all. They weren't late. Look, I'm really sorry that your job requires you to sit in the courthouse all day. And I too wish that you could get over to Dry Bar and take care of that. But why are you throwing shade at them like in front of a worldwide audience? It's just inappropriate. It's improper. And we've been watching it for 2 years and we're mad as hell and we're not going to take it anymore. Okay. Okay. Are we clear? Clear? Crystal? Are we clear, Crystal? What's that line from? Are we clear? Or something like that? Crystal. Crystal. I think there's another great. Alessi and Yannetti were late into the courtroom, says Stina G. Sue reported it. Well, that might be. That could be. I don't know. I wasn't there. So if I am misstating facts, I apologize. Sue has also reported some things that are not necessarily true. What if Missy Yannetti was, had to like use the facilities? Like, do we really, regardless, do we really need to make a worldwide comment like that? Is it cool? Yeah, she told them they were 10 minutes late at 1:37, right after they had been in court discussing the note for a few minutes, says Olivia. Correct. I don't know. It's like calling out students in class, right? Isn't that traumatizing when a teacher calls you out for something in class? Law school's like that a lot, but that is part of being in law school. You better toughen up, buttercup, if you're in law school. I had a law professor who would get out a deck of cards on the first day of classes, pull out like a deck of playing cards, write each student's name on a playing card. And at the beginning of each class, he would shuffle the deck and pull a card. If it was your card.
A little bit. It was about question number after the third question that was.
Oh, I don't want to hear that. We'll have to put on something else that just has the fan. He would pull out a card, and if it had your name on it, he'd say, "Okay, Ms. Little, stand up. Tell us the ruling in the case of Roe v. Wade," or whatever case it was that we were supposed to read the 400 pages we were supposed to read the night before. And boy, were you put on the spot, and you better get used to it. And that, I think, is so traumatizing that many, many lawyers decided after law school, I never want to see the inside of a courtroom. I just want to be in a conference room all day working on contracts. I never want to ever have to do that again. But there are other lawyers like myself and many of my friends who are frustrated actors, always wanted to be performing, always wanted to be actors, let's say, and became lawyers instead. And so there's that element too. There's lots of different kinds. Some lawyers never see the inside of a courtroom. Some lawyers want nothing more than to perform all day. And then some lawyers retire, go off to pursue acting, and then a pandemic happens, and then a writer's strike happens, and then an actor's strike happens, and then they say, "I'm tired of waiting for the phone to ring. I'm just going to create my own content." They say, "Create your own content." And then all of a sudden, she's on YouTube and gets to write her show every single day. Nobody gets to tell me I didn't get the part. Nobody gets to tell me I got to travel to Vancouver for 3 months and leave my family to shoot The Handmaid's Tale. Although I wish they did, because I so would have been in that show. But everything happens for a reason. We're all here for a purpose, and everything always works itself out. And look, we've got 28,000 people here, 737, because I don't want to miss any one of you. And we're here and we're together and we're having a little group therapy. We're going to talk to each other. We're going to hold hands. We're going to take each other off the ledge. Okay. Does she ever burst into song? Sometimes. Sometimes I do. I think in song lyrics. And that is why we have down below in the show notes, Spotify playlist for the Karen retrial for both season 1 and season 2. And that's what we're calling it. And I don't care if some people don't like it. But this is like a television show that we can't get out of. It's like the Truman Show. It's like, oh, I am an actress. It's like people like, you were a lawyer. No, I'm still a lawyer. I'm always a lawyer. Like, oh, you used to be a cop. No, I'm always a cop. Oh, you were a Marine? No, I'm always a Marine. I have an IMDb page. Look it up. It's good for my star meter, actually, if you do click on it. I think the link is somewhere below in the show notes. I was in Ocean's 8. You might have heard of it. I met Helena Bonham Carter in the bathroom, and I was in a scene with Kate Blanchett and Sandy Bullock, because, you know, we're like this now, me and Sandy. Hold on. Now, full disclosure, if you blink, you might have missed me in Ocean's 8, but it's on my IMDb page. Good morning. Let's all hit the like button to send positive vibes. Hit the like button to send positive vibes, everyone. Yes, and another fun fact about me is that I was in the play 12 Angry Women. It's an off-Broadway play, and I played juror number, I can't remember what juror number I was, but it was the juror who was like the stockbroker. The original is 12 Angry Men, but we did a 12 Angry, or whoever produced this play, it was me, did a 12 Angry Women version, and I played juror number 4, and it was really fun. And I got to stand up and recreate the alleged killing, and it was so fun. I have auditioned for Law and Order, all of this shows several times, and you know, Will Glare and I like to call ourselves the Benson and Stabler of the YouTubes, and I'll allow it. I've auditioned for all of them, but then you know what happened is all the strikes and the panty that shut everything down, and so many actors were out of work, like A-list actors, like actors that you know their names and see them. Every New York actor's dream is to be on Law and Order, and once you're on Law and Order, you can't be on for like another 4 to 7 years. I think I forget what the rule is now. So every New York, it's like a rite of passage. And it's so interesting. If you go back and watch the really, really old seasons of Law and Order, you will see so many famous people. So many famous, like I think Bradley Cooper is on an episode when he's really young. And so many people, like before they got super famous, it's really interesting to watch the old seasons. No, I don't sing. I mean, I could try, but I'm not very good. Hold on. Anyway, I did the version of 12 Angry Women. Do I think The Good Wife is good, Jack Spears? I did not really get into it. For some reason, I never got into The Good Wife. I loved Damages with Glenn Close, because Glenn Close is probably the closest personality to me in real life as a lawyer. I mean, not like I was out there killing people or anything, but, you know, tough, but not, you know, not Dexter-like. But I've auditioned for Law and Order SVU, Law and Order Organized Crime, and at one point I was pitching myself to be Elliot Stabler's new love interest, and I'll still allow it if it ever happens. But the thing is that so many really like experienced actors were out of work for so long that they are now taking on smaller roles or guest star roles that they wouldn't have taken ordinarily. And there's much less work for actors now, even though New York is a huge hub and they film a lot of shows here, a lot of TV shows. Oh no, they've already, you're not 10 minutes late. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, 10 minutes late with all the traffic, you're saying. No, you're okay. You're good. She came in. She just told the jury to go back out and told the lawyers to not be late again and be 10 minutes away. And there's traffic. I know there's traffic. And also they have a satellite office that's a little more than 10 minutes away. So, you know, like, really? The girl's looking at life in prison. You think we could give her a couple extra minutes? Maybe. I don't know. Courtesy says a lot about a person. If they're not willing to grant you like basic courtesies, do you want them in your inner circle? Keep your circle small. Yes, I watched that as well. Thank you, MD. Anyway, point is, Law and Order, call me. I'm available. They did move Law and Order Organized Crime to Peacock, which did not make me happy. Why couldn't they keep Organized Crime on NBC proper? I don't know. Why couldn't they do that? Really? I feel like I'm already glitching. And listen, it's StreamYard. It's not you. It's not me. I'm on the Ethernet. MD says, I watched Turtle Boy with Jess Machado last night, and they had to discuss that jury slip for about an hour. It's so not less confusing. I know. I watched them too. I love them both. And yes, they were confused. Lawyers are confused too. Technically, Hank is a weasel says, I went to Cancun with Melanie Little, free Karen Reed shirt. I'm praying I can retire it after today and find a new screen name. No, your screen names are pretty good in this chat. You guys are called the snark tank for a reason. I don't have my SAG card yet because I'm SAG eligible, which means I can join at any time. But they say don't join until you have to. But I did book a SAG job, and so that entitles me to my SAG card. Hang on one second. I booked a show called Power. Did any of you guys watch the show Power? It was on Stars. It was a good show. I liked it. I don't think it's around anymore. There were like 5 or 10 spin-offs from that show, Power. My scene was cut, and so it did not air, but that still entitles me to SAG eligibility, which is a great thing. I don't know if it's as great as my YouTube 100,000 subscriber plaque, which is still in a box sealed up that I have not. I've decided I'm not going to unbox that YouTube plaque until Karen Reed is freed. It's sitting there. It is sealed up. I can't do it. Somehow I just can't open it yet. I don't know why. I don't know what one thing has to do with the other, but thanks, Heather, for becoming a new member. Wayno says today is that day. Free Karen Reed. Brent says no mistrial day. Let's go, team. Like, for example, Law and Crimes fan just stopped, but their clock keeps on ticking. Time drifts. Nessa says, question, if they say not guilty on 1 and 3, but hung on 2, is the whole thing hung? Technically, this is what happened last time, as you may or may not know. Last time in season 1, the jury was told by this judge, you're going to be given 3 slips, just like they're given 3 slips here. 1 is murder in the 2nd degree. 2 is manslaughter OUI, which has a bunch of the lesser included charges under it. 3 is leaving the scene of an accident causing personal injury or death. Do not, she said during the first trial, fill out any of these forms until you have come to a unanimous decision on all of the charges. So they didn't fill out the forms because they were following the rules that she gave them. They came back, they said, we cannot come to an agreement. She said, okay, what do you want to do, lawyers? Okay, I'm going to send them back. I'm going to send them back and tell them to keep trying. They came back with another note. We are still not able to decide. And it was a long, flowery note written by the foreman who, I don't know, it sounded like ChatGPT wrote it or something. We would have to something about our moral convictions, and we cannot compromise our moral convictions. And the judge said again, okay, go back. Can't remember how many times it happened. Go back. Try again. And then I don't remember if it was after the 3rd note that she gave what they call in Massachusetts the Tui Rodriguez charge. In many states, it is known as the Allen charge or a dynamite charge. And what it basically says is, okay, jurors, you got this. You're the best. You guys are the best. You are the best people to decide this case. Nobody can do it the way that you can. Go get them. You can do it. You can do it. You can do it. You guys are amazing. Go back, listen to each other. Give it another try. It's like a last chance charge. And they came back again. And they said, we just cannot reach a decision without compromising our moral beliefs or whatever. And without talking to the attorneys, she called the jury back. And she said, she read the note and she said, I've read your note. I'm not going to make you do that, meaning go back again, try again. I'm calling a mistrial. You dismissed. Go back there and I'll come back and talk to you. And it was over. What had happened was the next day, and the very next day, jurors were taken on a bus back to their cars because they park them off campus because they don't want people, chasing after them. Although some people apparently followed the bus, which was not cool. The next day, on the bus ride back, they were looking at each other like, well, wait a second. We found her not guilty of murder in the second degree, and we found her not guilty of leaving the scene of the accident, and we all agreed on that, but she didn't ask us that. And she told us not to fill out the forms until we were, so what the hell? Why did she not come back and ask us about that? So some of them were not happy, and they wrote emails or called the defense attorneys and Lally's office and told them, wait a second, we acquitted her of the murder charge. We acquitted her of the leaving the scene charge, and nobody asked us. The defense team made a motion right away. The Lally's office ignored those emails or wrote back to one. Some people said, I think, to Lally one or more, and don't get all up on me about the exact facts. I'm just summarizing here. I want to remain not anonymous and whatever. And I think Lally wrote back to them and said, well, I can't guarantee that you're going to remain anonymous. And meanwhile, mind you, the judge had already decided to keep, or maybe she hadn't decided yet, because another juror came forward and said, listen, I don't want my identity out there. Can you please seal the names of the jurors for a certain period of time? And she agreed to that. But Lally's office responded and said, no, we can't guarantee that you can remain anonymous. Might have scared the person away. I don't know. But many of them contacted both sides and said, wait a second, we acquitted her of murder and we acquitted her of this. And, double jeopardy is a thing. And we never thought that you would be able to try her again on murder and count 3. And some of them said, we tried to tell the foreman that we wanted to ask a question about that. And the foreman said we couldn't and wouldn't let us do it. Something as such like that. And so there was an appeal on double jeopardy grounds, because the U.S. Constitution says that as an American, you cannot be tried twice for the same crime. And so it went up to the appellate court in Massachusetts. It was affirmed, which means it wasn't overturned. It went to the highest appellate court in Massachusetts. There was oral arguments. We watched them. It was affirmed on appeal because of a wrinkle in Massachusetts law that it wasn't required of the judge to ask the jury if they'd reached a verdict on any of the charges. They didn't argue in the appeal poor jury instructions, right? And part of the Commonwealth's argument was, well, the defense attorneys never asked the judge to pull the jury and ask them if they were hung on any of the charges. And so, it's all about a fair trial for the Commonwealth. And if you're a defense attorney and you're getting a mistrial and your client's walking out of there and going home, are you really going to raise your hand and say, I'm sorry, Your Honor, could you just find out if they were guilty on any of the counts? Because it can go both ways, right? So after it went to the highest court of Massachusetts, it pivoted to federal court, went to the highest federal court, and it also kept being, this judge was affirmed the whole way. And then they filed a writ of certiorari to the U.S. Supreme Court. And the U.S. Supreme Court only takes something like, 1% of the cases. If they get 8,000 cases a year, they agree to hear only 80. They have to agree to hear it, and they wouldn't hear it. And here we are again. And after what happened last time, why can't we make it easier for the jury? The one thing she's done differently this time is she did instruct them that they could fill out each form as they reached a unanimous decision. So maybe we won't have that issue again. But it's like, that's why we feel like we're in the upside down, inside out Narnia of the Hunger Games in Norfolk County, Massachusetts, because things are done differently here. It's her world. We're all just living in it under her eye. Typically, I'm surprised the U.S. Supreme Court didn't, I can't say I'm surprised. I'm not an appellate attorney. That is a very specialized skill. But the U.S. Supreme Court usually decides to hear cases that have more far-reaching application or ramifications, things that would be applicable to more people. And I'm not saying that double jeopardy isn't, but what I'm saying is, like we've all said, this case is a unicorn. It's one, this kind of stuff never happens. The FBI never investigates the investigation. So you're in a situation where you can't hire ARCA because they're under contract with the feds, and you can't speak to your own experts that you're going to call at trial because they're not really your experts. And that just doesn't happen. Things like this normally don't happen. So every time somebody asks a question, they're like, is this normal? Am I crazy? You're not crazy. You are being gaslit at the highest level. These things just don't happen the way that you're seeing here. And this is not the way the justice system is supposed to work. And this is not the way that it does work in most places. Not that Indiana isn't insane also with what happened over there with Judge Gull and the Richard Allen case. But at one point, I think Judge Cannoni said to Fran Gull, yo, Franny, hold my White Claw. Check this out. I'm going in. And here we are once again. I don't know about the jury being dressed up yet. No, I don't know yet. Hold on. So back to your question, Nessa. If they say not guilty on 1 and 3, but hung on 2, is the whole thing hung? It is within a judge's discretion, I believe, in Massachusetts, whether or not to accept partial verdicts. The problem I see is this. Because the OUI charge that does not involve the motor vehicle accident is contained within the manslaughter charge, count 2. If they hang on any of the lesser includeds of the manslaughter charge, we went over this verdict slip at length at least twice, so I don't think we need to do it again. If they hang on only the OUI charge, the entire manslaughter charge and everything above it is also hung. And so the district attorney could decide to try her again on the entire manslaughter charge, not just the OUI. It doesn't seem fair. It doesn't seem right. It doesn't seem like common sense. But that's the way it's done in Massachusetts, Mr. Jackson. So the best thing would be a straight up acquittal on count 2, because I really do believe that they were back there based on the questions that they asked. I do believe that they had acquitted on counts 1 and 3. I could be wrong, but based on what the questions that they came back with indicated to me that they were only talking about the drunk driving charge. If they hang on that, they hang on the entire manslaughter count. If they say not guilty on that, it's straight acquittals across the board, assuming they acquitted on 1 and 3. Yes, I would like them to just acquit as well. And we'll see what happens, and we'll see if today will be the day. But no more F's to give, says today is the day. I love you with all of my heart. I do. I love you with all of my heart. Thank you. No more F's to give. I love it. I think I said that one night. I love when you guys change your usernames to just quips that I just say off the cuff. It goes to Brian Higgins' SIM card. See, like that's hilarious. I never said that, but that is how creative the snark tank is here. It's like a support group for snarky people. And we use humor to cope. That's what we do. It's a coping mechanism for many, including myself and many of you. And so some people may think it's tacky, but look, we're doing whatever it takes to cope because many of us are empaths and we feel this very, very deeply, and it hurts my soul. What's happening here hurts my soul as a lawyer. It hurts my soul as a mother, hurts my soul as a U.S. American. And it hurts my soul as someone who's very familiar with the justice system and who chose to dedicate her life to finding justice for victims of all kinds, not just victims of the Catholic Church, but many victims of many other horrific things too. And it hurts my soul in a lot of ways. And we have to use humor to cope with it, or we're just going to cry. The baby AI was so funny yesterday. So the ghost of Brian Higgins' SIM card says that most Karen Reed will be found guilty of the lesser OUI. They will not hang. I'm sure of it. Let's go. Oh, from your mouth to God's ears, girl. Thanks for your super chat. Aravira is here. Thanks for your 20. I heard another attorney say Canoni could have answered the jury with yes to a partial verdict is really what they were asking. That's what they were asking. She could do whatever she can do whatever she wants. She's the judge. She has wide judicial discretion. But she said, you know, it's theoretical. It's theoretical. I'm just going to tell him I can't answer it. And we really don't know what her final note to the jury was because I watched it again 3 times yesterday. Tried to transcribe it myself and I said to put it in the show notes, and I'm still unclear what the final note she sent back there was, because the first thing she said was, I'm going to tell them that it's theoretical and we don't answer theoretical questions. Wait, I wrote it down verbatim. So I want to be, this is one thing today that I'm not going to summarize because I want to be clear about it. She said, we'll just recap what happened yesterday because I wrote it down. And so I figure let's use it. The jury had 3 questions and the judge read them aloud. Number 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? OUI at 12:45 a.m. or OUI at 5 a.m.? Number 2, are video clips of Karen's interviews evidence? How can we consider them? Number 3, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example, offense 2, number 5, which is the OUI charge, convict the overall charge? Those were their 3 questions. Maybe there were really 4, or maybe the jury sent in another one at some point while they were waiting for an answer on the 3. It's unclear again, because everything is unclear here because there's no transparency. We're used to it. So after there was argument by Alan Jackson and kind of by Hank Brennan, but Hank Brennan was just like, Mommy, whatever you say, because I know you're on my side. Question 1, what is the time frame for the OUI charge? OUI at 12:45 a.m. or OUI at 5 a.m.? To the first question, the judge responded after argument, you are the fact finders. Something like, it is up to you to determine what time. Well, no. How about hell to the no? How about the indictment involves a motor vehicle accident that you say happened at 12:32 a.m. now? You say that now. During the first trial, you said 12:45. You kept drifting your timeline. Time drifts. And by the end of trial 1, I don't even remember what time you said the accident happened. But whatever time you say the accident happened contradicts Jennifer McCabe's testimony that she saw Karen's Lexus out there at 12:45, which we know cannot be true because Karen connected to the Wi-Fi at One Meadows at 12:36 because you know what? We've been paying attention. Now, 2 things. Number 1, the jury's saying 12:45 instead of 12:32. So they're really not picking up what you're laying down with respect to your timeline drifting and all of the other BS, which makes me think, you tell me what you think, because now I'm just thinking of it now, is that they're just disregarding all of that ridiculous Ian Whiffen testimony, Jessica Hyde testimony. Shannon Burgess, did Shannon Burgess talk about the timeline too? Because nobody freaking knows what time the accident happened, because even their own experts can't say what happened or when or how or who or what. So now even the jury is saying, are you saying she was drunk at 12:45? I'm pretty sure they were paying attention. Some of them took lots of notes and know that she was home by 12:36. But Alan Jackson said in his closing, we don't know what she did when she went home. Maybe she drank when she got home. They can't convict her on OUI if she wasn't drinking and driving at the time of the incident. And so I say to you, how can they find her guilty of drunk driving at 5:07 a.m. when she left and hit John's car in the driveway to go to Jen McCabe's house if that wasn't the time that they're alleging that the car accident happened? And it's falling underneath the manslaughter charge. Manslaughter by operating a vehicle under the influence. The OUI charge is underneath that count. So why couldn't she answer them? It's got to be 12:40. It's got to be 12:45, right? Because it's a lesser included of the motor vehicle homicide charges. I don't know. Maybe I'm crazy or maybe I'm being gaslit. She wasn't driving at 12:45. She was already home. So how could you convict her of drunk driving at 12:45 if she was already home? It doesn't make sense, right? Of course, right. But she didn't want to answer that question and just said, oh, it's up to you. She could be wrong on the law. That could be a reversible error in the event of a conviction. We'll see. Hang on. With regard to the question on the videos, are video clips of Karen's interview evidence? How can we consider them? The judge answered, yes, the videos are evidence. You should weigh the defendant's statements in the videos as you would any other piece of evidence and give them whatever weight you deem appropriate. Alan Jackson wanted her to say, if any, but she refused to. But first, before you consider any such statement, and then she read the humane practices instruction, which we went over yesterday, which has to do with confessions by a defendant. And if you're going to consider these alleged confessions by defendant, you have to first determine, number one, that she made them, number two, that she made them voluntarily, and blah, 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 blah. And then with regard to the third question, which was, again, does convicting guilty on a subcharge, example, offense count 2, number 5, which we know is the OUI, convict the overall charge? Which to me means if we convict her of the drunk driving charge on the same piece of paper as manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle, are you then going to sentence her and convict her of the manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle? They want to know that because they don't want to check off that guilty box, because I think some people may be willing to compromise on that to get the hell out of there. They want to know that. And she didn't want to give them an answer. What she said was, and it's unclear to me, because she either said, we don't answer theoretical questions. This is not a question I can answer. First, she said she was going to say that. And then after some back and forth, she said something like, this is not a question I can answer. You cannot be concerned with the consequences of your verdict. So she scribbled something on a little piece of paper or on the note card and sent it back. And I'm not sure what it was. If anybody has any proof of any clarity about what she actually sent back to them, I don't think she showed it to the attorneys. She just scribbled on it and it went back with the jury. So I don't know. But again, you have 12 people sitting back there trying to agree on things who are not familiar with the law. And she said a million times, I'm here to teach, I'm going to teach you the law, which I've never heard in any court ever. It's, I'm going to instruct you on the law, you know, and I ask that you follow it, even though a lot of juries don't follow the law because they just don't like it. It's called jury nullification, by the way. We're not sure what she really sent back there because we don't know. But would it really be so hard to let the jury know? Oh no, if you convict of a lesser included, then she's convicted of the lesser included, not the manslaughter. It seems like a simple question that should be answered simply and they should be told. But again, we're in the upside out, inside down. If we weren't all crazy, we'd all go insane village. It's like Survivor, but it's real life and somebody's torch needs to be put out. And I vote. Who do you want to vote off the island? Tell me who you want to vote off the island. I know who I want to vote off the island. The judge, because we have watched together other trials in the building. Because now I just can't let this go. We watched Judge Cannoni try a bench trial, Penny McGay. She quickly acquitted her. It was like she was a different person. She's Sybil with a million different personalities. We watched the Harry Turk trial with Judge Halal in the same building. We called him Stanley Tucci because he did look like Stanley Tucci. We've watched some of Aidan Carney's proceedings with other judges in the building. Judge Sisitsky, Judge Doolin. Is Judge Doolin in the building? Maybe not. Don't come at me for the details right now. Who's the judge? There's another judge who just acquitted Aidan Carney, but that may have been district court. But we've seen other judges in the building and we've seen other judges in the county. And had Karen Reed's case been assigned to another judge, this would have been such a different trial. The pretrial proceedings would have been so different. And I will remind you that judges in Massachusetts are appointed. They are not elected. And so perhaps many of the judges feel like they owe somebody for getting this cushy job. It's not a job that I would ever want, to tell you that much. But they're appointed by the governor. And it's very, very political to become a judge. In New York, we elect our judges. In Massachusetts, the judges are appointed. It's very different. Because I would tell you, if you want to change your system in Massachusetts, get out there and vote for the judges. Make sure you know who you're voting for, but you can't. They're appointed. Make of that what you will. But again, Kara, to your question, ask 5 lawyers for an opinion. You will get 5 different opinions. But I do agree with whoever this other attorney was. Yes, they could. But, you know, when people come in here and say, this person said this, and this lawyer said this, and this lawyer said that, and you're wrong, it's like, this is an opinion-based profession. And so you never know what a judge is going to do, and you never know what a jury is going to do. It's not a competition. The lawyers on YouTube, most viewers watch all of us. It's not a competition. Katie, nearly 11 p.m. here in Australia. I'll be crossing my fingers and toes in my sleep that I'll be waking up to exciting news. Love and appreciate you. Well, depending on what happens, Katie, you might want to stay awake. Because, I don't know. I don't even want to ask the Magic 8 Ball, because the Magic 8 Ball right now is like 0 for 3 or 0 for 4. Zoe is our resident statistician. I think it's 0 for 4. Because if you want to figure out what a jury's going to do, you might as well just ask the Magic 8 Ball, because you never know. And you don't know how long it's going to take. I don't know if we know how they were dressed. It was Duvall who appointed her. Yes, Boston T. And I think they're appointed for life, right? Or whatever the mandatory retirement age is. So maybe they were just going to go in. They wanted to go home yesterday, and they said, well, they're going to come back before lunch. I don't know if they care about their free lunch today. I don't know. But whatever it is, we're here. Thanks, Katie. Lady MacGyver says, finally found something I can't fix. Stupidity. Oh, you can't fix stupid, lady. You know. Wayne says, good morning. And everyone, let's be positive today. Not guilty by 3. Lots of love from the UK. The world is watching. You are the world. You are my children. And you're watching. And we ain't got no quit, and all of the other good quips that I could think of that have to do with this trial. Anna says, this is not a trial for us with the tism. Can't stop the nervous tears. My poor service dog is on paid overtime. I can't keep buying Cheetos. Thanks, Anna. Oh, Will Newman, Jughead Jones. I think that they are divided on the OUI, as they feel that the O'Keefe family deserves something from this. Yes, I said that yesterday too. But I think some people are frightened that maybe the judge is going to jail her and they don't want to see her go to prison. Oh, Era Parent says, yes, the 8 Ball was right yesterday because the outcome looks hazy. Right. So I suppose we could consider that a correct prediction by the Magic 8 Ball. Hoss Long to acquittal. Hit that like. Massachusetts native, New Hampshire girly here. I love you, Mel. Oh, I love you too. I love you all. You guys send me such nice messages and emails, and I can't respond to them all, but I do read them. Candida Rose became a new member. Welcome. And Instagram messages for those of you who try to send me messages on Instagram. Instagram's a weird animal, man. It's like the messages go into like 5 different places and black holes that it's very hard to get to, and I may not see them, so I apologize, but they're just hard to find. They go into like 4 different columns, and some of them are hidden for whatever reason, and they just don't pop up, and I don't know what to tell you. Except for, I don't know what to tell you. Aussie Steve says 10:55 p.m. Wednesday here in Australia after a work day. I'm hanging in as long as possible. Great to go to sleep with free Karen Reed, wouldn't it be? Susan gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Susan. To the lucky 5. Welcome. Christy, Auntie Deb on your show. Was all of us who are regular non-lawyers. I love him. Thanks, Melanie, for all you do in educating the law. Thank you. Thank you. I thought it was fun. Listen, people are always going to complain about something. There are some people who just love to complain. And there are some people who are like, why do you have people who aren't lawyers on here? I don't know, because many of you in the chat aren't lawyers, and they'll ask the questions that you may be afraid to ask. And that's what he said. He said, I'm asking all the questions that people might be afraid to ask because I don't understand what the hell's going on here. And I'm like an average person. And Will DeGlaire is a non-lawyer, but he's wicked smart. He knows a hell of a lot about this case. And he's one of my friends, and I'll defend him till the end. And then I had a whole bunch of lawyers on one day, and Ed Wallace, and then people were like, why don't you let Tom talk? Nobody was letting Tom talk. We want to hear from Tom. We love Tom. Is Tom single? And then a bunch of people sent him some kind of creepy emails, which was really weird. I'm like, dude, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I love him too. He's amazing. If you don't follow Auntie Deb on YouTube, he does a morning show at 7 a.m. And it is like, it makes my morning because I love it. I'm there for the snark in the morning. So thank you, Christy. Never, never. Oh, and also Nurse Kim. Nurse Kim, love Nurse Kim. She's my bestie. I got to meet her in person too, the same night that Will and Auntie Deb and I all met. And well, I already knew Bederow because we hang out in New York City and stuff. We met. There was a private, like, friends and family fundraiser for Karen Reed at an undisclosed location. And surprisingly, it was kept secret. It was crazy, but we all got to meet in person and it was amazing. And there were hugs all around. And Nurse Kim is like wicked smart also. She knows the medicine. She's a nurse. She's funny as hell. I love her too. And I like to hang out with people that I love because I like to keep my circle small, which I highly recommend also. Hang on. And everybody has a different style. Everybody has different things to offer, but we all come together for a good cause and we all love each other. Never Never says, whomever gets first juror interview, I hope they ask what order and when the questions were sent in. I feel like we may have been deceived again. A lot of people are saying that. Because the second question, because here's why I was a little bit, my spidey senses went up. When she said, be back here at 1:30. Okay, why? What are we doing at 1:30? You already refused to hear us and just did whatever the hell you wanted anyway on what you instructed the jury on. But the jury came back with another question. At 1:30, coincidentally. And the fourth note said, if we find not guilty on 2 charges, well, that was the fourth note, right? So that was the one. So what was the third note? Did I go over the third note with you? Did I go over the fourth note with you? Yeah, the theoretical questions. Okay. Fourth note came in before the other 3. Yeah, it's confusing. I don't know. I can't say for sure. So look, you can't trust sometimes what the reporters tweet that are in the courtroom. Let's Dayton Carney because he doesn't ever try to speculate on the law. He's just giving observations, right? Like the day that they were all tweeting that the defense had rested and the defense didn't rest. And everyone's in the chat going, the defense rested, the defense rested. And I said, no, they didn't. Oh, no, they didn't. And everyone's fighting with me in the chat. They didn't. And it turned out that it wasn't true. They didn't. They all ran out of there after hearing Alan Jackson say, you know, the defense will rest after you rule on the PowerPoint. So don't read everything. Don't believe everything you read on the internet. I don't really know. We'll find out afterwards because after this case is over, the gag order will be lifted and Alan Jackson, David Yannetti, Bob Alessi, Liza Little, and we'll all be free to speak to the media. You can bet they will. Millie Mae said, I had a dream. Karen turns to AJ smiling and hugs him wearing a brown suit. That's interesting. Chief Cherie, as a fire chief, my motto was, if you're early, you're on time. If you're on time, you're late. If you're late, you're in my office. Oh, I love it. I love it. I love it. But I'll let you off with a friendly reminder. You have been working so hard. Yeah, see, that's a good way. That's a good way to boss, right? Why is it that female bosses are called bitches when they're assertive? And male bosses are powerful. Oh, it's just the way it is. Betsy, let's do this today. I know. I'm here. Let's hope. East, my prediction, verdict 20 minutes from the start of deliberations. Well, it's 9:50 a.m. What time did they start? I don't even know. Ames said on Wednesdays we wear pink. Free Karen Reed. Love you. Can we age down Michelle Pfeiffer 20 years to play you in our biopic, please? You're funny. You're funny. It's a very nice compliment. Thank you. Big Haas, good morning. Good morning. Thanks for your super chat. Can you have a co-admin on StreamYard? I don't know. I think I can. I think I can. Put one in chat if you barely slept last night, says the fixer. Beyond the Crime plus Stephanie became a new member. Maureen, good morning. And Melanie and Snark Tank friends, hoping we get a verdict today. I'm likely to lose the rest of my hair if Bev has any more opportunities to confuse the jury. Trish says, thank you, Mel and Maj. You're amazing. Let's pray for a not guilty verdict today. Free Karen Reed. Thanks, Trish. Candy, thank you, Mel and Maj. Hoping today is the series finale with not guilty ×3. Free Karen Reed. Thank you, M. Hall. B-Rad, thanks for the membership. Whoever donated it, y'all are amazing. Thanks, Melanie and Maj. Incredibly, incredibly generous viewers on this channel. Incredibly kind and yet snarky. There's a good balance there. Thank you for your super chat, B-Rad, and for noticing. Because there's a lot of channels out there where you could choose to watch your coverage, and I am flattered and grateful for each and every one of you who choose to spend your days with me. I love it. I love it. I'm very, very grateful. And there's a lot of other places you can go if you want to curse in the chat and say dirty things, but we don't do that here. And it just kind of worked out that way. It's not like I don't say those things in real life. It's just people were sending me emails and they said, way before this case, because I've done other things too. I've covered other cases on the channel. My 95-year-old mother finally has a place to watch true crime because you don't curse. And I'm not shading anyone who does either, by the way. And people say, I have you on the television in my hair salon, and I have you on the television in my nail salon, and I have you on the television in my doctor's office. And so it just became a thing. Liz loves the law. Hi, Mel. It's 11 p.m. here, and I've been listening to you every night. I'm really hoping for a verdict because I need some sleep. A lot of my Aussies are in the chat today. Thank you. Ian, hoping for a good day for my Jenny's birthday. Mitzi, Karen has been in survivor mode, fighting for her life and freedom since that horrible night. I think once this is over, Karen will get the chance to grieve the loss of John. That's a great point, too. She hasn't had a chance to grieve yet. Thanks, Mitzi. Sarah said, I woke up sick about the OUI. I still don't understand why it was done. I'm worried because of that. They will hang on all of 2. Love you, Mel. Thanks for getting us through. Well, worry sometimes is a wasted emotion, as I like to say. Most of the times you're worrying about things that may never happen or things that have already happened that you can't change. So let's not worry and let's just keep the faith, and we'll talk about it later. It's far easier to Monday. Hindsight's always 20/20, right? Joseph, thanks, Mel. Say hi to my sister Mary Jo in Rhode Island. Hi, Mary Jo. Thanks, Carl. Big Haas. Court should say, please rise for the dishonorable judge. Karen Freed, good morning from Texas, and shout out to Pat Hill and Ash. Says Karen Freed, F-R-E-A-D. Couldn't have made it through this without you and the Snark Tank. Thanks for all you do. Good vibes only. We're trying. Ryan says that's from The Parent Trap. Which one? Something I said earlier? I don't know. I'm like, oh, look, something shiny. I don't remember even what it was that I said earlier. Ryan, but thank you. Hey, I'm new here. Thanks to Susan C. Awesome. Welcome. The more the merrier, right? Natasha became a member. Ice cream truck equals ice cream truck special equals free silver bracelets. Thank you, Melanie Moderators. Watching from bed today due to my Achilles injury. That's an injury that makes me that must be so painful. Not sure how many typos I'll make today, so please love me anyway. Love you. But do you type with your feet? We can read. Parent Trap, says Carissa Dean. I do love the Parent Trap, though. The original. And also the Lindsay Lohan version is good, too. And also, I'm the mother of twin girls, so I have that going for me. And they're identical and they're awesome. And if you're watching, I love you. All my kids watch and I love you all. I have no favorite. Murray, verdict at 11:11 a.m. I have a feeling. Yeah, there was a lot of numerology yesterday. Angel numbers. Crystal Clear is from Parent Trap, but I also thought it was from something like A Few Good Men. Are we clear? Crystal. That's what I was thinking. A Few Good Men or another lawyer movie. It is A Few Good Men. Thank you, Greg McDonald. Okay, I'm not crazy. I mean, I may be crazy. To making account verdict around 2 p.m. What is this thing I'm talking to? Tomorrow is Free-teenth. Wouldn't that be nice? So my calendar just made an entry based on what I just said. And it said, tomorrow I have vertigo at 2 p.m. Am I going to be dizzy tomorrow at 2 p.m.? I don't know. The fan might make me dizzy. Free-teenth would be great. Thanks to making account Holy Trinity. Hey, Melanie, I'm new here. Have you ever acted before? You are giving me life. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. We talked about that earlier. Actually, I didn't even see your message when I talked about that. Kelly, Rescue Randy's personal, in addition to all the school plays I did growing up. I mean, you know, Fiddler on the Roof was my first appearance and I was hooked. I do love a good musical. You know that because I'm always singing musicals. Kelly, the O'Keefe side are expecting a verdict as their side is full. Bev's hair gets bigger. Looks like a good gust of wind would see her land 2 counties over. EASMR dry bar, LOL. She can meet Dever there. Terry just checked. You can have co-admins on stream. Yeah, I know, but it has to be someone I trust, and all my kids are too busy right now to co-admin. But we're okay. We're doing fine. It still doesn't help when you have 4 other streamers who are co-streaming to their own channels. It's not manageable. It's difficult. Not that I'm never going to do it again. It's just hard. It's just hard. And then it's kind of like, whose show is it, right? If I'm hosting and I have other people on my channels who are also streaming to their own channels, who wants to run the show? It's hard. Lawyers like to talk. It's hard. Music to my soul. After yesterday's stream, I'm just waiting for the Karen Reed trial AI to show baby Bederow marrying free Karen Reed supporters in a courtroom. He's not an ordained minister, but Auntie Deb is. No, yesterday was great because nobody was co-streaming. It was totally different. I'm talking about Friday. Randy's mom. I'm so grateful we were all here together to share this. Ease my nerves, entertains, and just gives happies. Thank you, Randy's mom, for being here and for being Randy's mom. Because if it wasn't for Randy, we would have so many less funny moments in this trial. I'm talking about Randy now. I think Brendan was treating Randy like a person. It's bizarre. How bizarre, how bizarre. There's a song right there. Good Morning Freedom by Blue Mink, says Zimmy for the playlist. We have a Spotify playlist. It's linked below in the show notes. Thank you. Gigi says, A Few Good Men. Jack, are we clear? Tom, yes. Jack, are we clear? Tom, Crystal. Thank you, Gigi, for coming in and quoting the script for me. Love you. And the ham sandwich. Jody Champney, I want to thank you for walking through this mess with all of us. I have to say, the day you dropped the F-bomb, I just started laughing and almost fell out of my chair. I think I dropped it so many times that I trended on Twitter. Also, when you say come back to your screen, I do. Thank you. Jody, as long as you have me, you'll never walk alone. You'll never walk alone. I think that's a song too. Crystal is from Breakfast Club. Somebody says, no big whoop. Maybe it could also be because now I have Judd Nelson in my head saying, are we clear? Crystal. Yeah, maybe it's in a couple different things. I don't know. Cat loves Catskills. And also a thing in music lyrics and movie quotes. See, that's why we get along. Kevin, I sent you a heartfelt email. I hope you see it. Thank you, Kevin. Anything that is sent to me during the stream, I don't look at. I try and look at them later, but sometimes I'm exhausted and I can't get through all the hundreds. Thank you, Jed Welcher. Crash Test Dummy, David Reese. I addressed that SAG question before. Crystal quote is the Parent Trap, says Victoria. Samantha's singing now. Randy's mom has got it glowing on. Got it going on. We're glowing on. And Helen says, yes, Breakfast Club. Are we clear? Crystal. Dawn Gould says, Never Walk Alone is a song, and my dad sang it at my wedding. Oh, that's so nice. We had a couple get engaged yesterday. Justin, I don't know his fiance's name, Justin. Otherwise, you should have put her name in the super chat. I would have said her name too, so we could thank you as a couple. DHEC34 says, do you follow the Holderness family? No, I don't. You could be a sister to the wife. I don't ever want to be a sister wife, ever. They're hilarious if you're looking for some comedy. Nope, I do not. That's the whole. Listen, after I covered Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt, I have no interest in family vlogging. I have no idea who they are, what they do, and we try not to talk about other like creators or trash them in the chat or promote them in the chat because it's just not a polite thing to do. But however, don't know who they are. But after covering Ruby Frankie and Jody Hildebrandt and the atrocities that went on there, and the way that Ruby Frankie had every single one of her children's private moments on her YouTube channel to embarrass them for eternity made me so mad. And also, I didn't know this whole mommy vlogging thing was even a subculture. And then the fact that they keep all the kids' money and there's no rules about it, something's got to change about that. No, I know. She means I could look like her sister, not sister-wise. That was a joke. Like on makeup, you know me. Have you met me? That was a joke. It was sarcasm. I might be too early for my sarcasm. I know it's nothing nefarious. Love with the traveling Mary. Everyone's on their last nerve right now, please. It was a joke about sister wives. Did you see what I did there? Comedy is not always pretty. It's just not. It's not always pretty. Jeanette, what's your gut feeling today? I'm feeling a quick not guilty verdict. Lots of love, Mel from Southern Norwell. The 8-Ball and I have been wrong several times. I thought it was going to be day one. We thought that last season too, though. So last season as well, I should say. So every day is a new day. Every day is a new day. It's like another song, New Day. Today is the best day, or no best day. Maybe today's the best day that I've ever known. Smashing Pumpkins, maybe. Southern Norway is here and in the house. It's Coralie says, here's hoping if we ever have to see Bev's face, we never have to see Bev's face again, unless it's for her being reprimanded over this monstrosity. Nishuri became a new member. Love jury duty. I still laugh about it, says Hockey Casey. So funny. The chair pants. I mean, tell me your favorite parts of jury duty if you watched it on Amazon Prime. The chair pants. Craig McDonald coming in with another Few Good Men quote. We follow orders, son. We follow orders or people die. It's that simple. Are we clear? Yes, sir. Are we clear, Crystal? I have to say, Greg McDonald, thank you for that. But also, you did a cold read there. Not bad, right? I think it also was in the Breakfast Club because I remember. And it may have been a play on that. Chair pants. Sorry, llama pajamas, but chair pants is something from jury duty. Maybe The Office did it too. But it's definitely from jury duty. Because I can picture the guy going into jury duty with those chair pants. It was like a chair that was attached to his pants. All right. Stop talking about the Holderness family, okay? Stop talking about the Holderness family. I don't know them. I know we don't need to talk about them. I'm just going to tell you, based on my experience in the legal system and all of the things, and I'm not accusing them of anything, but what goes on behind the scenes, it's not necessarily what you see in front of the cameras. And I have no idea who they are. And right now, I don't really care. You were so mean. Why did you say you don't care about the Holderness family? Florence Not Nightingale, did you ever meet Amanda Hayes? No. She lived in New York, was in the Stepford Wives. No, I did not, Florence Not Nightingale. The evidence was speaking to us, became a member, as did the Goodmans, gifted a membership. Hi, Goodmans. The Goodmans are here. Judy, I missed your Gilgo Beach chat yesterday. Any updates? No, it wasn't really a chat. It was just so much like just talking about it a little bit. They're trying to break it up into a couple of different trials. He's been accused, or he's facing, I think, 7 indictments. The Gilgo 4, Jessica Taylor, and 2 others whose names are escaping me right now because I haven't had enough coffee. And so we're waiting to see if the trials are going to be severed. There's a lot of questions about the DNA testing that they did because it's cutting edge new. Yes, yes, yes. Rentschler's scandalist Sammy says, with regard to Jury Duty, the Amazon Prime series, the chair pants. And then when James Marsden destroyed the cake because he thought they threw him a pity party about not getting the part in Lone Pines. Yeah, that was so funny. And it was someone else's birthday cake. Oh, that was so funny. So many big cases in true crime right now. Hugs. Thank you, Judy. Although the trial on Rex Sherman is going to be a while. It's going to be a while. Laura Marie, thanks. Sending the best vibes from Denmark. Free Karen Reed today. D-Heck, thanks for becoming a member. Flagpole's Secret. Oh, there's another great username. See what I'm saying? What episode were you in on Evil Lives Here? Oh, I have no idea. I played the wife of a man who killed his, I can't remember now, stepson and like some other people. My friend had her story told in Murder Comes to Town. I miss her. Oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about your friend. Good citizen. It's sad. I'm not feeling the land of the free. Free Karen Reed. It's sad. I'm not feeling the land of the free. Well, don't be sad. Ain't no time to hate. Barely time to wait. Whoa ho. What I want to know. How does the song go? Hold on. Oh, Lori looked it up and said Breakfast Club was first. Okay, I don't know. Hold on. I know y'all are watching Twitter for me, so if anything happens, you're gonna let me know, right? Come here, Uncle John's band said Fancy Jew. You get me. You get me. Once Karen is freed today, want to donate memberships to give an opportunity to keep Mel's voice loud. Granted, I don't because I hate monthly memberships, yet I am not going anywhere. Bless you, Mel. Thank you. Thanks for your feelings. Your feelings are validated. My family group chat is saying Polymarkets give 13% for Karen guilty. People are actually betting on this. What's the volume of bets right now is up to $153,000. Who knew that you could bet on such things as like this? That's crazy, right? Crazy. Thank you, Camille. Team Wicked Smart versus Pure Wicked. I pray Bev's refusal to answer backfires and the jury acquits her of all charges for fear that hanging on an OUI, it will lead to triple jeopardy on all. That's what I was hoping to. I thought maybe part of it was like a test. Like, let's send this out there, see what she says. Is she effing with us? And then we'll just come back with straight up not guilties because we can't get a straight answer. And like, there's nothing worse than trying to talk to someone and get a straight answer and they don't want to give you a straight answer. They just keep avoiding your question or answering your question with a question. That's pretty annoying too. Where are you? Who wants to know? All right, I see how this day is going to go. I thought that too, but then they didn't come back yesterday. And so we're here again today. And so that's what we're doing. Camille gifted 20 memberships. Thank you so much. Right after your super chat. Thank you so much. Fairy Raven is here. She's adorbs. She's from Ireland. So happy for you, seeing how many people are tuning in for your wisdom and snark. Even though we have thousands here, I still feel like I'm just chatting with you. Oh, thanks, Fairy Raven. We'll always have one of the many other trials that you've been with me through. New Burn Live. Now the family chat is telling me the Holderness family is harmless. Stop. I don't care about them. I don't care about them. Really, not that I'm not being mean by saying I don't care about them. I am focused on Karen Reed today. We got to get Karen Reed freed, okay? We got to get Karen Reed freed. I don't want to talk about other creators. New Burn Live. Haas long till Karen gets her car back. I don't think she wants it back. I don't think she wants it. That's like, who wants that car back? Sell it, junk it, get rid of it. It's bad juju. It's bad vibes. I don't think she wants it. I would imagine she doesn't. I have no idea what she wants, but I would imagine I wouldn't want it back. Would you? That car has been, part of what's been keeping her in purgatory / hell for the last 3+ years, but she's still paying for it. Bren says, Bren became a new member. Thank you. No, I can't just time out the annoying commenters because I'd be doing that. The mods would be doing that all day long. It's just the really nasty ones and the really mean ones and the ones that are spreading lies and misinformation and the ones that call in here to pay $2 to super chat me an insult, which, by the way, can I just clarify something yesterday? Because I usually try and go back and watch the chat to see what is going on. Melanie, Billy Bush is going to reach out to you today. I told him about your show yesterday. I've already been on Billy Bush. Hello. Here's the thing. They asked me to go onto their show. Right now, I have 37,624 of you watching me. I am not going to abandon you and end my stream when you are relying on me to lead the group therapy and go onto his show, not to be mean or rude or anything. I love Billy Bush and I love what he's doing, but my loyalty is to you, right? My loyalty is to you. So yeah, I love that. And if I'm not doing a live stream at the moment, I'm happy to do that. I'm happy to go on there or anywhere, but I'm never going to abandon you. You will never walk alone. Okay. Thank you. Gen X 1968. I grew up. We started this together and we're going to be here for the end of it. Like, I'm not jumping ship to go on somebody's show. I'm just not doing it. I won't do it. I won't do it. My loyalty is to you. I grew up with actor Robert Grant from Queer as Folk and More. He was a lawyer that became an actor. That's interesting. A lot of lawyers do become actors or do both. And that today's my mom's 78th birthday. Her name is Karen. All she wants for her birthday is Karen Reed to be freed. Thank you, Annette. Happy birthday to your mom, Karen. Gen XJ became a member. Welcome. Camille gifted another 20 memberships. Camille, girl, you're amazing. Thank you. Super kind. And see how kind and generous the people are here. Am I going to jump ship? No, I'm not. I'm going down with the ship. While Hank Brennan is busy rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic, we're here. Lady Dutch, how does the defense know or anyone know what the judge wrote back to the jury? Was it entered into evidence? It should have been marked and entered, but, has been scanned. Will we ever see it? I don't know. Lady Dutch thought about it all night. Sunshine, positive vibes, not guilty today for Karen Reed. Love your show, Sunshine in Vermont. It's been raining here in New York for like a week. And can I just say that seasonal affective disorder is a real thing? But maybe the sun will come out tomorrow. The sun will come out tomorrow. Bet your bottom dollar that tomorrow there'll be sun. And if we get a verdict today, then maybe the sun will come out tomorrow. And to quote another Annie song, because I do love Annie. I saw Sarah Jessica Parker on Broadway as Annie, by the way. I think I also saw the original Annie. Does anybody remember Andrea McArdle? I think I was in her fan club. And whatever happened to Andrea McArdle, the original Annie? There's another Annie song. I think I'm going to like it here. And that's why whenever somebody joins, I say, I think you're going to like it here. That's an Annie quote. Mimi K, once a nurse, always a nurse. That's right. It's true. That's me. Yep. Free Karen Reed today is my birthday and I'm ready. Happy birthday, Eileen. That's like when people refer to me as a former lawyer. It's like, no, I'm not a former lawyer. I'll always be a lawyer. Never given up my bar card or my license, as we call it here. We don't call it a bar card. It's not Diners Club. No, I'm lucky enough to be retired and pivoted to being a YouTuber. The virtual juror sent an email, curious your thoughts of the review of a verdict slip by another brother counsel's brother. He posted to the Bird app. I don't know what a Bird app is. I don't know what, oh, you mean Twitter? I call it Twitter. Again, brother counsel, not that you're doing this, the virtual juror. Thank you for your email. Thank you for that. Brother counsel said this and brother counsel's brother said that. And Andrea said this and Defense Diary says this and Lawyer Lee says this and Peter says this and this one says this and you're wrong. And did I tell you that once you turn 50, you all of a sudden have no more F's to give? And many people will back me up on that. Okay. All right. People say Ted Daniel posted the thing, the new verdict slip. Let's see. Is it true that Ted Daniel got shut out of the courtroom this week? That's a travesty because nobody's been covering this case other than Turtle Boy and Just Machado like him. Okay. He's a local Boston reporter and he did some interviews with Karen and he's amazing. And for him to not be allowed in, listen, they're on some like alleged random. It's an alleged randomizer. New word. Alleged randomizer that allegedly picks 10 media people per week that can come in. And Ted Daniel has been, without really saying it, we know that he's pro Karen Reed. Thank you guys for emailing it to me. I have it pulled up on the Twitter. Or, well, I don't know. Somebody sent this. I have no idea. All right, here we go. We'll take a look at it. You got to do this. You got to do that. You got to do this. You got to do that. Like, anybody ever tell you to calm down or smile? How does that make you feel? Think about it. How does that make you feel? You got to calm down. You should smile more. Here's the new verdict slip for everybody who wants to see it. I'm going to enlarge it. (2282CR117). That is the docket number for the Karen Reed case. Offense number 2. So again, this is slip number 2. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. In the above entitled case, we, the jury, say that the defendant is 1, and then there's a little line that they can check off, or X, or however they choose to do it. There's no right way to do it as long as you mark it. 1, not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense. And then it says in bold, parens, if you find the defendant not guilty of the offense charged or any lesser included offense, stop and sign the verdict slip. 2, guilty of offense as charged, in bold, manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following. Manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and/or manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08% or greater. And then it says in bold font, if you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor. Why am I so short-tempered today, Jenny? I'm not short-tempered at all. It's called humor. That's another thing. Why are you so short-tempered today? Why don't you smile more? Why don't you calm down? Why don't you get Bederow on? There's Auntie Deb. Auntie Deb is here. Auntie Deb is like, bye, Jenny. No, I'm not going to say goodbye to Jenny, but it's like, Melanie, you look so tired today. You look so tired today. It's not a compliment. Melanie, you should dye your hair brown. And then that person who said that yesterday, that I should dye my hair brown, went like all over other socials trying to get my attention. Like, I wasn't trying to be mean. I didn't say you were trying to be mean. I just said, why are you trying to tell me what to do? Everybody wants to rule the world. Oh my God, amazing, amazing. That's right. Everybody wants to rule the world. Are we all on edge? Is anybody on edge? Anybody else on edge? Thank you. Life on Makeup says, you know what you should do? Whatever the hell you want. And then Llama Pajama Mama, or Llama Pajama. I do like the Taylor Swift song, You Need to Calm Down. Yeah, that is a good song. We are Swifties in my house. We are. Anybody who denigrates Taylor Swift in any way has to go. And let me tell you also that I love John Mayer too. When I was seeing The Dead in Vegas, those of you who know will know that John Mayer now plays with The Dead. Somebody had a t-shirt that they were selling that said, But Daddy, I love him. And it had a picture of John Mayer on it, and it was hilarious. Okay. Where were we? If you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of manslaughter while operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, then continue below. 3, guilty of lesser included offense, involuntary manslaughter. If you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of involuntary manslaughter, then continue to the next page. Dun, dun, dun. You need to calm down. You need to calm down. I have Taylor Swift in my head right now singing that to me. Here's the second page. Number 4, guilty of lesser included offense. Motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence. Check one or both of the following. Motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor and/or motor vehicle homicide by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08% or greater. In bold, again, if you find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of motor vehicle homicide, felony, OUI, liquor, and negligence, stop and sign the verdict slip. If you find her not guilty of motor vehicle homicide under the influence of liquor, then continue below. Number 5, guilty of lesser included offense. Operating under the influence of liquor. I will point out this is the only count or the only lesser included that does not involve a homicide. This is a way for the jury to find her guilty of something that does not include the death of John O'Keefe. O'Keefe. The closed captioning kept saying O'Keefe. And I said O'Keefe, but it sounded like O'Keefe. And now I can see why the closed captions were confused. Just like they call Mr. Yannetti, Misty, and Eddie. So the 5th lesser included is guilty of lesser included offense operating under the influence of liquor. Check one or both of the following. Operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor and or operating a motor vehicle with blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. If you find the defendant guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop. If you find the defendant not guilty on this offense and all other offenses, check the first box on page 1. And this is the unanimous decision of all 12 members, XOXO, 4-person, dated whatever day they will come to a verdict. It actually doesn't just say stop. It says, if you find the defendant not guilty of operating a motor vehicle under the influence of liquor, stop. If you find the defendant not guilty of this offense, on this offense, and all the other offenses, go back and check the first box. I'm not guilty. So do you think that this is easier to understand than the first verdict slip? Thank you to everyone who's emailing them to me. We just went over them. Thank you so much. I love you all with all of my heart. I'm being unkind to people who follow me. Does anybody else other than this one person think that I'm being unkind to you? I'm not being unkind to you. I'm sorry if you think I'm being unkind to you. I didn't mean to be unkind to you. I just said whatever. Do you think that the jury slip is easier to understand? Than the first one? Well, now people are saying yes and no with regard to me being unkind and yes and no with regard to the verdict slip. Okay, so again, if you believe that the verdict slip is the new verdict slip that she has now amended, and you know they made a whole motion to amend it, and she wouldn't amend it the first time, but now that there's so much confusion, she's amending it. So if you find that this verdict slip is more easily understood Put a 1 in the chat. How about that? Just put a 1 in the chat if you think it's easier to understand. I do. I think it's easier. I think it gives them more guidance with regard to if you find this, stop. If not, move on. If you find this, stop. If not, move on. And then you move on and move on. And if you find not guilty here, then stop and go back and click the not guilty box. I think it is far easier to understand. And I hope this will help them reach a verdict today. Okay. Yeah, you guys seem to think so too. But again, if she did it right at the beginning of the case, if she did it when they asked for it the first time, perhaps we wouldn't be sitting here on day 4, still waiting. Still waiting. That's a Talking Head song. It is on the playlist. Is it going to help? I don't know. Could they still be arguing back there about what these things all mean and whether or not she is guilty of just the OUI? Yes, they could. Because we are now up to, according to the long climb clock, 16 minutes, 8 seconds, 16 hours, 8 minutes and 25 seconds. Remember, they deliberated for 27 hours last year before a mistrial was declared. 27 hours. And so we're at what, 16 hours? No court tomorrow. Viviendo Conedna says if everything the jury, every time the jury comes in, I get butterflies in my stomach. I can't fathom how Karen must be feeling. I agree. Conservator, I looked on your playlist and I didn't see it, but I got a feeling by the Black Eyed Peas. That's a good one for today. That's a good one for today. Thanks for your super chat. Going to be super nice and sugary sweet for the whole rest of the stream. People said I'm being. Sandy says, why aren't they instructed on a partial verdict? Because she said it's hypothetical and they shouldn't be concerned with the ramifications of their behavior, essentially, or the consequences of their verdict. And I disagree. Because that's the way they do it in Massachusetts, Sandy. Chloe Alvarez Revenge. Anyone thinking there's a juror or 2 dragging this out so they don't have to return to work on Friday? Asking for a friend. Anything's possible. Wendy Darling. Hello, Wendy Darling. Seems like Judge Beveridge wants a hung jury or something. I mean, can you explain her behavior? I just don't get it. Girl, at some point, you just got to stop trying to figure out other people's behavior because you can't control it. You didn't cause it. You can't correct it. I don't know. What I do think is that this case goes far deeper. The ramifications and the implications and the people involved and the nefarious activities that may or may not be going on behind the scenes are far deeper than just the Karen Reed case. Hope's Angel, Friends and Neighbors. I think it's on Netflix. That's the one with John Hamm and Amanda Peet, and it's really good, and I like it a lot. I haven't had a chance to get back to it. Can you turn on captions for deaf people? Of course, I always do, but sometimes what happens is they're actually on. Oh, you mean for me? I don't think you can get captions live for me while I'm live. You can get them on the replay. I don't know why. It's something that YouTube doesn't offer while you're streaming live. It's only after the fact. With regard to the video that I show you while I'm live, I always have the captions on, but sometimes the camera comes on so quickly and the lawyers aren't talking close enough to the mic that they can't get them working fast enough. But KarenRetrial.ai official is the creator who's doing all the baby AI videos and did one of us yesterday while we were on the stream. And it was amazing. We showed it on the stream. Thank you for doing that. And that's awesome. So everyone go follow KarenRetrial.ai official on YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, so that you too can see all of the really fun AI baby videos. So funny. So funny. You know what? Let's play the one that you made yesterday because it was so funny that I want to play it again. I mean, this is how amazing she is. I found out she's a she. I'm not going to tell you her name because maybe she doesn't want you to know her name. This is how funny this is how amazing she is. While I was on the stream yesterday with Bederow, Glara, Auntie Deb, and Nurse Kim, she made this baby AI video of things that we had said in the stream that we were still currently on. Like, if that is not talented and amazing. I don't even know what is. I can barely work Canva. So when I see somebody doing something like this, it blows my mind. They need to get all the credit, and she gets all the credit. So let's watch it. It's funny. If you haven't seen it, I think you're gonna like it. These are things that we said on yesterday's stream. Okay, here it is. Let's put it up for you. That's me. That's baby me. Okay, ready? Here we go. Your channel, but you know, life's a bitch, and so am I. And Carmen knows your address.
Yes, we're 5 strong, powerful women, and you can't stop us.
Look at us.
Listen, this is why people watch this trial and say, what, it's just off. Something is completely off with how they're doing this. And that's why many people think it's a national embarrassment. And there's so much, I mean, you just watch this and you can't look away, whether you are a trial watcher or a lawyer, whoever. I mean, you'll never see anything like this again. It's just so bizarre. There's so much mismanagement in just deliberations. I mean, why?
Brennan's nasal polyp says, I just want to hear Bev say one last time after Karen is acquitted, Miss Reed, you are all set.
If it's a not guilty verdict, it's a choose your own adventure book. What is going on?
What, you know, is it going to be like the last trial? And you know they're talking about that.
Right.
You know they know about it. It's impossible that they don't know, like, holy shit, this is happening again.
We are disgraced, and we've opened our mouths and we have stood tall, okay? And those are things that there have been many of folk that have wanted us to shut up and not have our opinion.
Right.
And the reality is, if that influences them or certain jurors to make a decision one way or the other on the OUI, that's not justice at all. If that's what makes them vote not guilty or guilty on that count, just to avoid this. They ought to be voting on the evidence and the evidence only. And this has been twisted into a complete convoluted mess in the exact same way the first case was. And it's as if they learned nothing. It did nothing right after the first trial to correct it. And it comes back to one person. And she's sitting in the black robe.
Every American following this case right now should be infuriated with what they're seeing. Yeah. Every American following this case right now should be infuriated. This should not happen in the United States of America.
Which is not justice. A jury should never be thinking about, I'm afraid if I do this, this is what will happen. That's not an evidentiary fact-finding trip that they're supposed to be doing. And at this point, you don't know what the hell the jury is doing or why they're doing it. And you're officially in crazy town with this. You don't know what's going on. The jury doesn't understand. The lawyers don't understand. And the DA says, Judge, whatever you decide, I'm cool with. That's where we are.
Feeling positive about this jury. I like that foreman. Saw him with my own eyes. Okay. Saw him with my own eyes. He's a big man. He's a big man with dreadlocks and chains. We will stand up for justice.
Awesome is that? So go give our girl Karen Reed Trial Official Karen Reed Trial.ai official a like and a sub on all of the socials, including TikTok. She needed 10,000 followers on TikTok, I think, to get monetized, and you guys made it happen. So that's amazing. It's very expensive to do this AI stuff. So it takes an army. It takes an army, and there are so many people involved in this. Yes, we just went over the new verdict slip. We just went over it. So if you didn't see, just rewind a little bit and you will see it. It takes an army. And this is an army. We are selfless, we're loud, and we're not giving. We ain't got no quit. We ain't got no quit. back to your questions. Margaret, charge 5 on manslaughter. Charge says lesser charge with offenses. Does that mean manslaughter? Because if it does, then not guilty should be only option. We just went over the verdict slip, and I hope that answered your question. Mike, give my 15-year-old Camden a shout out. Hi, Camden. And you're outside the courthouse watching? That's awesome. Hey, guys. Thanks for coming. Let's hope for a verdict today. Kathy Mick is reminding everyone to hit the like button because you got to do it on each stream because that's the way that the tubes of you work. Justin says today's my mother's 80th birthday. Welcome to your mother. I mean, happy birthday to your mother. Hang on for 1 second. 1 second. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. Talk amongst yourselves. Okay, hold on 1 second. Okay. Luce Avalos says, you earned my future support. Loved your commentary and explanation through the case. Those two things are super important for blind law nerds. Oh, thanks, Luce. Chaos Coordinator says, my daughter just graduated with the BFA in acting, was juror 4 in college. I think I was juror 4 too. I think that's the juror that I was in 12 Angry Men / Women. She's moving to New York soon. California mom is excited and worried for her, but happy she's following her passion, praying for her. Thank you. We're praying. We're all praying. We're all praying. It's all we could really do is pray, right? All we could really do is wait and pray. Valerie says, this trial has been emotionally exhausting. I can't believe the shenanigans happened. I know. We're here again. It's Groundhog Day. It is. It really is. Motion to add The Waiting by Tom Petty. Oh, girl, it's on there. It's been on there since season 1. Watching with my girls, Shelly says, Isabel and Millie, who just finished their exams, are all hoping for a verdict. Free Karen Reed. Preach. Thanks, sis. Brenda became a new member. Tara, thank you. Jody became a new member. Rochelle says hello from South Africa. So ready for this verdict. Free Karen Reed. Oh, we are all so ready for your therapy after going through this with us, says Britt, the ham sandwich bottoms. Oh, thank you, Kathy, for your super sticker. Well, I got a big surprise for you guys. I got a big surprise for you. I have a special guest backstage, and you know what they say. If you don't want to go to them, make them come to you. I present to you, everyone, the one, the only, Billy Bush.
Oh, you come to me. You've come to me, and
I
you'll come
have.
again. And you'll come again.
I will happily.
How
Hi,
are
Billy.
you? Good morning. I'm sorry about the stylist didn't show up this morning. I rolled right out of it. I'm on the West Coast here, Mel. So
you get a little slack. We're gonna give you a little slack. You're on the West Coast. You're diehard. Billy, you have learned, so you know everything about this case. I am fascinated with your knowledge of this case and that you took an interest in it and that you tell us, how did you get interested in this case and when?
Well, I think like a lot of people, I mean, the documentary, I mean, I think the series, the limited series was riveting to me. And that was the smartest thing. I think that amplified her voice in a major way. And, from what we saw in the rollout, you can't make up the facts, but you can present them in your way. And so she, the defense litigated in front of all of us on Max, and I could not take my eyes off the series. And so that's how I got in. And then I, just stayed up on every bit of it. And, I think people are riveted. Talking to so many people outside the courthouse, Melanie, it's like, they're coming from not just Waltham and Peabody and all these different towns. They're coming from Pennsylvania. They talked to a guy from Nebraska. I mean,
London.
Like they're buying plane tickets and flying over because inside there's a justice warrior in everyone,
And Karen Reed could be any one of us.
And that's the same. That's it. They say
she's not a celebrity. She's just a girl. She's just a girl who had a boyfriend who was very successful on her own. She was a financial financial advisor. I'm not sure exactly what she did in finance, but she was successful. She was also a professor. And can I also compliment you on your pronunciation of Peabody? Because
Peabody. Yeah. And by the way, they don't say, and the journalist is the winner of the Peabody Award. They say the Peabody.
I was corrected once, and I never made that mistake again.
Revere, Peabody.
Quincy.
Yeah. I got my producer over here, Lynn, City of Sin. You never come out the way you go in. I mean, I got a lot of family in the Manchester by the Sea and a lot of family in Boston and around. My brother lived in Cambridge for a long time. I went to Colby College in Maine, and I went to boarding school in Newport, Rhode Island. So I kind of had to go through Boston every time, in my life. So I spent a lot of time.
You went to Colby. That's interesting. I have a friend who went to Colby. We'll talk later. But I just also wanted to point out to you, and I hope this doesn't ruin your whole entire day.
Uh-oh.
I have had a hole-in-one.
Oh, no.
116 yards with an 8-iron.
116 yards with an 8-iron?
With a witness.
I'm going to say hit the gym. But that's not fair. How long have you played golf?
Wait, you're telling me to go to the gym?
Yeah. 116 yards with an 8-iron. I see you, Mel, and I see you with a 116 with at least a 9.
It was a whiff. It was a whiff, Billy. Like I missed it.
So it wasn't a pure shot? You're saying it kind of was a da-dink, da-dink, da-dink and bounced off a thing and then rolled around here and went it. Take it.
Yeah, it was raining. The greens were slow. I don't know. I can make a million excuses, but I did have a hole-in-one. And I heard you talking to Owen Wilson about that the other day. So yeah. I said, okay, next time I talk to Billy, I'm going to have to tell him I had a hole-in-one and I just don't want to ruin your whole day. But it'll happen for you.
I'm a negative person. When someone tells, only in that way, when someone says they've had a hole-in-one, I immediately go dark and say, where the hell is mine? I've been playing this game for so long. I'm pretty good at it. I'm like a 9 handicap. I'm a solid player, but I can't. I have the worst thing. Wait, Mel, I have a hole-in-3, which means the first shot on a 200-yard par 3 went out of bounds, and I had to reload, and then that went into the cup. So I have the experience of tee to hole, but I can't write a 1 down. That would be cheating.
How many witnesses were there to that event?
My producer, Rob Silverstein, was there, and so 2 other guys. So we had a foursome going. So there's, a couple caddies.
So I'm saying you couldn't really lie about it. You know what that tells me about you, Billy? You are an honest man. How many people have you played golf with that are like, oh, I just found my ball and they kick out something or they drop a ball out of their pocket? Those are the people you can't trust in life. Golf is a metaphor for life. Those people you can't trust. What do you mean you just wrote down a 5? Like, dude, I saw you take 3 strokes in the woods. What are you talking about?
I got a great story. I got a great story on cheating. This is unbelievable. First of all, George H.W. Bush and Bill Clinton playing golf together. And he's my uncle, so I know. They're playing golf together. Clinton, famously liberal with the swings. He's over there he hits off the tee. He goes into the rough. Clinton goes over. It's like whacking like he's killing things over there. Fire gets out. They go up. And George H.W. Bush was, a stickler for the rules. He said, okay, Bill, what did you have? And he's got the card out. And Bill's like, let's see, at a 6. And he goes, I don't think so. If you don't mind, Bill, off the tee into the rough, there was a couple of swings in there and then out to the front. And he goes, no, swings. What are you talking about? That was practice swing. He goes, well, it's the first time I've ever heard anyone yell shit after a practice swing.
You totally could have covered that and just said, I hit a rock with my practice swing and I thought I broke my wrist. And, but again, do you find that people who cheat at golf cheat in life and you just can't trust them?
Oh my God. I would 100%. I mean, you ever heard of the Maidstone out in East Hampton, Maidstone Golf Club? Very fancy.
Can you get me on there? I don't know what the initiation fees are now, but back in the day, it was like $1 million.
It's like such a family heirloom place. I'm not a member, but the greatest member guest story is a guy that was he was a finance guy and he's the guest and he's in the big member guest. They're doing very well in the tournament. There's a hidden par 3 hole on Maidstone that goes about 135 yards over a dune and you can't see the green. So everybody fires their balls up there. This guy's like, I think I hit that pure. They go down to the green afterwards. He's looking around. He can't find his ball. So he takes one out of the pocket. He's up in the dunes and he drops it out of his pocket. He's like, got it. Found my ball, chips it down onto the green, makes whatever a 4. They find his original ball. Guess where?
Where?
In the hole. He had a hole in one. He cheated because he couldn't find it. He was so desperate to stay in the lead of this tournament. They found him. And at that club, I'm telling you something, they walked up. The member knew, and he said to his guest, let's go. Put your bag on the cart. We're out of here. They suspended the member for a year just for knowing the guy. And the guy who did it, banned for life.
I mean, that's serious.
Is that an unbelievable, it's the best golf cheating story ever.
For those of you who don't know, like when you hit a hole in one at a club, you have to buy everyone at the club a drink. And so there's hole in one insurance for that. And they usually bill you for the hole in one insurance with your dues. And so luckily, I had the hole in one insurance. And so everyone got a free drink and I got my plaque in the clubhouse and it's real. So
everybody gives you a big warm hug and a huge round of Melanie Little. Hey, Melanie gave us the drink today.
They put a poster in the pro shop. I still have it somewhere. It's a long time ago, but it's a good story.
Unbelievable.
It'll come, Billy.
Do you think? I hope so. Listen, if Mel, with your blessing, maybe it'll help. Just a little pixie dust. Are we gonna get our verdict today?
I hope so, because tomorrow's a holiday. Tomorrow's a court holiday, and so the jury knows it's Juneteenth tomorrow. Courts are closed, so they know that if they don't come back today, they may have to come back on Friday. But originally, I think it was a scheduled day off. So I think we're going to see it today because I think
everybody
they're not going to want to come back to. They're not going to want to take a day off and then come back or have a 4-day weekend. So.
And they are youth. Everyone believes that they're back there deliberating, especially over the OUI. And so is it a likely situation in your mind that they come out and they punish her for driving drunk, but not for hitting and killing O'Keefe?
Because
the cops inside all did the same thing. So that's just a laugh.
I know it is. What I think is that based on the jury questions that came out yesterday, I think that they've already decided there was no car accident. I mean, this is just me spitballing with you. I think they've already decided there was no car accident. And remember when I came on your show, I said, John O'Keefe was not hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And if we all decide there was no car accident, we all go home. Well, the defense threw in this little wrinkle now of the OUI standalone charge by itself. The problem is it falls under a lesser included of the manslaughter OUI charge involving a motor vehicle. So if they hang on that, if they hang on the OUI, Massachusetts law says they hang on the entire manslaughter charge and they can choose to recharge her again on manslaughter, not OUI.
Which is what they should have been doing in this retrial altogether because the jury was unanimous the first time on 1 and 3, right? And then Bev screwed up the verdict slip?
Yeah, or she didn't ask them if they had reached a verdict on any count.
Has Bev ever come clean about what happened there? I mean, did she ever have to answer that?
No. I mean, does a narcissist ever admit they were wrong? I mean, it went all the way up to the highest court in Massachusetts. She was affirmed. It pivoted to federal court. She was affirmed there. It went to SCOTUS. They filed a writ of certiorari. SCOTUS refused to hear it. So she's been affirmed, and she likes to tell everyone that frequently. So no. But again, yesterday we had the same confusion as season 1 with the confusion with the verdict slip. eventually yesterday she did amend the verdict slip. So it is a little bit more clear now, but the jury wanted to know yesterday. Their last question was, what was their last question? If we hang, I can't remember right now, but it was confusing. Basically, what I thought the jury really wanted to know was, if we convict her on this OUI, are you going to send her to jail? I think they want, maybe some people on the jury want to convict her of something as some sort of
I think so.
faux justice, right? But they don't want to see her do any jail time.
But you can't, the idea of convicting her on an OUI while every one of these cops who are supposed to be setting an example in the community are all ham. Not like Higgy Baby's giving himself a whole bunch of drinks at the waterfall. He's driving back to Albert's for a couple of drinks. Then he's driving down to the Canton PD to move cars with, after a, then he's driving around all night like an Uber driver, as drunk as he is.
Right. And he actually says he left the party at 34 Fairview because there was no whiskey. They only had beer, so he had to leave. And then he claims after we went to the police station, he went home, had a couple more drinks. JMO and ginger is his drink of choice. And I have questions about whether he ever went home. But the last question the jury asked yesterday that the judge would not answer for them was, if we find not guilty on 2 charges, but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge?
Yeah, it should be sparsed out. I thought that's the amendment of the jury verdict slip. When they sparse that out, they're allowed to pick each one, because if they come back and retry all of count 2 because they think she was drinking that night, and she was obviously drinking that night, then that's a total waste of time. You think another jury is going to come together and say, okay, this is going to go on and on. They need to go and talk to Peggy O'Keefe, who's mad as a skunk. She hates Karen Reed. She's hated her from the beginning. And they got to go to Peggy and say, Peg, it's time. I know that we're going to keep going around this hamster wheel. Let's just say it's a miscarriage of justice and turn our attention to honoring your amazing son for the uncle that he was, the man that he was. And everybody comes to the party every year to honor John, until Albert and Higgins drift away and they eventually stop coming, and they stop doing this. And Peg says, okay, but she hates Karen so much, she may be like, no, we go again. What do you think?
I think there's no love lost there between Karen and Peg at all. I think that was clear in her testimony. And I think it was clear in Karen's video clips that they used against her. I think that this goes so deep that I think that Michael Marcy, the district attorney, will never stop persecuting Karen Reed. They have been known to try people in Massachusetts 3 and 4 times after a mistrial, so it's not unheard of in Massachusetts. And I think that there are implications that are far-reaching with regard to other people who may or may not be involved in this case that are very powerful. That if Karen Reed is not acquitted outright or retried until the cows come home, let's just say, there are some other things that could happen. I think the FBI is still watching what's going on here. And I think they're investigating a lot of other things. We don't know exactly what, but I'm sure they're watching.
But that all comes down to Trump, right? I mean, look, if he wants to get Todd Chrisley from, Chrisley knows best. If he wants to free him, he can. They all work for him now. There's no inspector generals. So if he decides, but he also wants, he wants to be a law enforcement guy. He wants to stand behind them. I don't know.
I mean, that has to do, with the U.S. attorney. There was a changing of the guard. And so I don't really know what they're doing there. And I don't know. These aren't federal charges, but so I don't know what'll happen if Karen Reed is acquitted, whether anybody else will ever be investigated. But it may go deep into the, the MSP itself or the district attorney's office. Like we just don't know. We just don't know what we don't know.
I heard something interesting this morning, which I didn't know. Someone in the chat said that Maura Healey, the governor of Massachusetts, her mom and Mike Morrissey's mom, the two moms were buddies in Quincy, and they would get their hair done together, which made me think of Matilda Cuomo, Andrew Cuomo's mom, and Donald Trump's mom used to be buddies, and every, second Thursday, they'd have their hair done with the salad bowl on top, which is so crazy because they're enemies. But these two, thick as thieves, the mothers, so I guess Maura Healey and Michael Morrissey have known each other their whole lives.
There's a lot of that going on here. It's very incestuous, the state of Massachusetts, very incestuous. Do you know that in the 90s, Chris Albert, who's the father of Colin Albert, who's, NPC or some sort of player in this case. Anyway, he's now a town selectman for the town of Canton.
Yeah,
But in the
Chris.
90s, he was arrested in a hit and run fatality. He fled the scene, killed a man who was an exchange student by the name of Peter Berger. Fled the scene, turned himself in 30 hours later with his attorney, was sentenced to 6 months in jail. His attorney was Beverly Cannoni's brother.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
That also reminds me of a certain senator from the state when the old dad, whoops.
Yeah.
Disappear after the
Judge
car.
Cannoni's mom, right? And Marcy's mom, they did work. They're both from Quincy.
It is incestuous. The thing about Boston and that whole area, I spent, tons and tons of time there, is in the worst way and also the best way. Like when you look at Boston sports, the community is it's so unbelievably tight. And you look at these, Irish Catholic families and these Italian Americans and these deep, deep family bonds. But that thin blue line is like,
Yeah. I back the blue 100%. I have a lot of law enforcement in my family. I would have members of the organized crime task squad at my dinner table growing up. My dad had friends with a lot of law enforcement, high level, the guy who arrested Son of Sam. But nobody hates a bad cop more than a good cop.
I love that line. I love that line.
Yeah.
I think Yannetti, someone said Yannetti said that, Peter Murphy. I love talking to Peter Murphy, the retired police. I've just become such friends with this guy. I just love him so much. He's out there, and I think he's the perfect. If you wanted a face for that amazing statement you just shared, it's him. You know what I mean? Like it's just welling up in him. He's out there every day, and what a community day. What the hell are they going to do when this is over? I mean, people are camped out and become best friends, and they're all in chat groups and.
Right. They'll move on to the next, the people and from talking to Peter Murphy was a Canton police. For those of you who don't know, he was a sergeant in Canton PD for over 30 years. He's been very vocal. He's been a very big supporter of Karen Reed. He's outraged by what is happening here. He's been an emotional support person for me throughout this because I've been relentlessly attacked and stuff by trolls. And he's an amazing human, and they'll move on to the next corrupt thing in Massachusetts because people who live in Massachusetts have been dealing with this for decades. They will tell you that. And they're mad as hell, and they're not going to take it anymore.
Yeah, I told him he ought to run
from network.
He needs to run for mayor of Canton. But from the top down, it's just someone's got to come in every once in a while. Like I told you, they did it with the CIA in the early 70s. And you got to come in. You got to go top down and completely clean up an organization, and with someone who is, symbolically recognized as a statesman or stateswoman. You know what I mean?
Right. There's plenty of other causes, and this is, it's a definitely a bunch of people who came together for justice. And like you said, there's people coming from all over the world to support to the buffer zone. And I think people realize that this could be any one of us. And so that's why people are watching and they're speaking out about it. And they just can't believe, what's
we
going on
need our
here.
police. We need our police in our communities. And, when I was a little kid, it was like, you want to grow up, you want to be a fireman, you want to be a policeman. This was a revered position. And people like, Peter can feel that he's standing on quicksand. It's slipping, beneath his feet. And, we got to get back to that. We got to get back to where we look at these people and are, we feel safe and we feel good. And
it hurts.
We pick up their tab. I see a cop come into a restaurant or a bar or whatever. I love to grab the tab. Thank you. In Boston, these guys shouldn't be getting a side eye.
Right. Right. And yeah, it's exposing a lot of stuff, the Karen Reed case, because they expected her to take a plea. Remember that group text message famously between the Alberts and the McCabe's? If she takes the plea, it's all over. If not, it's a whole other episode.
I know.
Here we are. Episode 36, season 2, longest season in history. Because I think Law and Order in the heyday was only something like 24 episodes. Here we are.
I know.
Remember when TV shows used to have a lot of episodes in the season?
I do think it ends today, though. I do think so, and I think part of it has to do. The jury knows the clock, and they're also hammering over the last kind of minutia. And maybe there's a lunch break, but it's definitely it's got to come down today. There's just.
I hope so. Here's a guy who released a book. Michael McKay, Boston author. He said, I just released my new novel about the Norfolk DA's office called You Leave Me No Option. They are so corrupt.
Okay.
I don't know if that's real or not, but thanks for your 50. This is what we do on YouTube. We engage with the audience, Billy. Welcome to the tubes of you. It's a whole different animal from network television. So welcome.
God. I know. Thank God. Oh my God. I was such a coward for so long. I should have done it long ago, but I was healing. I was going through my own disastrous life experience and trying to get my head together and I was afraid, I was afraid of comments and if people said things about me. I couldn't take anymore. I was too scared. And now I don't give a shit. I mean, it's just a beautiful, liberating experience. And so,
yeah,
thank you.
I tell my audience, it's kind of like when you turn 50, it's like all of a sudden you have no more F's to give. I just don't care. Come at me. Come for me in the comments. I don't care.
I mean, in 11 years, I'm 39 right now, and I'm just kidding.
No, when you get there, though, you will find out that you will have no more F's
I tell
to give.
people that I'm older than I am. If someone says, "Oh, I thought you were young," I always say, "How old are you?" I say, I'm 68, and they're like, "Wow, you look great."
That's a good one.
I'd rather that response than, "Oh, how old are you? 47?" No, I'm 53. Oh, okay.
There's, men age very gracefully. There's the hot men older men are hot. I mean, look at the way George Clooney is aging, and Kevin Costner.
Brad Pitt looks better than ever, but I think he had a facelift. He had a facelift from that Levine, Dr. Levine in New York. If you got to spare $350,000 or whatever it is, Levine is doing the facelifts. He did Kris Jenner, he did Brad Pitt, he did allegedly Aguilera, all these people, but he's doing the premier work. I
want to know who did Demi Moore. I want Demi Moore's plastic surgeon because she looks natural and she looks amazing.
Yeah.
Let's find out who did Demi Moore. Here's a question for you. Tails wants
love your
to
chat
know,
with Billy. Before you let him go,
make sure you ask him about his newfound love of pineapples, his new favorite fruit. I think I know where this is going because I do know about the pineapple thing because
you tell me and let's make sure we're aligned here because I don't want to step out if I'm wrong.
Apparently, thank you, Tales from Canada. It's some sort of swinger symbol, like people do it on cruises. They'll put a pineapple on their door or an upside down pineapple. I really don't know, but Dave Matthews, who I love, sings about pineapple grass bracelets. And I'm not going to say that that's where it's going, but I will tell you that there's a destination concert that happens in Cancun every year, and there's a pineapple club.
Have you been?
It's yeah, I go every year.
And what happens there?
It's a lot of fun. It's 3 concerts on the beach. You have to be staying at the resort. No, it's not that.
No.
But the people who know about the pineapple know about the pineapple, is what I'm saying. I can't confirm or deny because I'm not into the whole. Listen, I'm of the opinion if you're with somebody that you want to share, then you're with the wrong person. I just don't get it, but it's not for me.
Yeah, I also don't have the courage. I mean, I can barely hang on to one, so I don't need to be bringing in competition or extra company. Peter Murphy also said there's the keys in the bowl thing, which I didn't know about swingers, which apparently you just pull out, you go to a parking lot, and there's a bowl, and you grab a set of keys, and you just go, dit, dit, and you unlock, and then the lights flash over there, and you go, that's where you know where you're going.
That's so creepy, because what if you picked out Higgins? What if you picked out Higgins' keys?
It's a total crapshoot. You might hit the Margot Robbie, 4x4, or you might hit the Roseanne Barr. You don't know.
Goes back to Eyes Wide Shut. Remember the Eyes Wide Shut movie with Nicole Kidman and Tom Cruise back in the day? That was what the whole thing was about. Really rich people who wear masks and they have nothing else to do, so they start doing these kind of things. I don't know. I don't get it, but no shade to
just-
anybody.
Just
out there
because you
who-
mentioned it, you got to throw a shout out that literally everything Nicole Kidman does is fantastic. I'm watching. I think she's so good. 9 Perfect Strangers. Watched it last night. Can't get enough. I should have gone to bed. I stayed up and watched it. She does. I mean, she works way too much, but everything she does, she hasn't missed.
Did you watch Lioness?
Oh yeah, I watch
Yeah, I
everything.
did.
I'm a total junkie. I gotta get into. I mean, there's nothing I haven't seen. Have you seen Mobland?
I tried it. I couldn't get into. Like I tried. Maybe I'll have to go
Pierce
back. To it.
Brosnan's accent too much for you?
Yeah, I think that maybe that's what it was. I don't know.
It was a great big. He was doing a little heavy on the accent, but I love that. Friends and Neighbors with
I'm into
John
that now.
Hamm.
I love anything John Hamm touches. I'm there. I'm so there. In fact,
People think he's sexy.
we're casting a fake movie for the Karen Reed trial, and in our fake casting yesterday, we had 4, or the day before, we had 4 options. We narrowed it down to 4 to play Alan Jackson, and we had I
Gotta go
wanted
local.
John Hamm in there for my own personal reasons. We had John Hamm, Robert Downey Jr. Who were the other 2, you guys?
Ben
And
Affleck?
Robert Downey Jr. was like the overwhelming favorite. I was kind of
Casey
surprised.
Affleck,
But
Ben Affleck, try to get the Boston community, even though Alan's an LA guy.
you know what? I'm a little upset about none of them speaking out about the Karen Reed case, and so I said they're not allowed to be in my fake casting because where are
John
they with their
Stamos.
giant? We had Robert Downey. Here's what we got down to: the 4 finalists were Robert Downey Jr., Rob Lowe, John Hamm, and John Stamos.
Yeah,
John
Stamos
Stamos-
is big into it.
He is. He shouted her out and invited her to a concert. He only got 16% of the vote, and we had 13,000 votes. That's a pretty good sampling.
So the
So-
lead was John Hamm. Who was the runaway?
No, Robert Downey Jr. with 43%, Rob Lowe
RDJ.
at 23%, John Hamm at 16%, and John Stamos at 16%.
This is fun. The best I've heard for Beverly Cannoni is Amy Schumer, which is
She'd be great.
right. You got to get big, beautiful bangs, and I can see Schumer with a big set right there, and she'll nail the accent. She'll some BBBs as they could,
Yes.
low hangers right there, big, heavy ones, beautiful curtains.
Yep.
And then let's see. Oh, and then you got, big casting would be is Hank Brennan. You really got to get that right because he's a good
Somebody
one.
pointed out to me the perfect dead ringer for him is Mr. Bean. The guy who plays Mr. Bean.
Oh,
I thought
my-
that was a great choice.
Yeah, no one knows his real name. He's just
Somebody
Mr.
pointed it out to me. I forget his real name.
He's
I
Mr.
had
Bean. Yeah,
I
the
had
other
to
one for
IMDb
Bev
him for
was
the
was
pictures.
Gary Busey, but I thought that was a little rude.
to play Hank Brennan.
No, for Bev.
Oh, we also had Ann Dowden, I think, in there. We haven't voted yet on the others, but Kathy Bates would be a great judge. Or, Meryl Streep can be anybody. We have an unlimited budget for our fake film, so we can pretty much
And
hire anyone.
I don't think it's going to be a fake film. I mean, at some point, this thing is, why not make it? We don't know our ending yet.
Who would you cast for Karen Reed? We had a lot of contenders
Some
on
people
that.
said that I should play Turtle Boy. I don't know. So I
I
think,
would allow that.
yeah, I got to tighten the hair up a little bit, but I could do it, Naden County. I could absolutely do it.
He's been on your show.
I'll rant and rave outside the courthouse. So, I mean, unless Turtle plays himself, he looks like he could. So
Rowan Atkinson is the actor who is Mr. Bean.
that's right.
I want to play myself because I need to be a character in the movie.
Oh, you got to play yourself. You've got the chops. I can see that.
You've had Turtle Boy. You've had Aiden Carney on your show. I call him Aiden because that's his God-given name, and that's what I call him. You've had him on your show several times.
Oh, I know who plays you.
We love him here. Who?
I know who plays you. I'm not sucking up to you because you got a big audience. I'm not doing it, although I would. It's not beneath me. You ready?
Mhm.
Michelle Monaghan. You're welcome.
I love Michelle Monaghan, but she's too young, Billy. She's too young. But she was just in White
She's-
Lotus.
You look, I mean,
Thank you.
she's right in there in the same wheelhouse as you. But Michelle Monaghan, hot off the White Lotus, right into the Karen Reed trial in the role of Melanie Little.
She could play Karen Reed, actually.
Too tall. I had a good one for Olivia Wilde for Karen Reed. I heard that was.
I like Olivia Wilde, but
She's
I think
wild.
we need someone who's like powerful on the outside and fragile on the inside. Somebody who can do that, like a Rose Byrne, maybe, or like
Oh,
somebody with
You know who if you want this thing to be successful, you got to put someone in here. Here's someone that needs to be in there, and I don't know the role, but Sarah Paulson is an absolute winner. You put her in a limited series, and that thing goes to the Emmys every time.
Just ask Ryan Murphy.
Yeah, Ryan Murphy.
Everything that Ryan Murphy does, right?
Right back to that well.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good casting right there.
Why is he putting Kim Kardashian in everything lately?
You know, here's something interesting. I'm the first to be like, what the hell? But actually, if you watch the SNL 50th anniversary thing, I think Kim is actually a pretty decent actress, which is she's got a huge following. So you got the benefit of the 400 million, people she sends out to. She gets a lot of attention wherever she goes, but she actually is a pretty good actress.
You think?
Yeah. Yeah.
I tried watching whatever the first time she was in American Horror Story.
Not so good.
I don't want to shade Kim Kardashian because I don't want her to come after me because I just don't. So I'm not going to say anything. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to say go watch the first season of American Horror Story that she was in, and perhaps she's
Well, maybe the training wheels are off, and she's now
also a lawyer now.
She's a lawyer. She's a Spanx owner, a Skims owner, a lawyer, an actress, a billionaire. She has a big jet. All this, like, what the hell? Life is incredible.
I know.
And where did it all begin? I don't know. Just a kid,
I love these self-made women, though. Bethany Frankel, another big favorite of mine.
Assistant. She was Paris Hilton's personal assistant and friend. Back when Paris was blowing up, and she was like, Kim, grab my purse. Kim, get my things. Kim. And then Kim just went right up on top.
Paris Hilton is another one, though. Rough childhood, got, thrown into those troubled teen camps and has been making changes in Congress to start regulating those troubled teen camps. And did you hear that story about her? There was a fabulous documentary on YouTube about Paris Hilton. You guys, if you haven't watched it, go watch it. It will change your opinion of Paris Hilton. She's amazing. Like, she's strong as hell, and she's self-made, and she was in like solitary confinement in one of those horrible troubled teen camps. And while she was sitting in the hole, like naked and shivering, she was like, I will never, ever, ever be poor. And she came out of there and made herself what she is.
Isn't it amazing? Like, this is the message we need to be shared. This is why cancel culture is a terrible, terrible idea. Right. Paris Hilton should be allowed to evolve over her life. People should, and it was a rough ride. And the fact that she's made it to the woman that she is now is incredible. But was there enough grace for her? Probably not. What are we sending the message to our kids? You have to be able to screw up, to fail, to be, make dumb mistakes, and then become something else. Look at Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel was on the Man Show. He was jumping around with naked girls, on trampolines all the time. And now he's a, great liberal justice warrior. I don't like everything Jimmy says, but I will tell you, he's been allowed to become the new Jimmy.
Right.
So everyone should be allowed. If liberal darling Jimmy can, everybody should be able to.
How about another redemption song for, I don't want to, bring up your friend Bill Clinton or anything, but Monica Lewinsky now has a podcast.
Yeah.
She was.
I get in her chat sections.
And I love Monica Lewinsky. She has come out now. She's doing interviews. She's finally got her power back, and she's speaking out against bullying. And what happened to Monica Lewinsky was horrific.
Horrific.
Her life was ripped from her.
I was a radio disc jockey during that time. I was in morning radio. I had a morning zoo show on Z104 in Washington, D.C. during those years, 1996 to 2001. I had a 5-year morning show, and it was during that time. And I kept hammering away going, what about him? Are you kidding me? Why are we excoriating this woman? What the hell?
It was terrible.
She was treated so terribly, Monica Lewinsky. And if you look in her Instagram, you'll see my little comments in there. I'm like, you go, girl. I'm giving her,
I'm in there too. Like, come on my show, Monica. Monica, I've always been Team Monica.
Yeah, no, she will.
And she's doing a great job. She's a good interviewer. I've seen her interview a bunch of people, and she's good.
Yeah. Meghan Markle hanging it up after another new podcast, new season. She's gone. The female founder thing is a vibe. You talked about it. Maybe you do it.
Yeah.
Maybe you're the female founder interviewer.
I don't know. I'm interviewing you right now.
Maybe
you did
not
a pretty
now.
good job.
Yeah, middle-aged man founder of what? Himself. He found himself, folks, at middle age. This is a founder's interview.
But this is what happens, right? You get
Yeah.
to be a certain age. You don't want to have a boss anymore, right? Be the boss.
You know what the
Billy.
irony is? If you
Be the
look at
boss.
the name of my podcast, like this hot mic thing is like, you know, it was like it was an epiphany moment. Like I was so like, oh, the shame, the whole thing, I'll never get rid of this albatross and this that hangs over my shoulders. And I'm like, he did the talking anyway, but the mics were hot and that's it. And oh, what am I going to do? Well, guess what? I own the name. I own the show. I own the thing. And it's now what silenced me is now actually the portal to your authentic voice.
But tell us the tagline. The mics are hot, but this time
we know they're on.
Genius. Genius.
Painful
genius.
to get there, but holy mackerel. Here we are, baby.
It's freedom.
Yeah, life is amazing. That's why I read Stoic philosophy. And I study, helped me get through the rough times. But life is gonna it's a shit sandwich, eat it or starve, and some terrible things are going to happen to everyone. Nobody goes unscathed. But you can grid yourself to how you respond, knowing it's not permanent. Nothing.
The only way out is through.
Yes.
Right? And until you've lost everything and then had to get it back, I know I've been there, a lot of people have been there, and it builds a special sort of resilience. And then you get it. Things click into place. Everything happens for a reason. Whatever happened to you made you stronger.
Yeah.
And
people say, people will say, don't worry. In the end, this is going to be the best thing that ever happened to you. And when you're in it, you're like, shut the hell up. You have no idea what you're talking. And then there's a reason why people say it.
Mm-hmm.
Because in the end, you look back and you're like, God darn it. Shit, they were right. And it's true. It's like I was a person that had never gone through anything. I was like kind of sheltered and a little, look at me. I talked to, celebrities on red carpets and this is fun. That's not, there's nothing challenging so far. And then, life hands you something. And then you're like, okay, now I'm somebody.
Right.
You know what it means to live and, get through stuff.
How long ago was that hot mic moment?
2016, 9 years ago.
Right.
But the actual tape, the actual recording was 2005. So when it came out, it was already 11 years old.
Yeah.
They were digging through to find anything they could to take this guy out. They got the wrong guy.
They dragged you in.
Some people say the right guy. I don't know. Haters.
We try to stay away from politics on this channel because it will lose half the audience, and it's just
yeah. Me too. I'm a registered independent, man. I call myself a radical centrist, man. Right up the middle.
We're just out here fighting for justice.
Fighting for justice. We need a verdict today. I believe we're going to get one.
I hope so.
How long are you going today? You just go all day.
I go all day. I'm going to sit here until it's over. I've dedicated my life to this since January of 2024. And as Alan Jackson said, we ain't got no quit. So we're here. We talk.
Amazing.
It's like group therapy.
I'm building up my stamina. I can't keep up with you right now. You're like a long distance runner. You're like a Kenyan marathoner. I'm just I'm Rosie Ruiz, if you remember her.
It's like, dude, she
that
took
was
the subway.
Marathon. Was that the Boston Marathon?
It was New York.
New York.
Because she took the subway to the finish line. I know my sister's watching, and I know that we know Rosie Ruiz. People were making phony phone calls to Rosie Ruiz when this happened.
She jumped out like 2 miles, right? And she took the subway, started the race, took the subway to the end, came out running, won the New York. Who is this Rosie Ruiz? She's doing interviews. She's got flowers. She's like, thank you. She's doing, oh my God. What a great story.
Funny. So funny. Yeah, we just got to laugh or we're going to cry. So it's good to have you on and to just like talk about other things for a little while because we're still here. We're still waiting. And it's 11:19 on the East Coast.
Yeah, no, 11:09. Okay, so what time's lunch? 12:30.
People are saying it's the Boston Marathon. I don't know. I thought it was the New York Marathon, and everyone's in the chat saying maybe it was the Boston. I stand corrected.
I think it was Boston.
I thought it was New York because of the subway.
I mean, you're going to get a
Aspect.
little more
Boston have
time
a
on
subway too? I don't know.
you're going to the metro. You're going to get
Rosie,
a
we're-
little more
All right,
time
here we go.
on the winner's stand in Boston. New York is way too high profile. 100% Boston, according to Little Cupcake.
Yep. And
Boston.
1980, somebody says it was in 1980. Wow, I'm old. But I do remember joking about it, and I do remember that people, or did she do it twice? People were saying, I don't know.
I think
Boston has subways. I'm sorry, Boston. I just remember being in New York and thinking this was the craziest story. And okay, we
she
stand
ran
corrected.
the New York Marathon.
Apologies.
She ran the New York Marathon, but she faked the win. In Boston. She's like, no, I'm never going to win this thing. I'm tired of entering all these marathons. It's time to cheat.
She took the green line. They're telling me she took the green line.
It's just time to cheat.
I
I'm going
know.
to cheat my way. Yeah.
Like
Never,
your
never
buddy.
cut corners. Never cut corners. You know, it's like the Wordle. You want to cheat. You gotta grind out the Wordle, which I did today. And it's very, very difficult. If anyone did the Wordle today, they know.
Oh, don't tell me because I'll do it.
Oh no, it's
I mean,
all my guys are getting. I have a league. I compete in Wordle golf. So you'll love this because there's 6 chances for Wordle. That's if you play an average golf hole as a par 4. So hole in one, eagle, birdie, par, bogey, double bogey, or you're out. So today I parred the hole. But guys are getting doubles and fanning out too. Although it's a very tough one today.
Okay, all right. Well, it sounds like a challenge to me.
I got a 4. I think you should play it, and then I think you should hold it up and be honest about what you got.
I'm going to. I will.
Okay,
I will. I totally will. We'll have a little competition.
Little V. Bush today in a massive Wordle show.
Maybe we'll play some golf soon. But there are a lot of men who don't like to play golf with women. I'll be honest.
Where are you coming from?
My brother might be one of them.
Are you a Boston person?
Long
No.
Island.
You're in Long Island.
Mm-hmm.
Get out
No,
of here.
I'm
We're
on
master
Long
people.
Island, Billy. On Long Island, not in Long Island. On Long Island.
My buddies who live out there call it Strong Island.
You can we will accept that too.
Are you?
I'll allow it.
Are you? Let me say you like Lloyd's Neck, Cold Spring Harbor, or you?
Getting closer.
Really?
Mhm.
Huntington?
Ish. North Shore. Yeah.
North
Can't
Shore.
say because people, you can't see. Here's the thing about YouTube: don't tell anybody any personal information because it's a thing. Like immediately take all your kids off Instagram. Like privatize. Like what your public Instagram. Take your wife and kids off. You saw what they did to Dr. Wolf, Crash Daddy's wife, on Twitter. I don't play on the cesspool of Twitter, but they're like relentless.
Yeah.
So if you're gonna wade into the tubes of you, you got to privatize your stuff. It's unfortunate, but there's a lot of crazy people out there.
Well, I can't at this point, can I privatize? I mean,
No.
I don't know. I guess I just got to take it. But if you, anyone else connected to me, watch out. I know people deep state. No, I'm making it up. I don't. Anyway, it's just, I got to tell you, I am absolutely on the edge of my seat right now. I'm so scared to go to work. I have to go tape extra. So I got to take a shower. I got to do all that. And then I got to go tape the television show. But the whole time I'm going to be looking at my phone and alerts on Karen talking about something else when all I want to talk about is Karen in that moment.
What is the hot stuff that Extra's talking about? And are you leaving Extra? Or are you
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, I'm going all in. We're going to be going 4 or 5 days a week as soon as we get out of Extra. I'm done with Extra at the end of the summer. So going into the new season, they'll hire a new host, and I will be going 5 days a week here. Tell you what I'm really looking to do is I'm also looking at I like tonnage. I like live. I like tonnage. I like 2-3 hours a day, so I'm talking to a few partners of kind of like Rich Eisen, how he does sports. I'd like to do the zeitgeist.
You've got a great voice for radio too. So you translate well to radio.
My first job was in Lake Winnipesaukee, New Hampshire, on a radio station called Oldies 105. I sold airtime by day, and at night I was on the radio from 6 to 9 spinning oldies songs. And my voice, I had this I was just like little 23-year-old guy, and they were like, people thought I was an older person.
So funny because I used to spend my summers at summer camp right there in New Hampshire.
Really?
My whole life. Yep.
Guilford,
And,
Meredith, where were you?
Wolfboro.
Wolfboro.
And you know
That's
who
where-
it also spends summers there, and I'm going to get it wrong now. Is it Jimmy Kimmel or Jimmy Fallon?
Fallon.
Who named his daughter Winnie after
Yeah.
Lake Winnipesaukee?
Oh, that's after Winnipesaukee? Yeah, it's definitely Fallon.
Yeah, isn't that awesome?
I was on WLKZ Oldies 105, Wolfboro, Laconia, Guilford. I think that's the way the top of the hour went. But
I did that drive a couple of weekends ago. I take the ferry and then drive up, and I love it there, and it's beautiful. It's still beautiful, but the houses on Lake Winnipesaukee now are like $8 million. It's crazy.
Shoot. I rented one for nothing, and I became successful in the sales. It started clicked for me that I ended up buying a boat, but it was a used boat. I only bought it for $1,500, and I had a little dock outside the house I rented in Guilford, New Hampshire. And I looked out one day, and the boat had sunk, and it was just the tip of the bow. I was like, "Oh boy,
Boat
do I
is just
pay
a
for
hole
this?"
you throw money into. Best day of a boater's life. Well, for me, anyway, was the day that boat was sold.
Exactly.
Say.
I have one now, and every year I'm like, what am I doing? I'm going to winterize this thing.
My dad taught me a lot of things. One of the things is, you buy cheap, you buy often. Another one was better to have a friend with a boat than a boat. I should have listened to him.
That's so true.
Right?
Better have a friend with a summer house or like a second home, somewhere too. Rent.
Oh, yeah.
Airbnb is the greatest thing in the world. You don't want to own the property taxes, the whole thing.
Tell us what they're talking about on Extra. What's the hot topic right now?
Well,
I can't read.
I got to say, because I've been so into Karen, I'm going to assume that there could be a little lively Baldoni. There could be what would be F1 Brad Pitt. That movie is next week, and so he's hitting premieres everywhere, wherever he goes.
What was with that the blue velvet blazer that he had on the other day? What was that about? Who's his stylist?
He had two bad ones.
Get the guy a stylist. He's a beautiful man. Can we get him a stylist and a girlfriend who's age appropriate? How about that?
Is she not age appropriate? How old is he?
I have no idea, really.
She's like 30 something. Yeah, his face. I don't know. Yeah, the age appropriate thing. You really do get extra points
for being age appropriate.
Yeah,
right.
I think
know.
so.
It's okay. I mean, because when a woman goes with a younger guy, it's a whole scandal. But when a guy is with a younger woman, it's like totally cool. Good for him. Attaboy.
I agree with that.
Right?
Yeah, I agree with that. It's fun. I don't know why, but I guess over time, it's just been a thing.
I guess.
The older man. And men, I'll tell you why men do it. Why they don't go age inappropriate. Why my friends, have much younger ladies, is afraid of dying. It just comes down to the male fear of not just losing potency or mattering anymore. Is the fear of death.
Yeah.
And a young person gives you that sense of, but in the end, my parents were married for dad died 4 years ago. They were married for 58 years or whatever. I said to my mom, Mom, you had a beautiful marriage with Dad. That's just, amazing you guys made it so long and stuck through and what a beautiful, happy marriage. She goes, well, not always. There were some years there. I said, well, how many years? She goes, I was unhappy for 15. I mean, imagine anyone hanging through 15 years anymore of unhappiness. It's like, bail.
My parents over 50 years too. And one day, we asked my dad, what's the secret? And he said, travel a lot.
Yeah. Oh, I've heard that too.
He would go to work on Monday. He would come home on Friday. He was traveling. He was in syndication. And back in the day, you had to go to all the local markets, So he was in Dubuque. He sold television. He sold syndicated television.
What?
Had his own company.
What did he sell? Like game shows or extra or Judge Melanie? What?
He had a show. We're going back.
He would sell Judge Melanie.
Like he would sell movies in packages, right? So he would have like an entire kung fu series that he would sell to networks, and they could play them a certain number of times. And there were certain other TV shows, and he was like when syndication first became a thing.
Yeah.
Certain shows like that, and I guess that's the secret to a 50-year plus marriage. It's a lot easier to get into than it is to get out of.
They
Let's
say
just put it that way.
They say I can't miss you if you don't go away.
For like 10 minutes in my law career, I decided I was going to do this new thing called collaborative divorce. A lot of celebrities do it because it's private and you hire like a whole team, financial person, a
Is this
child
conscious
expert.
uncoupling? Is that same thing?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I did it like for 5 minutes. I'm like, why am I doing this? Like it was the worst decision ever. It's so vitriolic. It's so
Yeah. So
like hard. It's like marriage is much, a lot of people. And so my busiest season, I forgot I was going to say mid thought, the busiest season for divorce lawyers, you know when it is? Guess.
Beginning of summer, end of spring. No.
It is the day that the final child goes off to college.
Oh my God.
Because so many people say we're in it. We're just going to stay in it for the kids. We're going to stay in it for the kids.
Yes.
Then all of a sudden the last kid goes off to freshman year and they're like, all right, that's it. I'm done. I'm out.
Okay, we love you. Bye. Goodbye. You're the greatest. Larry, get your freaking bags. Get the hell out of the house. Oh my God.
Funny, right? But true. Ironic.
Oh my God.
Don't you think? A little
Yeah.
too ironic.
I wouldn't want to live in like with heavy air, all around me. You know what I mean? If it's like
not good for the kids.
It's not. And then you really got to make the good relationship with the ex. And that means sacrifice. It means just like, if there's a tie, it goes to them. You know what I mean? Just
right.
Life's too short. Don't fight.
It is.
I know this.
I predict a verdict is going to come in when you're taping your segment on whatever you're talking, like Brad Pitt, and you're going to be so pissed.
And there's an Esther Ramon. I know. Now I'm going to make sure that I can respond quickly. Either way, we've got the main podcast today at 5 Eastern. So that will be when the court's closed anyway.
Right.
But I hope to be able to pull the plug and jump on and the whole thing. But
so if you want me for 5 o'clock, tell Steve or whoever's texting me that today would be good. Depending on what happens. I will jump on. I promise you that. Because the other day he said, can you come on? And I'm like, I have all of these people here and I can't abandon them. They're my people. So just let me know.
All right. Well, make sure you get a nice little glass of water. You're incredible. I'm learning stamina from you. Melanie, thank you. Thanks a million. Thanks for having me on here. And
thank you for
hi, everybody.
Thank you for coming on. Billy Bush, everyone. The mics are hot, but this time he knows they're on. I mean, that is like the best.
I stand up, but I'm in the boxers. I kid.
I only dress above the waist too.
All right.
Thanks,
care,
Billy.
Melanie.
Talk soon.
Thanks a million.
Bye. Well, that was fun. Wasn't that fun? He's a great guy. I mean, I didn't know him until he invited me on his show, and now, like, he may be my non-consensual best friend. Not in a platonic way. You guys allow it? He's married. He has a beautiful wife. I think he has a long-term marriage too, which is unusual for Hollywood. So good for him. Whatever Billy's doing, he's doing the right thing. That's all. That's all I got to say. Okay. He's got a YouTube channel now. So apparently he's leaving extra. He's starting a YouTube channel. Let's help him get started. But don't go give him more subs than I have. Don't do that. He's not married. I thought he's married. I looked at his Instagram. I thought he was married. Anne Burrell did pass away. Celebrity chef Anne Burrell. And I didn't know. You guys are saying he's divorced. I don't know. I'm not flirting with him. Oh, stop. I got to change my outfit though, because I think last time I was on his show, I had the same sweater on. So I'm going to have to change. All right. I don't know why it's taking so long. I don't know, but wasn't that a good way to kill a little bit of time? It's 11:30. Do we have any news from the courthouse? I know you guys are watching the Twitter is all I know. I felt bad that I had to throw in that thing about the hole in one, but he did an interview with Owen Wilson the other day on his YouTube show. And I do love Owen Wilson as well. And I love every Meet the Parents. I think every time Meet the Parents is on or Meet the Fockers is on, I will watch it. And it's always on a channel somewhere. And so, dead silent, nothing yet, huh? And so Owen Wilson was on, and I loved the interview. And then they started talking about holes in one, and Owen Wilson was bragging that I'm not really bragging because Owen Wilson, I had never really seen like a good interview with him like this. It's surprisingly like very humble. and hilarious. And he had a hole in one, and Billy was lamenting the fact that he has never had a hole in one, and maybe it's because he's not thinking positively enough. And so I had to let him know that I did have a hole in one, and also that he should keep the faith and be positive. I don't care. If you don't care for him, your comments are getting deleted because nobody bashes my guests. And I would hope that if I was on someone's channel and people were trash talking me, that they too would delete the comments. Moderators are very important on YouTube, Billy, just so you know. You need to have moderators modding your chats if you're going to have chats. If you're going to have a chat. Okay. Getting back to whoever asked about the pineapples, wasn't that funny? He really did get one from the T, but he's so honest. I guess he shanked the first one into the woods. He took a second ball, but really that's a 3 on your card if you're honest. And then he hit the hole in one. And to him, it doesn't count. To a lot of people, that would count. And so he is an honest guy. Listen, golf is a metaphor for life. What was that? There was a book. I forget who wrote it. It's a famous golf book. It's all about golf being a metaphor for life. Somebody in the chat's going to know. People who cheat at golf cheat at life, probably, maybe. It has been said. And so there's that. Something like A Good Walk Spoiled, or maybe it's a different book that I'm thinking of. Billy Bush is factually fantastic, says C Bean. I can't remember. Nothing's going on. Apparently there's nothing. It's dead air. It's dead air at the courthouse, dead air. We don't know what's going to happen. Summer Shaundi says, stay positive, friends. They're arguing about OUI right now, not murder. If hung, they should add a texting while driving, not OUI charge in season 3. Randy is no dummy, says, so they check not guilty on charge 2 and guilty on subcharge 5. No, they would only check guilty on subcharge 5 if they wanted to find her guilty of only OUI. They would only check the not guilty box at the top if they find her not guilty of everything on the page. I know it's confusing. I know. Oh, is the chat still moving super fast? Somebody asked me to slow it a while ago. I think it's on slow. Hold on. I think it is on slow, but is it still going too fast? Oops, that's not where I wanted to go. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. Talk amongst yourselves for a second. Everybody take deep breaths. It's going to be fine. Worry is a wasted emotion because whatever happens, we're going to deal with it together. We're going to deal with it together. I'm just going to slow it down a little for you because I'm here to help. I'm a giver. Thanks, Stormy, for asking. Pam says everyone is oversensitive right now. We are. It was good to get Billy on. That was like a little buffer. It was like a palate cleanser to talk about other things for a minute. Right? Woohoo worldwide. When the haters come your way, you shout out a woohoo to keep them away. Thanks. Akasha says you're beautiful and every day. Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Beely, thanks for the great coverage. I've been on maternity leave for the whole trial. Awesome. Baby Z knows your voice. Haha, thanks, Auntie Mel. I love the babies. I have 5 kids and they're all not infants anymore. And boys, and I love the infant stage so much. I can't wait to be a grandmother, but not too soon. But I can't wait to be a grandmother. I love the babies. I love the babies. Kate says, do you think the Commonwealth will retry on OUI if that's the only thing they're hung on? Here's the problem, Kate. In Massachusetts, if they're hung on OUI, they're hung on the entire manslaughter charge, and they could retry her for manslaughter, not OUI. Massachusetts. Jules, thanks for using which sticker. Peace Geek. I think the jury asked the OUI time question because they believe she drank between 12:45 and 5 a.m. Defense should have gone with 12:45, in my opinion. It wasn't up to the defense. It wasn't up to the defense. It was up to the judge to tell the jury what she told them, which is, you're the fact finders. You decide. Thanks, Tracy, for becoming a member. Camille says the verdict slip is like Mad Libs or the Choose Your Own Adventure books. Disgusting. So funny because Glara said that yesterday, and then the creator put it on the baby AI thing. The OUI is added as a lesser included, but it does not stand alone. Technically, it doesn't stand alone. TL says if everything goes as planned, today was a good day by Ice Cube. Cami says it's the Who's We Won't Get Fooled Again on the playlist. I'm not sure. Stina, I just write guilty or not on each line by now. John Mayer, Heartbreak Warfare. I think that is on there. I think so. Yes, the amended verdict slip, we've already been over it this morning. It's 2 pages now. Thank you for telling me. Linda Vergata is here. Thanks for 20. In my opinion, there's a clear reasonable doubt, even where the OUI is concerned. They should check the number 1 box. Yes, I agree. In fact, Alan Jackson sent them backstage to the deliberation room with a stack of note cards. Each one of them had something involving reasonable doubt on it. And he said, if you believe any one of these is a reasonable doubt, you must find her not guilty. Amy says, if my son only remembers one thing I've taught him, I hope it's never tell a woman to smile. Well done, Amy. I don't know. The long crime feed just jumped a little bit, but sometimes it does that. So I don't think there's anything right. Janelle, did you see the video someone made explaining the verdict slip? It was so funny. I did not. Thanks for being with me for 20 months, though, Janelle. That's amazing. Janet, and also, you aren't being unkind. You have a tongue-in-cheek sense of humor, just like me. I'm slightly sarcastic, and not a lot of people get me. I know. It's true. It's true. It's the sense of humor, Janet. I'm glad that you understand me. Lonnie, shouldn't verdict slip number 5 say stop and sign the verdict form? It just says stop, and the next sentence is about number 1, not guilty. Love your content. I don't know. I'd have to pull it up again. But it did say stop and then go check the box for not guilty. But yeah, they do have to sign it, and I'm not sure, Lonnie. I'm not sure. Hawk, thanks for becoming a member. Misty, Jess Machado posted a side-by-side of Emmanuel Lopes and Karen Reed jury slips, both by Canoni, totally different. Are you shocked? I'm not. Never. So guys, go look for that if you're interested on Twitter. Never. Butterfly kisses for Karen and her dad. They love each other. Their love for each other is so evident. It is. I've had the privilege of meeting both of them a couple of times. And I will say that Karen Reed's parents are amazing people. Amazing. So warm, so kind. So warm and so kind. Like really, genuinely. I would not lie to you. And she says, I was so fortunate that my daddy loved me the same way. Oh, that makes me want to cry. Baby Bederow is a doppelganger for the actor Paul Giamatti. That's funny. Trisha Angel says, okay, prediction, not guilty, all charges. Jury not happy about judge's response to the jury question. They will not take a chance of jail time. She's innocent. I agree. Microdots has a new video. Thank you, Gen X Gen. Stormy Bell wants to adopt baby Mark. The new verdict form is real. It happened yesterday, and we went over it already. Just rewind, and you'll see it on the screen. Adara the Wholesome, have you been following the Buffalo school district stuff? No, I have not. I have not even had a chance to barely turn on the TV, except to watch. Hey, Buffer Zoners. Hi, Jen. Live from the Buffer Zone. Except to watch John Hamm's new show, Friends and Neighbors. So there's that. Real deal around town. Townsend, Mass. Town meeting, 7 p.m. at the high school. Thank you. Now I'm doing announcements for the town meetings. Today's song says, don't want to miss a thing. Fairy Raven says. Wandering Chill says, I don't partake in the chat, but thank you for all the work, time, and expertise you put into these lives. I never thought a case could drag me in this deep. LOL. Free can read. A lot of people who don't normally watch trials are watching this one. So I'm here to tell you that I do cover lots of other things that might not seem like it. And if you're into it now, we will be watching. other things after our girl is freed, like Koberger and other things. And thank you for feeling good enough about what's happening here to want to get in the chat. I appreciate that. MD, I sent you an email. Novi County verdict slip explained. Funny as hell. It's a TikTok link. Thank you so much. I don't normally email creator. You should see some of the emails I get. Some of the emails are like, can you buy yourself a plane ticket and fly to California, pick up my 5-year-old son, and then fly him down to South America? I'll meet you in Bogota, and then you could buy him a plane ticket to go back a month from now, and then I'll give you 10 acres of land, okay? I need you to do this. Like, yeah, no. Yeah, no. Patio says the magic 8-ball isn't working, but yes and no. Generator said not guilty on all charges. Verdict today. All right, I'll go with that. Cyber Chicken Boston says people have lost their friggin' minds. LFG. Watch 1 and 2 with you. Thank you. Thank you, Cyber Chicken Boston, for your 20. Mr. Ray says, maybe you're a little snarky, but that's why we love you. In my head, I go right back at you. I loved it here. Thank you. Leanne, welcome. Keep watching the chat to see if you guys are going to break any news for me. USMC Cowgirl, Semper Fi girl. Tornado season here in Oklahoma. Hope a house doesn't land on Bev. Could we get a house all the way from Oklahoma? I don't know how I got to the middle of the chats instead of the beginning of the chats. Kathy Mick reminding everyone to hit the like button. Thank you. Justin's mother's 80th birthday. Happy birthday. Free Karen Reed. Thanks, Kathy. Thank you, Buzzing for Truth. City on the Hill, right? City on the Hill was a show with Kevin Bacon, all about corruption in Boston. I think in the 90s. Corrupt Boston police. It was a good show. Marla, shout out to the Karen Reed supporters. I was in Dedham from Philly yesterday for work, and 2 people texted just to make sure I made it home. Okay, what an amazing group. That's amazing. Very kind people. Thanks, Linz. Arthur's here. Good morning. Word on the street is they have new evidence in the unsolved murder of Sister Kathy Sesnick. The Keepers doc on Netflix got me into true crime. That's interesting. I never watched it. I never watched it because I was so close to this scandal, having handled the cases for so many survivors/victims of the clergy sex abuse scandal, that watching another story about a murdered nun who was, I couldn't do it. But everyone tells me to watch it, so maybe I will. But you know what? When I turn to television, I want to laugh. Sometimes I want to laugh, or I want to see amazing writing or amazing acting, and things like that just make me like angry and sad. Thank you. You got to protect your energy, you know? No more questions from the jury today. The Keeper's new evidence is true, huh? Some people are saying this is going to go on until mistrial number 2. I don't know. Let's try and, I know it's hard, but try and stay positive. DC, love when judges write jury instructions like it's a logic puzzle and then act shocked when people don't get it. Clarity, never heard of it. Never heard of her. Right. And Mond, I had my therapy session yesterday, and we always start out by him asking about Karen and the trial so I can vent. Oh, thank you. Appreciate you. Is it possible for Karen to plead to the OUI charge at this point if she can get no jail time agreed to? I mean, anything is possible. Would they offer that to her? I don't think so. I don't think that they would offer that to her. But anything is possible. We did see during the Daniel Penny trial in New York, the jury was having trouble coming to a decision. And the prosecutors said, okay, we're going to withdraw the top counts and have them just go back and deliberate, withdraw them with prejudice, and just have the jurors go back there and deliberate on the lower charges, or a lower charge. I don't remember exactly. Thank you. Kirsten says we're keeping all this Michigas tolerable as can be. Thank you. Louis Albert's revenge. That's a funny one. Good citizen. Can the defense ask what time did the questions come through? I don't know if they're time stamped. We don't know what they talk about at sidebar, good citizen, either, so we don't know. The Cora, not formerly known as Chloe, says she seems to be hopeful. They stay confused. I don't know. Bobby Jean, Higgins' house in Sandwich is up for sale. I live close by. He's getting out of Dodge. Some people think, somebody said the other day, is Higgins in witness protection? I don't know, but I think Chloe is. I mean, she's been renamed Cora, and then they never put in any of that evidence. They spent all that time and money going to find Chloe/Cora. All that time and money. Reminds me, it's time for a spoonful of Manuka honey. So, where's my spoon? Oh, give me a second. Hang on. I'll put the fan up for you for a second to make you feel like you're not missing anything. Do you think Bev watches replays of the streams? I don't know, but I will say that when Bederow and I were in the courtroom last year, she knew exactly who we were. Exactly who we were. Or someone told her who we were. Everyone go fill up your drink. Give me 2 minutes. Be right back. Okay. Did I miss anything? Did I miss anything? Okay. Did I miss? You guys know as much as I know at this point, unless somebody's tweeted something and I've been talking and I didn't get a chance to see it. I missed the fan. My verdict clock is way behind. It may have paused, or I may be a little bit behind. Let me see. Okay. Thank you for telling me. Somebody said that the court TV clock is different than the long crime clock. Maybe one day it could be that time drifts, you guys. Time drifts. All clocks are different. We learned that during this trial. Some, we're 29 seconds behind, and so how many prisoners do you think are clanging on the jailhouse doors to get let out of prison based on false Celebrate data? All of them. All of them. All right. Look at Laura coming in to tell me that Netflix is remaking The Land of the Lost. Interesting. Listen, all it takes is one person to be holding out and saying, I'm not convicting her on the OUI, or I want to convict her on the OUI. All it takes is one holdout. I wouldn't, you never know what's going on inside of a jury room. And you're never going to know what went on inside of a jury room unless a juror, after the trial is over, decides to speak about it or write a book or something. And so you just don't know. You just don't know. We could hypothesize and speculate all day, but what fun is that? Let's answer some questions instead. Thank you upon the wire. Do you think you'll have a panel of people on like you did yesterday? Loved you all together. Today? Well, we already had Billy Bush. If you're just tuning in, Billy Bush was here for quite a while. It felt like, I don't know how long it was, but I interviewed Billy Bush. That was so fun. And I will go on his show at 5:00, I said. So maybe it's spontaneity I find is best. And so everyone is on standby, and whoever can come for the verdict, perhaps, maybe. But understand too that people who are not YouTubers have day jobs, and so they're not always available. People who are YouTubers may be on their own show. And I will never jump ship on all of you. So you never know what's going to happen. I can't commit right now. I can't commit for them actually right now, but it did not him, so it doesn't matter. Could the defense have had the OUI as a completely separate charge rather than a lesser subcharge? No, because she was never charged with it originally. So no. Good question though. Greg, anyone else find it funny that Hank based his whole case around Karen's clips and the jury immediately asked if they're actually evidence or not? Yes, that's hilarious. That is hilarious. And absolutely I did. Catwoman, scary thought. What if Karen went into the house to get John that night? Would she have been hurt badly too? I know a lot of people say that. She made a very good decision by not going in the house. I'm sure she thinks about that a lot. Or what if I went in the house? Maybe this wouldn't have happened. Because I would have been a witness, right? Kimbers, Ohio. In Ohio, if you're caught drunk driving, you will get arrested, car towed, ticket, etc. Did she get no UI ticket? No. If not, do the jurors know this? I think it's clear based on the evidence that went in that she was not arrested at the scene for OUI, right? Because they let her leave and then they called her back. They let her leave with Carrie Roberts, and then they called Carrie Roberts back and said, bring her back here. Bring her back. We're gonna section her. It's an involuntary hold. And they sectioned her. And that's how they got her blood. Can she plead guilty to OUI to avoid a mistrial only if the prosecution offers it? Oh, you mean after the trial's over, if they're hung on that? If they're hung on only that, the court's not going to know because they're going to only click the not guilty box at the top. And so therefore, they can retry her on the entire manslaughter charge. Amy, wasn't the extrapolation of the BAC estimated to be time-stamped at 12:45 a.m.? That's what the testimony was, yes. Possibility there's confusion since there's conjecture there for the BAC. Yeah, agreed. Christina, thanks for your 20. Terry, you may be right. I may be crazy. Billy Joel. I think it's on the playlist already, but I do love that song and I say it often. But it just may be a lunatic you're looking for. Steve, CFO, 1. Thanks for your $50 super sticker. As I was trying to figure out your name, I see that it's $50. Thank you so very much. Steve must be a CFO, and he's number 1. If you know, you know. Thanks, Steve. The Cora, not formerly known as Chloe. Does the communication notes between the court and jury during deliberations go on the record? It goes into evidence. Everything gets marked. It does. It goes into evidence, and it's filed as part of the court record. Great question. Polly Dan, ASL is in UK. BS is, I can't read that. 2 deaf grandsons, daughter and son-in-law. So glad you used the similar. We, of course, use BSL. Jess, hi, Melanie. She tells all the other judges that she's taking it off their plate. Oh, really? My sister has the inside scoop. She volunteers for this. That's interesting. I'm taking one for the team. I'll retry Karen Reed. Oh, thanks, Jess. I don't want to start any rumors, so take that for what it's worth. Not that you're lying, Jess. Arthur, if we have time while we wait, you should play that clip of the defense asking the judge to step down if you want. It's not no big what. Oh, you mean the argument on the motion to recuse before season 1? I'm not sure what clip you're talking about, Arthur. So many clips, so little time. Captain, is it possible that the judge made it vague, not only to confuse the jury, but to misinterpret their verdict on DUI to include the manslaughter? If they find her guilty of the DUI, it's guilty of only the DUI. If they find her not guilty of everything on that page, it's a straight up not guilty. If they're hung on the entire manslaughter charge. A lot of people think she tried to make it confusing on purpose. I don't know if I can go there yet. She failed to clarify it on purpose, that's for sure. Lying witch in black robe, hoping the jury acquits on all charges, because if they find guilty of OUI, then it could cause problems for a 1983 lawsuit against Proctor. I heard that too. It's way too complex of an issue for me to get into right now. I have not had a chance to deep dive the legal issues myself on that. But that is true. From what I hear from somebody wicked smart known as Angie Burkhart, who's a dear friend, and I love her, and she's really smart. So I defer to her on appellate issues. Lance, I imagine Karen would rather prefer OUI conviction over hung on full charge too. I think if I was on the jury, I'd rather compromise on OUI than enable retrial on 2, but I don't trust the judge not to over-sentence. Right, and I think she would like a straight-up acquittal, is what I think on everything. But if she had to take something, I guess the next best option would be guilty of OUI instead of a mistrial. Yes, because then there's finality. We're done here. We've been so done here for so long. Upon the wire, my name is Karen, and for me, Karen Reed has changed the name from being derogatory to meaning a strong, badass woman. I love that. That's amazing. Right? Because Karen, for a while, has had a bad connotation. Side by Bev, intentional obfuscation to get a mistrial, deferring the FBI investigation, protecting cops, DA, prosecution, governor, and her. Thanks for saying the quiet part out loud, Side by Bev. Heidi Ann, jumping on a plane from San Fran back to Orlando. Verdict watch, 30,000 miles up in the air. Not guilty. Thank you. Hope the Wi-Fi works on the plane, Heidi. Laura, it's hurry up and wait. At least we're together. I know. Thank you, Wim, for gifting 5 memberships. Justin, you can't fix stupid. You can fix stupid. It's just illegal. Okay, wait, let me start again. Back to 1. You can fix stupid. It's just illegal, says Justin Wright. Well done. Melly, beautiful. Oh, thank you, Stacy Face Travels. I appreciate your compliment. Thank you, Rudiga. Madison Imogen. That's a beautiful name. In Australia, I know someone convicted as the jury didn't understand reasonable doubt, and the judge refused to explain it to them when asked, as it should be within their general knowledge. Well, let me tell you another little story of another trial that we covered. You can correct me, Chad, if we're wrong, because we're very collaborative here. I think it was the Carly Gregg trial in Mississippi, where the jury did send a note asking for a definition of reasonable doubt. And the judge said, no, I'm not going to tell them what reasonable doubt is. They should know. Was it Carly Gregg, you guys? I don't know, but it happens. Kay Willis is here. She's a realtor south of Boston. She's gifted 5 memberships. If you want to get out of Massachusetts, Kay Willis is your girl. Thanks, Maria. Massachusetts judges are lifetime appointed for life with mandatory retirement at 70 years old. Thank you, Maria, for super chatting to tell me that. I don't know how old Judge Canoni is, but I think she's in her 60s. I'm not sure. Lou Reed, perfect day. I'm glad I spent with you. Oh, thanks, Kat Randall. Kelly, just think if Bev were the judge on the Seinfeld finale, the show may still be on TV. That's you might win the chat today, Kelly Mack. Well done. Love you too. Thank you. Kimberly, ACL Kim here. Shout out to my almost 80-year-old mom, Auntie in Hingham, who just downloaded YouTube to watch you. Thanks for all your amazing knowledge, Mel. Oh, set her up so she can watch it on the TV instead of the phone. I had to do that for my mother too, because she's been watching it on her phone. Like, Ma, you got a smart TV. Can we? And now she watches it on the TV and she's very happy. Hi, Mom, if you're watching. New Hampshire Dude 603 made it to the epicenter, aka Dedham, and live with the one and only. Thank you, New Hampshire Dude 603. What's the vibe? I don't know if they're going in, but I've got the fan up, so we're here. No notes or questions today. I think it was Carly's trial too. Mm-hmm. Andrea, Massachusetts native, living in Tampa. Love your show. Thank you. Kathleen, Bev has to know how bad she looks to the world, right? Some people have a lack of self-awareness. I don't know. I know some people with a lack of self-awareness. Do you? I think that's rhetorical, but funny. Optics are so horrible. My coworkers think I'm crazy when I yell at my phone all day. Thanks for keeping us sane. Oh, I'm trying. If we weren't all crazy, we'd all go insane. Court TV is saying movement, says a bunch of people in the chat. I don't know what that means. Court TV is not always the best source of news. You know? Not always. Some of the people that they platform, not necessarily the most credible people. If you know, you know. But Vinny is there, and I do love Vinny, and I'm not afraid to say it. It could be lunchtime. Sometimes lunch is at 1. Sometimes it's at 12. Sometimes there's no consistency with this judge. The only thing consistent about this judge is that there's no consistency. So I will know something. People will be texting me and telling me when something is happening. So don't you worry, your girl's got it covered. I'm not the greatest at technology, but I do have sources and information. And a network. Just moving around the courthouse. Wendy says, Court TV is so stupid. Local time for my Australian viewers here is 12:11 p.m. Snark Tank is here and says, Massachusetts people know that first offense OUI is not jail. I'm afraid they're hung on something higher than OUI. But here's the thing. Massachusetts people also know this judge wants to put Karen Reed away. And in my opinion, even though nobody ever goes to jail for a first offense DUI in Massachusetts or OUI, the law says you could face up to 2.5 years in jail. Do you think, in the chat, do you think that if Karen Reed were convicted of OUI, and this is just you guys spitballing with me, do you think if Karen Reed were convicted only of the OUI, that Judge Canoni would sentence her to prison time? Put a Y for yes, put an N for no. I do. But what I think I know what you're saying. And you're saying that the people on the jury know that if they convict her of DUI, that they're not going to send her to jail because they have friends who, everyone's got one maybe, and they know nobody ever goes to jail for a first offense. But that's why they asked that other question, in my opinion. That's why they wanted to know. One of the questions is if we hang on the lesser charge. I mean, they were very specific in the wording of that question. They said, I'm in the wrong place to look at this. I'm going to pull it up again so I get it right, word for word. Does convicting on a subcharge, example, offense 2, number 5, convict the overall charge? And the judge amended the verdict slip in response to that question, but didn't really answer the question, right? Because the question is, if we convict of the OUI, I think what they really wanted to know is, if we convict on the OUI, are you going to sentence her like with the manslaughter guidelines or with the OUI guide? Like they wanted to know more. And don't you think they're entitled to know more? I do. We already went over the amended verdict form, sweetie. We already went over it earlier. So if you missed it, Stella Blue. It's a great song. Just rewind it to the part where I have it up on the screen, and I did discuss it at length. I'm sorry that you weren't here. So that's what I think. And I also think they asked about the video clips because some people may be arguing in the jury room. Listen, she admitted to having all these drinks. We got to convict her on the OUI. She admitted to it. Let's look at the clips again. Look, she said she had 4 drinks. She said the drinks were weak. We know she was drinking. She admitted to drinking. In one of the clips, she said, maybe I had 9 drinks. I don't know, but they were weak. Of course, they're entitled to be answered, right? But many of you, I see a lot of whys in chat, which means that a lot of you think the judge would sentence her to some sort of jail time. Good Morning America this morning said they thought the judge was out of line, says Heather. Like who specifically on Good Morning America? I don't even watch the morning shows anymore. The only morning show I watch is the series with Jennifer Aniston, and I love it. And John Hamm was in that too, by the way. Thank you, Snark Tank, for your thoughts and your super chat. Loose. So my question is, why have I been blind since 2016? And even I can see the BS that's going on in that court. Well done. Vicora, Brian Higgins put his house on the market yesterday. Yeah, a couple of people have said that. I cannot confirm or deny, but some people thought he's been in witness protection or rehab maybe, or someplace else away. I don't know. We love John Hamm and Mad Men too. Another one of the best series of all time. Lawyer's daughter, least favorite phrase. Well, one of them, the state deserves a fair trial. The state is required to present a fair trial. Yes, they are. Boston 25 says, Matthew Farwell isn't the father of Sandra's baby. Have you seen that article? Wondering if you'd cover that. It was in the Globe. And it just said, sources close to the investigation say there was DNA testing and Matthew Farwell has been determined not to be the father of Sandra Birchmore's baby. And I don't know that there's been much said publicly since then. I don't know if they know who the baby's father is. And so aside from that, I just don't know that there's been any more. I know everyone says Higgins' house went on the market yesterday. Apparently it's big news. Jasmine, could it be that the jury went home yesterday to check the law regarding the mistrial? They're not supposed to research the law, Jasmine. They're not supposed to do any outside research. We hear her tell them that every time they come in. I mean, you know, and they nod affirmatively. It's not allowed. It is not allowed for them to go research the law on their own. Greetings to Germany, Jasmine, but it's not allowed. They're not supposed to do it. What they actually do and what they're supposed to do could be 2 different things. I don't really know. Kako says, sitting here in Marshfield, Mass, can't mentally, physically, and emotionally do this until Monday. Free can't read today. Thanks, Kat. Sandy, giving the O'Keefe's and OUI's consolation as Karen's expense is morally wrong. There's no proof that she was impaired in driving. The law in Massachusetts is you don't have to prove a certain percentage. you can convict on an OUI apparently just because someone drank and they weren't driving safely. I don't know. It's fakakta, but thank you, James. Thank you, Lenita. So what exactly is the ideal box to check? In my opinion, not guilty across the board. All three, not guilty. Make it clear. Somebody did do something funny. Let me see if I can find this for you quickly because, hang on. Somebody posted like a fake verdict slip. You know what? I don't even want to put it up because it was like a fake verdict slip that someone posted with a whole bunch of red things in the margins. But it's a joke. It's not real. And what happens is sometimes I put stuff up and then people are like, Melanie Little said this and Melanie Little said that. But the person who posted this, RG Larry Legend, said a potential verdict slip, unsure if they're allowed different colored pens. And then he wrote everything in red pen around the verdict slip. And it was things like, this was based on the old verdict slip. Things like, Bev, you never answered our question. Why the F was this case even tried again? And then in the little things, there's like a free Karen Reed in the margin on one side. And then it's like 100% not guilty. And they underline the not guilty. And then fill out everything. It says not guilty. They put not in the little line there. Oh, we did have a special guest. Billy Bush was here. Billy Bush. And then and then on another side of the margin in red pen, it says there was no collision. And then at the bottom, it says the little asterisk in red pen handwriting. Hank is a friggin' biatch. We aren't stupid and saw through his BS. And it says in the 4-person line, signed, everyone not a McAlbert. And that was posted on Twitter by Larry Legend? Wait, hold on. Larry Legend. Pretty funny. Gave me a chuckle anyway. AJ said, in court, whose jewelry? Auntie Bev's side by grill. I would actually love her jewelry. I don't know who you mean. But if somebody wants to send me free jewelry, I'll certainly accept it and wear it and promote it if I like it. That's very funny, right? AJ said in court very briefly, says Fairy Raven from Ireland, that the fourth note was actually the first note I listened again today. Yeah, there's a lot of people speculating about that. I just don't know. And then she did say, like in open court, she said, oh, and Mr. Jackson, you told me to ignore that note. Do you really think he did that? Do you really think he said to the judge, ignore the note? I don't think so. But again, any public shade that she can throw on the defense team personally, she will do. She will do it. We've seen it. We've seen it a million times. Sherry Thomas, I saw next people are saying to write letters to the message. No, I don't. I do not. I cannot, I say, should have read that. I got to learn my lesson and read these super chats first before I put them up there. As an attorney, I cannot ethically suggest that anybody do anything such as like that. Thank you, though, for your super chat. Maria, I can certainly understand wanting to give the O'Keefe family something, however, not at the cost of potentially putting an innocent woman in jail. Free Karen Reed. I agree with you, Maria. I agree. SS54, God forbid there's a guilty verdict. Can they appeal all of the issues at once or must they be appealed separately? That is a great question. Ask 5 lawyers to get 5 different opinions. There are a couple of ways you could go about it. You could throw everything in. The totality of all of these wrong decisions led to an unfair trial, should be overturned on appeal. She should get a new trial. Or you can focus on 3, let's say pick 3. Pick the top 3 and focus on those in your appeal. So there are different ways of doing it, depending on the style of the attorney who is the appellate lawyer. And I'm sure she is excellent. Marty Weinstein is one of the best appellate lawyers in Massachusetts. I'm sure they're watching every second of what's happening here. I'm talking about Randy right now. Oh, you did it. You changed your name to I'm talking about Randy right now. Hubby said you are Michelle Pfeiffer's twin. We love you. Oh, that is so nice. I mean, I'll allow it. Dr. Crosby, dog disappearance expert. I'm chronically ill too. Last night I had a massive pain flare up. I'm sorry. I hope you feel better. Couldn't stop thinking how much Karen has been put through these past few years, praying for acquittal and peace for her. Don't be concerned that it's taking so long. Don't be concerned. It's okay. We're at 18 hours and 4 minutes. And last time she let them go 27 hours and a couple of notes saying they were deadlocked before the mistrial was called. So I hope you feel better, Dr. Crosby's dog spirits expert. Since when is it up to a jury to decide an OUI? Since Bev's Salem witch trial. Well done on your username. Since the defense asked for it to be added in there. J.R. Keeber, 3+ years in, and I still can't figure out why Bev hates Karen so much. I don't know her personal feelings about Karen, but she certainly doesn't like the defense attorneys. Portia, how long to process the slips once determined? Well, once they fill them out, they tell the court officer who's in charge of watching them, who hopefully isn't true profaning, that they're done. And then they send a note to the judge, we have a verdict, and then they go in, and it's all done rather quickly, within 10 minutes, because she told those attorneys, you better be within 10 minutes of this courthouse. When I call, you better come running. And it's done very quickly. Once they say, we have a verdict, 10 minutes for the attorneys to get there, bring the attorneys in, they bring the jury in, the jury hangs on to those slips. And from what Nurse Kim told us yesterday on the stream, she has seen the jury person, the foreman, and he's a tall drink of water, she says. He's in the baby AI video with us. If you didn't see that, that's amazing too. Check it out. So it's relatively quick. Thank you, Jenna baby. John Diddy, the FBI should drop the hammer after this case. A lot of people think it's coming. Justice is coming. Sometimes the wheels of justice turn very slowly. I would tell my clients that in civil cases, the wheels of justice turn very slowly. Criminal cases have usually, once you indict someone, you have the right to a speedy trial. And so unless you waive that, it's supposed to go quickly. Civil court can take forever. FBI takes a very long time to build a case, but when they have their case done and they indict, you can bet they've got it like 99% conviction rate, right? I don't know. Something like that. Don't hold me to the numbers. Don't hold me to the numbers. You're not here for the statistics. Queen Lizzie, AI Baby created a new one with the jurors, so they must be someone local that has been in the courtroom. We watched it earlier, if it's the one I'm thinking of, and it's the one with Nurse Kim, the Glarer, me, Mark Bederow, and Auntie Deb. And she gave a visual description of the foreperson, and that is what I think is represented in that video. It is not actual AI of the jurors. The rest of the people in that video were us. Hang on one second. There's a Chris Pogan in the chat. Chris Pogan, is that you? Are you the Chris Pogan? I don't know. Could be a common name. Could be somebody else. But if you know, you know. So there's that. Nurse Kim did a description of the foreperson. Gail Brandon, Melanie, help. I'm so glad I don't live around a cliff because this crap is so... Stop. I'm talking you off the cliff right now. Stop. We don't joke about that. Thank you, Gail. And thank you to Breenan's Big Binders, a.k.a. Tammy Tebow, for saying, or for gifting 5 memberships. That's amazing. I didn't hear anything about them coming back. There's been nothing yet. Billy Bush came on and hung out with us for a while. We have been just spitballing, chatting. No questions from the jury. Nothing happening. We went over the new verdict slips already. What else did we do so far today? Billy Bush popped in as a guest. I interviewed him. We talked about some other things other than the Karen retrial and the Karen retrial. And it was fun. If you didn't see it, rewind. Thank you, Tammy, for gifting 5 memberships, and to those of you randomly gifted. Jim's honesty. AJ said the 4th note we had earlier. I was curious about the 1:30 time frame. As usual, lie. Say be 10 minutes away. Thank you. Did the defense ever ask about the huge bag Higgins taking a bag out of the car in the parking lot? No. The video speaks for itself, and Higgins was not on the stand this time, so court is on Eastern time, yes. So there was nobody to ask, right, Regina? Because Higgins did not testify. But the jury spoke for itself. The jury is in the building eating lunch, I imagine. Noni's annual Cape crawl. My daughter's 10th birthday today. We're in New Hampshire, but we wish we were in Dedham. She would love to scream. Karen Reed has been freed on her birthday. Oh, happy birthday, girl. Double digits. Double digits are a real milestone for a kid. Fed Up says, why worry? Dire Straits for the playlist. Thanks. LMG NYC, is there any way to review Bev's record and see if she is the usual go-to judge for all McAlbert mess? I wonder if she always covers their tracks. My understanding is this is only the second murder case that she's ever tried. The first one had to do with the murder of another police officer, coincidentally. And so I don't know. I'm sure somebody with statistics may have a way to do it. I don't know. Right? Isn't this only her second murder trial? I'm not really sure. I don't want to spread rumors about that. Penny McGee was a manslaughter trial, and that was a bench trial. That case did hang the first time. And was there a conviction the second time? It's spelled like Chesna, Chesna, and that it was the victim's name. And his widow was told not to show any emotion in court by Judge Cannoni. But I don't think it's pronounced Chesna. I think it has a different pronunciation, and I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. But there was a retrial. So there's that. Officer Chesna. But I don't know how to pronounce it. Thank you, Kathy. I don't know how to pronounce it. And how was he killed? Truthfully, I don't know a lot about that case, so I don't want to misspeak about it, but I will say that she tried both trials on that. And I will also say that they bust the jury in from Worcester on that case to Norfolk County. I am saying it correctly, Chesna? Okay. I thought for some reason it was pronounced differently, like everything else in Massachusetts. How funny was it that Billy Bush came in here and mentioned Peabody and he pronounced it right? And I gave him credit. I gave him props on that. Rena, does Bev know so many of us think she's clearly biased and corrupt? Oh, I'm sure she's out there. I'm sure she's out there and she's watching and, you know, I don't know. I don't know what she knows, but you guys say it every single day. Chesna. Oh, good. Thank you. He was shot when serving a warrant. Thank you, Irish Mima. Officer Chesna was shot when serving a warrant. And the man who was on trial for his murder, his name was Emmanuel Lopes, Lopes. And the first trial was a mistrial. And the second trial, was he convicted? Very sad case. But isn't it also true that Judge Cannoni reprimanded the widow and said, you are not allowed to cry in my courtroom or show any emotion? And she hasn't done that at all with Mrs. O'Keefe. He was killed by someone who was released from prison who should not have been, says Big Hoss. All right. Colleen Reagan says Brennan is doing Pepto shots for lunch. That's crazy. Goes at the snark tank for a reason. Have you seen the Time After Time TikTok by Boston Funny? It's us all this week waiting. I teared up. Oh, no, but I do like Boston Funny on TikTok. I can't play a lot of the TikTok stuff on here because TikTok allows creators to use real music, as does Instagram. YouTube does not. They will strike your whole entire stream. If you even have like even like a 10-second clip of a song, they will strike your whole entire stream. Millie Mae, can they circle the not guilty on each line? There is not a not guilty on each line. Moonlight, my mom and I have been watching you for the last few weeks. It's our morning routine. If you could shout out to my mom, Karen. Hey, Karen. Moonlight says hi. Smash Daddy's ham sandwich. Good morning. Says today's the day. From your mouth to God's ears. He was shot on a Sunday morning along with Vera Adams. Thank you, Miss Reed. You're all set for saying that. Christina says that is correct. The Judge Cannoni yelled at his wife, Cindy, for crying. And another woman was killed too, right? They say her name is Vera Adams. And then somebody in chat said, I think that it was her aunt or aunt. Tragic. Okay. Here's Jamin with the deets. Lopes was running in his girlfriend's stolen car, hit Chesna in the head with a rock, and shot his own gun. Oh, God. She's the judge of the mistrials, apparently. Mac, if not guilty on all charges, will they start with that, or will they go through charge by charge reading not guilty? They will go through count 1, count 2, count 3 in order. Michael, if Karen's convicted on the OUI only, what's the likelihood of successfully appealing? It could be yes, successfully appealed, yes. Angelia, today's my 23rd wedding anniversary. Love you, Mel. Love you, Matt. I'm sorry, not Mel. Angelia Taylor loves you, Matt. Happy anniversary to you both. Thank you. We had a proposal on the stream yesterday. That was pretty fun. Officer Chesna was murdered by Lopes by a rock, says Curvy Cougar 1955. That's a great username. Curvy Cougar 1955. There's a New York Post with dopey headlines on Karen Reed. Miranda Lewis, did you see side by side of verdict slips from this case and Emmanuel Lopes trials? Jess Machado tweeted crazy difference. I did not. Craig Miglierini, hoping Karen's not the first ever to face triple jeopardy. Yeah, you and me both. Don't you have to be behind the wheel to get an OUI? Hello, Cindy and Jess. You do, but they can prove that she was behind the wheel because of witnesses who saw her there. And so it's fakakta, I know, but it's possible. Ice cream truck special equals free silver bracelets. LOL about typing with my feet. I probably type better than old Jen McCabe types with her paws. Yes. Google hypothermia. Okay. Haas long to die in cold. I bet you just Google hypothermia. Like I've been screaming forever. And when Alan Jackson said that in his closing, I felt heard. It felt validated. Free Woman by Lady Gaga for the playlist. Thank you, LMG. Sino, thanks, sir. All you exceptional, classy, and enjoyable coverage in dishonor of your honor is under my thumb on the playlist. Yes, it is. And you know when that came on? When the weatherman said that I don't know, somebody said that your thumb from the knuckle to the tip of your thumb is 1 inch. We're like, okay, under my thumb, it's going on there. Tracy Williams, Sheldon from Big Bang Theory for Brennan. Mike from Providence. Bev knows she is the absolute last line of the defense for a chance to save the Commonwealth from a total embarrassment. She has her heels dug in and will do whatever she needs to for this trial. Mass, are we clear? Steve Buscemi in Fargo after partner shoots him in the face. Thank you. Barefoot Nurse. I left home at 4:45 p.m. yesterday Eastern, and I got back home at 8 a.m. Been sitting in the car listening because I'm afraid to go inside or I'll go to sleep. I do not want to miss the big win. Well, we're still here. We're still talking. Sidebar check. Song suggestion while we wait and not worry. Always look on the bright side of life. Life of Brian. Can't play it. They'll strike me. But we do have a lot of Monty Python. Lot of Monty Python references here. FNB's wife heard, I think, in song lyrics and said, sounds like you found your twin. That's funny. Norfolk County is politically corrupt. If you know, you know. So I'm sitting in front of the TV watching the OnlyFan from the courtroom, and I have my fan on above me, and it's messing with my brain. I think I have OnlyFan PTSD. Free Karen Reed. Well done. Well done. Samantha Clark says, thanks so much for the space. Just cannot see what is left to deliberate at this point. Any insights to calm me? Yeah, there could be one holdout. And they're all like, all right, well, here's the reason why we can't find her guilty on this. And even the judge won't give us clarity. What are we supposed to do? That's all. Taking their time, and they're taking it seriously. They haven't sent out a note saying we can't agree, we're deadlocked. So we got that going for us, right? Got that going for us. Millie May, 227 are angels and numbers. Trust your desired outcome, not guilty. War Pig, thanks for your 20. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. Rage shaving. Did you cut yourself? Hope you didn't cut yourself. Thanks for your 20. Bob Cromwell, MicrodotsClips did a review of the last question. You can hear AJ say the last question was actually before the other three. And Bev said the defense said ignore it, which A did not. Might be worth showing. Let me just double check because Richie's cool with me playing his stuff. I just have to make sure that there's no copyrighted music in it. So give me a second. Because when a creator puts music with their clip, They pay for it. They pay for the rights to use it on YouTube. And then if somebody else, if I restream it and they've paid for the rights, but I haven't, my entire stream gets stricken. It's a whole big thing. You don't need to know about it. Let me just listen to it real quick in the background here. Richie is amazing. The other day, and I heard that he was so happy that I wore his hat. He said he had an uptick in merch sales, by the way. He had an uptick in merch sales. Wore his hat, and I was shouting out his framed mug over here. Oh, excellent. It's 8 minutes and 52 seconds. So this is going to give me a chance to shove some food in my face because I'm hungry. I'm getting hangry. So thank you, Bob Cromwell, for your suggestion. I will allow it. We are going to play the Microdots clip that Bob Cromwell is suggesting. It's 8 minutes. If you need to, you should watch it. You should sub to MicrodotsClips and also Microdots regular channel. The jury's at lunch right now, so nothing's going to happen. You're not going to miss a thing. Okay? Don't believe everything you read on Twitter. Because everybody was putting in the chat yesterday, the jury's coming back at 3:25. And I happened to repeat it, which was a mistake. And then on Twitter, apparently it was their, like, McCabe and Albert joke. Like, oh, Melanie Little repeated what you said about 3:25. Ha, 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 ha. Like, they got me. So let's not do that, okay? Because they're out to get you. Not just Karen Reed, they're out to get you too. This is MicrodotsClips. I'm going to play it. It's called Judge Cannoni is a Nightmare, Argues with Alan Jackson, Karen Reed. But I don't want anybody to be confused that this is actually happening right now. Hold on. So I'm going to put Microdots banner up for him so that you know. I thought I had one already. Hold on. It's a replay video. So when people come in, inevitably, when I go off screen, you can tell them this is not live. It's Memorex. Okay? Go fill up your drinks, watch the clip, enjoy. I'm going to put it up with closed captions for everyone. And this is yesterday when Alan Jackson was arguing about that other note. Okay? Enjoy.
Jim, can I have that question, please? Thank you. All right. So as council knows, we received a question from the jurors. If we find not guilty on 2 charges but can't agree on 1 charge, is it a hung jury on all 3 charges or just 1 charge?
Astonishingly, here we are again. This is exactly what the defense team has been worried about happening. In the first trial, and now here in the second, predictably, confusion with how the questions were written. Judge Cannoni is rushing the defense. She's being short with them and rudely doing anything she can to not validate their concerns. They've been voicing their apprehension over the jury form leading up to deliberations, and now the jury is asking about that very issue.
I got some input from the defense at sidebar, essentially saying if we could just ignore it. We can't ignore it. To me, it's a theoretical question, and we don't answer theoretical questions. I tell the jurors that they're not to be concerned with the consequences of their verdict, and that's exactly what they're doing here. So I would propose just writing simply this is not a question I can answer on this and sending it back.
The defense position is not certainly not for it. I agree. You can't ignore your question.
She nods her head, but Jackson's words go in one ear and out the other, as we'll see.
However, I think that it is apropos, given the timing of when that question came in, literally before the court had answered the other 3 note card questions. I think that it would be appropriate to send a quick note just asking them, given the fact that there's some clarity in your other questions, does this answer your question? In other words, can you proceed without any further input by the court regarding that second question?
So that made sense initially, but why ask them, do I really need to answer it, to then tell them I'm not answering it?
Because I think at some point, they need to know what the law is. It's a reporting question. In other words, I don't see it as theoretical, as the court indicated. I see it a little bit differently, which is what are our options? And the options are built in the law, not in theory. If they come back with a verdict on more than one count, but they're hung on a separate count, they are to report those 2 counts, whatever counts they came to a verdict on.
So that's for a later time, right? So this is at this point.
Right.
It's premature, it's hypothetical, it's theoretical. I understand your point. I think I disagree with you at this point. It may be something later. The way the question's worded, if I find this, if we do this. I'll hear from the Commonwealth.
We agree it's consequence related. Your first suggestion, I think, is most appropriate, and we would endorse that.
Yeah. I'm going to do that at this time, Mr. Jackson. I'm not going to have a back and forth with them. I'm simply going to say, because it's true, it's the law, that this is not a question I can answer.
Well, I would strongly suggest that we find some other way. If that question continues to remain, then they're not going to ask that question.
Jackson makes a good point here. If the judge responds that it's not a question she can answer, then if it arises later at an appropriate time, they'll not ask because the court already said they can't answer it.
I don't think the court can say, or should say, I can't answer the question, because the court can answer that question. The court absolutely can answer it. I would simply say, this question is not before the court without further information, or something like that. Not the court can't answer that question, because if that question remains in their minds, we're going to end up in the exact same position that we were in last year.
There are other steps that can be taken to perhaps prevent that.
Whatever those steps are, I think the first step down the wrong path is to say, throw our hands up and say, well, we can't answer that question. Well, we know we can answer it.
So I don't know if I want to put you in an uncomfortable position, Ms. Giannetti. I'm inclined to answer the question the way I stated.
Could we have 2 minutes to confer with counsel, John?
1 minute.
How about 1 minute? You guys are 10 minutes late.
We just need 1 minute.
Cannoni's comment is unfathomable.
How dare you?
After a first mistrial caused by similar missteps, and a second trial riddled with half-days and delays, she refuses to give the defense team even 2 minutes to regroup and strategize. A brief pause would serve everyone's best interest. Take a breath, assess, and proceed responsibly. But throughout the entire course of this case, Karen Reed's rights have been treated as an afterthought by this court.
Just with a very slight tweak with the court's language, I don't have a principled objection to the court's language that we not answer the question at this time. I would simply ask that the court answer the question as you suggested just now in open court. It's premature to address this question at this time.
No, What do you say, Mr. Brennan? My response was, this is not a question I can answer for the reasons I stated. It's theoretical, and we tell jurors that they cannot be concerned with the consequences of their verdict. And that's exactly what you would be asking me to endorse. What's the Commonwealth's position on the proposed?
I agree with your first suggestion.
Yeah, I'm going to send it in like this. Your objection's noted.
Your Honor, if I could make my record a little bit clearer, the court's indicating that it doesn't answer questions about the consequences of the juror's verdict. That would be punishment. Of course, you can't answer a question like that. This is not the consequences of the verdict. It's how do they report a verdict. So I think saying I can't answer this is sending a false message to the jury. If the court would simply indicate this is not appropriate for me to address at this time, that assuages all concerns. Certainly assuages our concerns and it protects Ms. Reed's rights. I think that.
Well, I think what I could add is this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer. That does the same thing. Is there an objection? I understand, Mr. Jackson.
Add the clause at this time.
Is there an objection to me putting this is a theoretical question, not a question I can answer?
No objection.
Allow the court to finish writing, but at this point, that is over our objection.
I understand.
I just want to make sure the record is absolutely clear. That's over our objection. I don't think that's an appropriate answer to a very, very clear question. It could be answered in an innocuous way that does not affect Ms. Reed's rights.
Okay.
This way it does.
Okay, it was a clear question that the defense first told me to ignore. So
I didn't
is
tell
that.
you to ignore anything, Your Honor.
All right, we are all set. So let's send this in, please.
All rise.
Awesome work, right? Richie from Microdots out there doing amazing work. A lot of his work was used in the first Karen Reed trial. And a lot of the cleaned up waterfall video that you saw in the second trial also was done by Richie. So it takes an army. It takes an army. Valor Warrior, if you were not here earlier, we did go over that earlier, the verdict slips. So if you want to go back and look at the amended verdict slip, we looked at the amended one. So yes, correct. Also, Joni asking about that. We did it earlier in the stream. You can just rewind back to the portion where you see it up on the screen. Thank you, Summer, for your compliment. Says Melanie is the best to watch trials with, and the lawyer you know is great for recaps at night. Neither curse, and both are just good humans and very intelligent. Thank you for your compliment. And BT, thank you. Sky as the neighborhood said one of my favorite moments was when you and Mark got the giggles over Randy and he had to go off camera for a bit. Yes, we did the Monty Python bit. 'Tis only a flesh wound. I'll get you. But you got no arms and no legs. And then I said, we're waiting for the night to come out with a shrubbery. And it was funny. Let me try and have fun here because, you know, laugh or we're going to cry. Nothing yet. Jury might be eating. I don't know if they're given the opportunity to deliberate over lunch. I think they're given the choice, maybe. I don't know. Clock's still running. That was funny, right? Got something else funny for you too, because we need some more laughs. There's an amazing creator. For those of you who choose to wade on the cesspool of Twitter, my demographic skews older. I think like 80% of my audience is 45 plus. And so there are many people here who do not wade in the cesspool of Twitter. I was on there for like 10 minutes at an old account that I never used because I never really understood it. I'm like, what could I possibly have to say in however many characters or less that anybody would ever care about? And then when I started talking out about this case, boy, the trolls found me and they were tagging me in all kinds of things, saying all kinds of nasty things to me. And I'm like, yeah, why do I want to be here? You can't moderate, you can't regulate. People can just say whatever they want about you behind fake names. And what is this? It's like the Wild West of vitriol. So many of you may not have seen this. And so I would like to bring this to you. And we will read them because they are hilarious. Oops. It goes all the way back to the beginning. And it is a diary. It is Hank Brennan's diary. Satire. Okay, it's not real. The creator's name on Twitter, her name is Emily C. Emily S-E-E. She's hilarious. She wrote me an email. I shouted her out one day and we read some of them and we were laughing like crazy. And she said, if you're totally free to read them if you like, if you have some downtime. I think now is a good time. It's a good time as any. Let's read Hank Brennan's diary as brought to us fictionally by Emily C. S-E-E. She's hilarious. I think she's been on Auntie Deb's show, right? I think she does most of her work on Twitter. But part of what I love, one of the things I love so much about her diary, her Hank diary entries is the stationery. Like the stationery for each entry is so carefully chosen. You can just say, and I'll read it to you because many of you are on scaffolding or operating heavy equipment. She's on TikTok too. Awesome. But I allow my show to be streamed on X. I do not stream my show on X. Who's streaming my show on X? What you talking about, Cindy? That's not true. I do not. If somebody is streaming my show on X, they're doing that without my consent. And I would love to know who's doing that. That is absolutely 100% false. Oh, Emily C also has a YouTube channel now. That's amazing. Okay, so if you haven't seen it, she's also on YouTube, they tell me. And here is the Hank Brennan's first diary entry as brought to us by Emily C. It's dated 4/22/25, and the header at the top of his stationery is, I am brave. Dear diary, today I did a great job using my big voice. I wore a new tie and everyone loved it. Carrie talked all about her friends. I hope I get a friend one day. It won't be Nuttall, and it's got a sad face. That dummy told Jackson that I made him say, I hit him, but I didn't even. Tully did. Maybe the honorable judge will be my friend. She has a cool new curtain. Tomorrow I will ask her where she got it. Time to get my beauty rest because I have another big day tomorrow. XOXO, Hank. That was day 1. Day 2. At the top of Hank's stationery on his loose leaf paper, it says, I am enough. So funny. Dear diary, what a roller coaster today was. This morning, I barely got to use my big boy voice, and Mr. Jackson got to talk all about my favorite things like lying. But that all changed after I talked to Peg because I got to be so mean about Karen's videos. TBH diary, I don't really understand what she meant in any of those interviews, but I just told everyone she knows she hit John. Ugh. But then I had to talk about technology and it was so boring. I couldn't even trash Karen at all. I started randomly shouting just to keep myself entertained. XOXO. I mean, this is going all the way back to April 23rd of 2025. And doesn't that, like, wow, it is crazy to think how far we've come. To day 36 of this Michigas Shonda Hunger Games. Where's my chapstick? P.S. Yesterday I was jealous of all of Carrie's friends, but today I found out Jen McStar Witness is just using her. P.P.S. I asked the honorable judge where she got her new curtain from, and she said a yard sale, so I probably can't get matching friendship curtains. I love Emily C. I've made such nice internet friends, many of whom I've had the opportunity to meet in person. All right, moving on to day 3. I am very special, it says on the top of the loose leaf paper. Dear diary, today was a short day, so I don't have much to say. I kind of hope the jury forgets the texts and videos from today. Karen and John sounded normal. Why couldn't she have said, I'm going to smash you with my car tonight? Have I mentioned how annoying Turtle Boy is? He always calls me Spanky, but I've never spanked anyone. What a dummy. He did say I'm doing a better job than Lally, though. That's true. That's why I never let Lally speak. And he doodles on the side of the page. A doodle of Turtle Boy. And then scrabbles it out of there. scribble scrabbles it. Wait, did she just say I'm here? Emily might be here. And if you're here, Emily, shout out to you. I told everyone to go follow you. Chat's moving quickly now because it's super funny and they love it. Okay, moving on. XOXO, Hank. Day 4. Today's stationery says dream big at the top in a pink cloud with white bubbles. White bubble letters. Dear Diary, TGIF, all in pink bubble letters. Sheesh, what a week. Today we took a field trip to 34 Fairview. We all rode the bus like in school. I was singing Nickelback the whole way. The jurors all smiled at me. I know they loved it. And thank goodness, because no one told me how small 34 Fairview is. That wasn't in the transcript from the last trial. There's no way Karen hit him and then no one saw him laying there. Oh, diary, what has Hanky gotten himself into? Time to go take a relaxing bubble bath. XOXO, Hank. And here's one from Lally, dated 4/25/25. Let's see this one. Oh, same day as that one. This is the Lally diary entry. And at the top of the loose leaf paper, it says, think positive. Dear diary, who, if anyone, finally got to talk today? Oh, and you can see what Emily does here. She changes up the handwriting so it's much more adultish and it's script. It's cursive. Fan is still up. Verticlock is still ticking. We're wasting time. Killing time, but it's funny. So we're not really wasting anything. Dear diary, who, if anyone, finally got to talk today? Me. Hank gave me a carton of cigarettes because no one fell asleep. You know what, though? That was enough. I don't want to have to work anymore. It's like they want to pay Hank $1 million to do what Jen McCabe says. ... Just let me relax in the courtroom in peace. I don't even think anyone has noticed the curtain I hung up so I can nap without the sun in my eyes. XOXO Lally. P.S. Free Karen Reed because then I win. Hank. Day 5. And then Emily writes in the header, I actually had a hard time finding the levity in Hank today. Top of his loose leaf stationery says, I am doing this for me. 4/28/25. Dear diary, remember that time we went camping and a swarm of mosquitoes got into our tent and bit us the whole night, and then I had an allergic reaction? That's the energy I brought to court today, trying to keep the ARCA hunks out of testifying. I know it was wrong, but I had to. Even my own expert witness today kept saying things about John going in the house. We shopped all the way to Canada to find a guy who wouldn't say that, and now he's turning on me too. Hank. Day 6. There's there's a doodle of like a gravestone and says, I'm okay on it with a little smiley face emoji. 4/29/25. Dear diary, I just took a long bubble bath. Today was not a good day. I lost the fight with the ARCA hunks. I think tomorrow I need to start a new fight to exclude my guy, Ian Whiffen, because he spent the whole day telling Elise about how John went in the house after I specifically told him not to. But diary, va-va-voom, you should have seen Jen McCabe. I'm going to ask her where she goes tanning because I think I need to start. She had a great idea to wear a big cross necklace. I think I'll wear a matching one. XOXO. Hank. I mean, can you believe it was all the way back on April 29th that Jennifer McCabe testified? I can't, because here we are on June 18th. Yep, 1:02 p.m. April 30th, shaking like a leaf in a storm. Hank, here's day 7. Top of the loose leaf says, I'm a good boy. Dear feds, if you are reading this diary, I need you to know that I had no idea what I was getting myself into when I took on the role as special prosecutor. I am completely innocent. I'm in the little corner of your screen. You can see me. I mean, maybe you can't, but I'm in the corner of the screen. Very small on the bottom. All right. Would you like to see me better? Hang on. No, because I like it better. I like it better when you can see the whole piece of paper. Oh, but wait. I am also very, very scared. All of these people who I have been meeting with alone, who Michael Morrissey told me were innocent, are cold-blooded killers and pathological liars. I hope you're reading this because I need help, all in caps. You've seen me. I'm no match for Colin and the Bryans if they turn on me, and Jen is the scariest of them all. Please intervene. I can't do this anymore. Shaking like a leaf in the storm, or shaking like a leaf in a storm, Hank. Day 8. Top of the loose leaf says, life is tough, but so am I. 5/2/25. Dear Diary, it's a good thing these jurors are from Norfolk County because I'm hoping at least half of them drink so much tonight they forget everything Jen McCabe said. I tried to put them to sleep with a lullaby and the BAC lady at the end, but the first time she said Karen's name, they all looked like they had forgotten she was even the defendant. Jen talked to her sister, all in caps, at 5:07 a.m., the one that was hiding in the house, all in caps. What's a hanky to do? XOXO, Hank. Day 9. They're eating lunch. They're eating lunch. The verdict clock is still on for those of you who are just coming on. We're killing time. We're laughing with Emily C's Hank Diary Entries series from Twitter. You know what? Let me put up a banner. Jury is at lunch. That doesn't mean they're not deliberating, though. There we go. Deliberations continue. Verdict watch. But now it hides me a little bit. So let me just. I'm not a cupcake. I'm not a cupcake. Can't make everybody happy. Maybe I can move this over here, make this bigger. Hold on. Okay. Day 9, Dear Diary. It says at the top, all cops are good with a big siren. 5/2/25. Sometimes I wish I was the defense attorney on this case. That seems much easier. Today I started pretending to be the defense attorney for fun. I brought up how Katie didn't ask Karen what she hit John with and how Ryan Nagel left at the exact time, quote, Karen hit him. Then I realized Michael Morrissey would be mad. So I started being the defense attorney for the cops. Can you believe my new clients use cups and grocery bags to collect evidence? I have a big new job. XOXO, Hank, right? And then underneath the date, it says, 5 times 5 equals 25. Yay, it's a math date. Emily C is original. There she is. Emily SEE. Find her on Twitter, TikTok, and now YouTube. Here's one from Lally on May 5th. Speak up today. Dear Diary, finished my second witness this morning. Bev forgot who I was, but thankfully Hanky had my back and reminded her it was my time to shine. Things went downhill from there. I lost the key to Katie's dungeon, so we had to let Sarah go first. I swapped Katie's little cross necklace with one I stole from Laura's office so people wouldn't notice she's wearing the same outfit. I think it worked. Ended the day with Gallagher. Now that he's, quote, retired, I'm going to see if I can borrow some of the ego booster he's on. XOXO, Lally. P.S. We're just not going to talk about Ryan and Heather, but I think she smiled at me. May 6, 2025. I love police in emojis at the top of the loose leaf paper. Dear Diary, yesterday I hired myself as the defense attorney for the police, and today was the best day yet. Wow, those guys need me. They didn't even pretend to be real police officers. So every time they said something stupid, like that Gallagher is psychic and knows what's on an low camera recording without watching it, I just asked, what did the ground feel like? Then everyone was thinking about how John got killed by the ground. Why would cops cover that up? New plan. I'm not going to call Higgins, Brian Albert, Matt McCabe, or any of them. They're not part of my new case. XOXO, Hank. This says the third page of Hank's diary, day 11. And there's a list that says people I hate at the top of it. Hold on. And it's crazy writing and it's funny. So if you want to see the writing, it says Scott from second grade, Draco Malfoy, Santa Claus spelled wrong, Emily and Friends, the old man in the Six Flag commercial, Stephen the Rifleman Flemmy, Kevin Weeks. I think that's a Whitey Bulger reference. Hold on, wait a second. Sheldon Cooper, Caillou. Oh my God, who doesn't hate Caillou? Caillou is a freak. So I sent something yesterday to my kids. Like the person who created Caillou still thinks they did nothing wrong. John Connolly, that one juror in 2017, and Shia LaBeouf, Jojo Siwa, Brian next door, Turtle Boy, and then he's got Diddy, and that's all scribbled out. Jessica Hyde in big red letters. Day 12. Keep working hard, it says 5/28/25. Dear diary, my plan worked perfectly. Yesterday, before Miss Jessica left, I told her I wouldn't ruin her life if she would write the code to make a memory eraser, like the light pen thing in Men in Black. I don't know why he hates Charlotte. I zapped Yuri right before he took the stand, and he couldn't remember anything. He didn't remember he waited over a year to fake his reports. He didn't know left and right. He didn't even remember that you're not supposed to taste things at a crime scene. Now I need to figure out how I can zap everyone else because there's no way I'm calling any of the murderers to the stand. XOXO, Hank. Day 12. Some of this stuff was so long ago, right? It says life is good at the top. Dear diary, can you keep a secret? I think Hank might be blowing it. Mwahahahaha. Yes, XOXO, Lally. Day 13. Says shut up at the top of the loose leaf paper. Dear diary, I'm writing this in court because Yuri is reading Higgins' texts with Karen and I cannot listen anymore. Things are not going well. I'm going to take this time to make a good playlist for the drive home to relax. Take the money and run, Steve Miller Band. Somebody's watching me. Rockwell. Never gonna give you up, Rick Astley. Crime of the Century, Supertramp. Suspicious Minds, Elvis Presley. Break the Rules, Charlie XCX. Feeling Myself, Nicki Minaj. No Body, No Crime, Taylor Swift. Killing Me Softly by the Fugees. Goodbye, Earl, The Chicks. Doing Time, Lana Del Rey. Bad Boys, Inner Circle. Getaway Car, Taylor Swift. Smile, Vitamin C. Stop, Spice Girls, and Truth Hurts by Lizzo. XOXO. Hank. P.S. Songs for Higgins. I Can't Make You Love Me. Bonnie Raitt. I Want to Know What Love Is. Foreigner. My Heart Will Go On. Celine Dion. And Creep. Radiohead. It's 1:11 right now. Everyone say a prayer. Everyone say a prayer. Oh man, you can't make this stuff up. But she did. Emily did it. She did it. She's doing it for us. And I'm loving it. I forgot that he did say that you could taste things at the crime scene. That was a little bit weird. Yeah. Day 14. I am perfect. It says at the top of the loose leaf 5/12/25. Dear diary. Yuri was on the stand since Thursday, and the jury finds him very credible as a trusted member of the state police with a job to do. Well done. Jackson tried to make a big deal about Michael Proctor's unprofessional texts, but it was just not the same impact as having Proctor on the stand. It was just nitpicking. By AJ. During the break, I had such a nice moment quietly chatting with Peg. Paul looked very sharp today in a crisp suit with a yellow tie. My redirect was very effective with 5 exclamation points. XOXO, Hank. P.S. Only following John DePetro has been so good for my mental health. That was actually in the New York Post yesterday, like a video of John DePetro, this guy that is in this next tweet here, like heckling Turtle Boy. It was in the New York Post, the video. Maybe we'll look at that next. And here's the context. It's a tweet that she reposted from John DePetro show that says, with a picture of Yuri, the jury finds him very credible as a trusted member of the state police with a job to do. Well done. Very effective redirect here by Hank Brennan, resetting the events of that afternoon, interviewing Karen Reed at her parents' home. A court officer stands blocking the view of Bill Reed from the jury. We are back. During break, Hank Brennan had a nice moment, quietly chatting with Peg O'Keefe. Also, Paul O'Keefe looking very sharp today in a crisp suit with a yellow tie and looks like an attorney. Funny, Emily. You're funny. Day 15. Dated 5/14/25. At the top says, tomorrow you can try again. like a stamp that a teacher would put on your paper. Dear Diary, I miss Whitey Bulger. How am I supposed to defend these cops when they don't even know how to do crime? They had solo cups full of blood and they didn't think to dip that everlasting taillight in it. Instead, the best they could come up with was to place one tiny shard of random glass and one single strand of hair on the bumper. Next, all in caps. How does that frame Karen? Question mark, exclamation point. At least this morning, I showed a video of Karen saying John said she was the best person he had ever met and he would never break up with her. So that ought to convince the jury she hit him. XOXO, Hank. Day 15. This is a Lally diary entry. My voice matters. Wednesday, May 14th, 2025. Dear Diary, Hank taught me how to project my voice and now I'm the loudest LAL-YER you've ever heard. Say goodbye to the days of jurors falling asleep while your boy, BOI, is talking. I'll scream in their face. My witness was Zachary Clark. He took a lot of pictures of the scene. Of course, I wasn't going to show them to the jury because they make it so obvious that the goon squad didn't just find taillight as it revealed itself, in quotes. So we looked at pictures of Karen's steering wheel for a while. Then I was exhausted, so I took a nap. XOXO Lally. P.S. When we were leaving, Bev seemed really mad at Hank. Hee 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 hee. XOXO, Hank. This is day 16. It's some text messages. And does it say who they're from? Hold on. It doesn't say who's on the left, but dude, I told you that squirty bitch show is a whack job. And then Hank says, I should have listened to you. We got crushed today. Word, I know. Keefe's been blowing up my phone, freaking out all day. Oh, it must be Proctor. And then Hank responds, you know you guys will be fine. MM will take care of you. Proctor says, he better after I took the fall for him, Tully, and Berkey. I loved when you just started shouting about Karen said I hit him. Hank says, making that up was the only thing you guys did right in this whole ordeal. Proctor says, how are we supposed to know this was gonna blow up? And he spells it Gunna. Hank says, you didn't. Don't worry, kid. Proctor says, how are you texting now? Oh, that's hilarious, because remember Higgins said that to Karen. Hank says, Alessi whining, gotta go crush him. XOXO, Hank. Day 17, own your power. 5/16/25. I hope you're enjoying these, because I am. Dear Diary, what a day. I'm almost embarrassed for Bev. She will do anything to make me happy. I started blurting things out just to see what I can get away with. Spoiler, everything. ARCA submitted their work on May 7th, and those guys are good. So on May 8th, I set up a meeting with Mr. Shannon Burgess to go over the results. I told him I was very busy and he had to meet me at my house. When he arrived, I locked him in my basement like in Breaking Bad, and he's been working on reinventing science ever since. Today, I made Bev promise he can testify whenever I want. Elise asked for a voir dire, which duh, I would have too if I were him. But I can't risk Manshan telling everyone where he's been for 8 days. So I did cute puppy eyes at Bev, and she said no. XOXO, Hank. Somebody said, Kim Thomas, is this real or jokes? No, this is Emily C on Twitter and YouTube and TikTok. And these are her fake diary entries from Hank Brennan. And so we're killing time. P.S. I showed everyone a picture of Proctor and said it was Watson, and they just believed me. Ha, ha, ha. Who even is Watson? Day 17. Seize the moment. Dear Diary. This is a Lally diary entry. Ted says she found Hank's diary and published it on Twitter. And it's funny because apparently Emily C has always wanted to write a book. And somebody said, you should put these in book form after this is over. And she said, wouldn't it be crazy if my dream of writing a book was realized by publishing these diary entries? And hey, whatever it takes, girl, do it. Seize the moment. This is a Lally entry. Dear Diary, to understand how good today was, I need to tell you about yesterday. I told Hank we shouldn't call Squirty Bello, but of course he didn't listen. During his redirect, the jury started laughing at him. Ha 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 ha. They never laugh at me. Then Bev let Bob talk for like 8 minutes. It made Hank so mad he smashed his laptop shut and stole my pack of Reds on the way out. I heard him blasting his Alanis Morissette tape all the way down High Street. You remember that day he slammed his laptop? That was hilarious. We talked about it. This morning he said his threat was roar, R-A-W-R. His throat was roar from belting, you ought to know. So I had to carry the show. It was Adam versus David, the two cutie pies all day. Classic, biblical even. XOXO. Lally. Any misinformation in chat will be deleted. This is your final warning. This is your final warning that misinformation will be deleted. Such as the person who keeps spamming the chat with hung jury. We have not heard from the jury yet. We are still waiting. They are at lunch. As soon as I have information, I will let you know. Maybe I should do an ASMR channel. I know, Olivia Lambo. I cannot believe that this is taking so long either. I can't believe it. But Emily C is keeping us, Emily C is keeping us company. And I have her blessing. And so there's that. Day 18, here's another Hank diary entry. Dear Diary, at the top it says, don't stay bad. Wait. At the top it says, bad boys don't stay bad forever. 5/19/25. Dear Diary, today was a good reminder that no matter what I am going through in life, there's always someone who has it worse. Because today was a bad, bad day for our case, but today was a really bad day for Manshan's life. I'm pretty sure he lost his job in real time while he was on the stand on an international live stream. And the way his hair looks already, he doesn't seem like someone who can afford to lose his job. But he lied about graduating from college. Just made the whole thing up. Can you believe it? Also, I fear AJ and Alessi are on to Kevin Albert and Tully's major role in the cover-up. XOXO, Hank. This was a 2-pager. Hold on. This is giving us it's taking us back to all of the humor that we were able to find throughout this trial. And that's why it's helping us cope. The humor is our coping mechanism. I think it's may or may not be Emily C's as well. Hold on for a moment while I find the next page. The thing is, I can't swipe left on this laptop because if you know, you know, on StreamYard, when you swipe left on your mouse pad, it kicks you out of the stream. And I have been kicked out of my stream more than once, so much so that somebody renamed themselves Melanie Little's left swipe in StreamYard. Okay, here we go. This is the second page of that same day entry, and it's the same list of people I hate, except now there's some more people added at the bottom after Diddy and Jessica Hyde, Bob Alisi, and Shannon with one N. Let's see how many subs we can get Emily C up at 2 today. Women helping other women. Just one of the many things that we do here, aside from a little bit of comedy, some legal analysis, having Billy Bush on as a guest. We did that today too. No big deal. No big whoop. No big whoop. He wanted me to come over and I said, Billy, I am loyal to my people. I can't leave them. I got over 30,000 people here. How can I leave them? So his producer shot me an email and said, can Billy Bush come to you? I said, okay, sure. And then he did. And if you missed that, please rewind, because we had a great conversation about a lot of things involving Karen Reed and not Karen Reed. And Billy Bush knows a lot about the Karen Reed case. He knows all the details, So there's that. Now we are on day 19. And at the top is engraved stationery that says HB in fancy font. Tuesday, May 20th of 2025. Oh, this is hilarious. Some of these I have not yet read, Emily, so this is a cold read. To whom it may concern, I am writing, and this is typewritten, unlike the others that were handwritten. To whom it may concern, I'm writing to provide a reference for Shannon Burgess, who is applying to the University of Alabama in Birmingham for the first time. He reveres your institution so much that he has had it on his resume for over a decade. I am writing to implore you to give him the chance of a lifetime. I have had the opportunity to observe Shannon in a professional capacity, and I am pleased to share my observations regarding his abilities and character. Shannon demonstrates a satisfactory level of competence in his work. He is particularly adept. I lost my place. He is particularly adept at following instructions and completing tasks as directed. Shannon has occasionally displayed lapses in integrity, which provides you the incredible opportunity to assist in his development. There have been instances where his decision-making has raised concerns about his commitment to ethical standards. I believe that with appropriate mentorship and a focus on personal growth, Shannon has the potential to address these shortcomings and mature into a principled individual. Additionally, please add Bachelor of Silence. Bachelor of Silence. Hold on, back to one. Additionally, please add Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics, Scientific Computation, and Business Administration as a single major, as that is what Shannon, with one N, desires to pursue. XOXO, Hank. Hilarious. Here she is, Emily C. SEE at M64000 on Twitter. And she's on YouTube's and TikTok and all of the things. And she's really cute in person too. Day 20, vacation mode, and then there's a little switched on in the upper upper of the loose leaf paper. 5/21/25. Everyone hit the like button. Thank you, Mr. Lai, for reminding everyone. If you're having fun, hit the like button. Just put your DNA on it. I promise you the Canton PD and MSP will not get a hold of it. And even if they did, they certainly wouldn't know what to do with it. They'd probably hang on to it for a couple of years before even testing it. And even then, there would be no chain of custody. So please, please hit the like button. It helps people find us. It helps the algorithm of whatever and all that thing. All those things and stuff. See, some people are like, I do the TikTok and the tube, but no way to Twitter. And that's why I'm bringing this to you here. Because I know that you guys don't like Twitter either. Just like me, I call it a cesspool. Dear Diary, the minute I got to court this morning, I begged Bev to do a mini voir dire of each juror to find out what they think about me. I felt like that cute little couple who's falling in love in the front corner was always whispering about me. It took until 9:30, but she finally said, I'll allow it, kicked the whole courtroom out, and interviewed each one of them. Turns out they don't hate me. Yay. They're just whispering and laughing all the time because they think our case sucks, which is also not good. But they don't hate me, so that's a win for Hanky. Tell that to Scott from 2nd grade. Whoa. Plus, it doesn't even matter if it's day 20 and we haven't proven anything because we have 5 days off, so they won't remember anything by the time we get back. XOXO. Hank. People are posting in the chat that John DePetro just had a hit and run. Someone let her know. Yeah, I did see it scroll by a couple times, so I don't know. He hit someone and broke their tail light. I don't know. I don't want to spread information, but you guys, so many of you, that he hit a car in the parking lot and took off, broke the lady's tail light. Oh, wait a second. See, that's totally a rumor. That's totally a rumor. I'm not falling for it. I fell for it the other day when you guys all said they would come back at 3:25. All the McAlberts were out there saying, Melanie Little fell for it. And she said it on her stream. There's video. Okay. Is the video posted? Okay. I'm not going to repeat it unless I find out that's true, because here's the thing. Poetic justice, if true, you can crack a tail light from bumping into a car in a parking lot or backing into a car. And allegedly there's video. It's live. Turn it on. No, I'm not going to turn it on. I don't know who's live. I don't stream other people's things. But that's nice that somebody's doing it. Can I get through Emily C's diary entries first? Can we do one thing at a time, please? We need to focus. Okay. Otherwise, we get sidetracked and then we never go back to our initial task. Moving on to day 20, and this is a diary entry from Lally. Long weekend. Dear diary, well, this was a new experience. Christina Hanley was still recovering from her brain surgery from Dr. Isaac Wolf. How cool that we convinced him to come testify before he went back to Miami. But she couldn't remember anything or even how to speak. So I just started saying random numbers and dashes and apparent red plastic until Bev finally said, stop, let's go to lunch. When we got back, it wasn't any better. So I said some more 7-3 clear apparent glass. And then Bev sent us home until Tuesday. Oh, yeah. Commonwealth. Oh, no. It says, oh, yeah. AJ made a great chart, but his face is so handsome. I'm sure no one was even looking at how it proved Proctor planted so much evidence. XOXO. Lally. Day 21. Here's another Hank entry. What time is it now in Massachusetts? It is now 1:32 p.m. Am I on mute? No, I am not on mute. People, you can hear me, right? Can you hear me? Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. If you think I'm on mute, you need to refresh your browser. Refresh your browser. Trust the process, it says at the top of day 21 Hank entry. Dear Diary, I have to admit, this morning I was worried. Juddy showed up looking like he just went on a week-long Canton bender. Messy stubble, losing his voice, wearing his grandpa's suit. And immediately he started telling everyone about how Tully is our boss and chauffeur. But then I remembered what Oprah said, never give up. Your dreams are your reality. And me and Juddy just started vibing. We made up so much random stuff. Quote, to a reasonable degree of engineering certainty, end quote. Calculating the variable between the right answer and what we want the answer to be. Feet/seconds. Seconds equal feet. It was amazing. Just mad Juddy didn't let me wear my Karen wig and drive the car to hit him. This man could present PowerPoints for days. And I think that's what my new strategy is going to be, because I can't let Elise get up and ruin all the fun. XOXO Hank. Somebody said, IW07, what time is it in Massachusetts? 1/2 corruption. These diary entries are from Emily C. SEE on Twitter. She is also on YouTube and TikTok. Please go follow her and show her some love. We can hear you. Now can we hear the jury? Well, as soon as they come back, they'll come back and we will hear from them. But until then, you are left with me. I have the fan up. I'm doing my best to entertain you. There's about 400 other people streaming the Karen Read stuff. I'm not doing it for you today. That's okay. You're not going to hurt my feelings. The second day of Hank's diary, day 21, says, people I love at the top with a lot of hearts. Mom and Dad sometimes, Ronald McDonald, the Budweiser Frogs, Cindy next door, and then that's crossed off, Lisa Simpson, all in caps, Cleopatra, Mr. Spock, J.K. Rowling, Al Gore, Flo from the Progressive commercials, Barbara from 6th grade, which is also crossed out, Whitey in cursive. Oh, and then it says next to that in parentheses, he signed this. How cool. Jay Carney, Crosby, Stills and Nash, Ariana Grande, Sheldon Cooper. Oh, he's got Crosby, Stills, Nash, and Young, and then he crossed off Young. The Yo Quiero Taco Bell dog, Alanis Morissette, and then in big red letters, Judson Welcher with hearts all over it. Day 22. Hank's diary entry. Soul full of sunshine, 5/28/25. 11 pieces of taillight. Police have been called, says Michael. Dear diary, you know how yesterday I said I love Juddy? I didn't even know what love was then. I think he's my favorite person of all time. He was the biggest pain in the ass to Elise today, and I loved every second of it. Just when I thought Juddy was backed into a corner and he'd have to admit some info, he would blurt out something completely random like dyslexic, or it's possible the car could have blasted off into space. He even started talking about spreading his load. It was amazing. I've never trusted a witness more. At a certain point, I stopped listening for things to object to, and I just kicked back with Lally to watch the show. Wow, diary, today was a beautiful day. XOXO, Hank. I believe her name on YouTube is Emily C. Emily, last name SEE. Check the fan. It's past 1:30. Okay, but that doesn't mean anything. I would have some inboxes that would say that we're heading back to court or they're going back to court. And so it doesn't mean, just because it's past 1:30 doesn't mean that they're back with anything. Right? Unless anybody else has any more breaking news or further information from a reliable source. Needs to be sourced properly. Needs to be free range information, organic, cruelty free. Not a lot of cruelty free information in this case, by the way. Just saying. Take your bad feelings and put them aside. Okay? There are we have no room for bad feelings here. Do not get bad feelings. They've been out for 19 hours. You know how long it took last time for a mistrial? 27. Okay. Still young. It is still young. For those of you who are new to season 2 and we're not here for season 1, it's like deja vu all over again for those of us who suffered through this, because we too thought during season 1, it was so obvious. It was so obvious that John was not hit by a car and a car did not hit John O'Keefe. And it was so obvious that all of the suspicious behavior that went on inside of 34 Fairview and among and between all of the people at 34 Fairview and all of the shenanigans, tomfoolery, and ballyhoo that actually happened. It was so obvious to us. And we were sitting here every day going, why is it taking so long? My biological verdict clock is ticking. And it's okay. It's going to be okay. Don't give up so easily. We're waiting. Now we are on so here on the East Coast, for those of you who need to know the time, it is currently, technically, and actually, maybe 1:39 p.m. But you know, my iPhone may be incorrect because time drifts and stuff. Now we are on day 23 from Hank's, a note from Hank's legal pad. Day 23. And it says Hank, the law, with some scales at the top of the yellow loose leaf paper this time. 5/29/25. B. How do you think we did? I know you can't really tell me, winky face. But how do you think things are looking for us? What has MM been saying? Now let me change that line reading. What has MM been saying? Did he mention me at all? Tell him I saw him at the parade and he looked so handsome. Thanks for your help with that Trooper Paul situation. God, at least he just won't quit. Eye roll emoji. Oh, yeah. Also, thanks for not making Juddy answer any of his stupid questions. We're meeting for clause tonight if you want to join. XOXO. H. Day 24. Thanks, diary. Still unraveling. That's at the top. I think unraveling. Except the A is a heart. 5/30/25. Dear diary. I made a little oopsie today. So yesterday we rested, and today the Readjects, Readjects, READJECTS. Today the Readjects started their case. But when I was cross-examining the first witness, Matthew DeSorga, I was so used to questioning my own witnesses that I got a little confused. Hey, GB, shut up. Don't tell me what to do on my channel. Enough with the diary. It's what? Okay, bye. We don't allow slurs here with regard to race, sexual preference, or anything such as like that. Maybe you should go over to Law and Crime and survive over there. You're not here to tell me how to run my channel. I do what I want on my own, boss. If you think it's annoying, then go somewhere else. You're not going to hurt my feelings. Trust me. You don't need to complain that it's annoying. You can go somewhere else. I don't think that that's what you were talking to, but that was about something else. People saying hung jury, blah, 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 blah. My laptop is working. Yes, thank you very much. DoorDash brought me like a more powerful. Apparently you can get a more powerful charge book for your MacBook. Who knew? Who knew? You know who knew? All of you guys, because you only emailed me with your tech support, and I love that about you. Dear diary, today I made a little oopsie. Oh wait, we were going Matthew DeSorga. Maybe it was all those White Claws that I had with Juddy last night. We were doing karaoke until it was time to come back to court. Anyways, I forgot that DeSorga wasn't my guy and that Burgess is. And I asked a lot of questions about how dumb Shano's report is. I also poked a few holes in Juddy's work, but that's because I'm so mad he wouldn't let me be Danny when we sang Summer Lovin' last night. Then Proctor's buddy with the good hair came to talk about the group text thread, the limp dick lead. Maybe me and Juddy will end up on a group text like that someday. Hanky can dream. XOXO Hank. If you don't get it, you don't get it. That's right. You'd rather talk about random things. We talked about random things for, let's see, we're going on 5 hours now. It's 4 hours, 52 minutes and 17 seconds. If this is not floating your boat, rewind and watch my interview with Billy Bush, because we did that today too. Block Island has a 99% chance of Hank's hair dye today. That was funny. I saw it fly by. XOXO Hank. We're nearing the end. It's day 25. We're up to day 25. It's okay to feel your feelings, it says. Dear diary, it was the best of times. It was the worst of times. I got to read Proctor's text out loud to Karen's face, but that was only because his stupid best friend went all Mother Teresa about how they were so bad. He couldn't even say them out loud. I got to team up with Kelly Devil to accuse the Reed Jecks of threatening her, but that was only because she made it so obvious that she's lying and there's so many people in on it. I go to bully Marie Russell. I got to bully Marie Russell about how she only signed on to this case to get TikTok followers. But then I looked over and even Tara Kerrigan was shaking her head in embarrassment. I knew I should have kept Juddy on the stand forever. XOXO, Hank. GB, I was kind to you. I showed you some grace and some kindness. And I didn't block you. All I did was delete your message, but now you're going to Block Island. Everyone say goodbye to GB. See ya. Bye-bye. Chatting is a privilege, not a right. And you're not entitled to freedom of speech on my channel. It's just a thing. You're not allowed to come on here and trash me, my co-creators, my guests. These are diary entries by Emily C. on Twitter that we are using to laugh ourselves while we wait. XOXO, day 26, Hank's diary. The bad days will end on, and then it's a calendar. Dear diary, this is so unfair. Last year, the Rejects barely did anything in their case against Lals. When Butthead Barros said Proctor clearly broke the taillight, they didn't even cross-examine him. It was like they didn't even want the jury to remember. Last year, they only called 6 witnesses. Those dorks were done in less than 3 days. That is who I thought I was going up against when I took this case. Instead, I had to spend this whole morning yelling at a grandma and this afternoon discrediting the only honest cop in the state. Hanky cranky, XOXO crank. P.S. At least Bev is still on my side. I started blurting out random things I knew weren't in evidence. Alessi got so mad, he was screaming about a mistrial with prejudice, but Bev said she couldn't do that to her baby. Me. Day 27. All right, we'll take a break a little bit. We'll take a break from a little bit as the all caps people come in wanting to know what time the lunch break is over. It doesn't really matter what time the lunch break is over because they're not coming back until they've got something to say. They're not coming back until they have a note. They're not coming back until they have a verdict or a note. So whatever time they're done with lunch doesn't matter. They could be deliberating through lunch. Maybe they're not deliberating through lunch. I don't know. This is not an airport. You do not need to announce your departure. If you want to go and you can't stand the waiting and it's making you crazy, you don't need to announce your departure. Whether it's stupid that they're taking so long or not, I don't know. You can think what you want. See, I'm gonna take the law and crime poll. They have 7,000 votes on their poll. Okay, wait. I'm gonna just take it for all of us. What do you think Karen Reed's verdict will be? I'm gonna say not guilty. They have 7,000 votes. 74% of their people say not guilty. 9% say guilty, and hung jury is 17%, and they have 7,400 votes right now. Thank you, Lofty Mom. I appreciate that. DePetro is this guy on Twitter. Somebody said, who is he? He's like a Rhode Island, like a radio guy or like a reporter or something. I'm not really even sure. But he hates Karen Reed. Boy, does he hate Karen Reed. He was in the New York Post. Let's pull that up. Let's look at the New York Post article about him and Turtle Boy. Aiden. I call him Aiden Carney because that is his God-given name. So one moment, talk amongst yourselves for a second while I find it. I couldn't believe it hit the New York Post. Hold, please. Core TV also has a poll. 53,000 votes, 79% are not guilty. How come, of course, now I can't find that video in the New York Post? Oh, that's funny. Hold on a second. That's hilarious. Okay, maybe we do need to watch it. Okay, hold on. But I just need this New York Post article on hold on. I thought I saved it yesterday and I thought it was in the Post, Scott, right? Wasn't it? He did break the taillight. Okay. It's now been vetted. It is now a vetted source. All right. If anybody wants to do the Lord's work and find me the New York Post story, that in which they show the video of John DePetro heckling Turtle Boy, that'd be great. And in the meantime, let's take a look at the and I can't even keep the Post tab open because it's got so many crazy, like, you know, pop-ups and stuff that it takes up too much of my memory. But I think that somebody sent me like the actual footage of this crazy thing. So hold on. Hang on. Well, Tom CPU posted something, but somebody said there's an actual video of it. That's not the actual video. Hold on. Thank you, Pete, for saying that I missed your super chat. I haven't gone through all the super chats yet, but I will just read it here. Thank you for your super chat. It says, make Aaron's family, Melanie and her family, her followers, feel his bliss awash like a waterfall upon a warm summer's day. God bless you all. Be safe, warm, respectful. Thank you for your wisdom, fortitude, and candor. Thank you so much. I appreciate you so much. I have not put up all of the super chats from today, but Pete, if I missed yours yesterday, I did try to apologize to everyone because it was crazy yesterday. We had a very, very a lot of people on the stream, not only guests, but also super chats. So thank you, Pete, for sending that. And I did read it. If it comes up today and I just haven't got to it yet, I'll put it up again. Yeah, people send me like videos. I can't open them. But did somebody post a video on Twitter? Anyway, what apparently happened was that John DePetro, this guy who hates Karen Reed and is allegedly a reporter, a radio guy from Rhode Island, backed into someone's car in a parking lot outside the courthouse and broke the taillight, and then may or may not have left a note on the windshield, but the note didn't say anything. Oh, thank you, Black Rose. I don't know. Maybe the link that you guys have for the Cash App is incorrect. So what I'll do, I'll put the QR code up. There's a QR code for the Cash App. And also the link should be in the show notes below. Oh, Turtle Boy posted it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He's in the courtroom today, I presume, yeah? He left a note on the back of his dry cleaner's receipt. Okay, hang on. This is hilarious. But apparently it didn't even contain his, like, his information. Okay. All right. Here's a source. We got a source. S-A-U-C-E. We got a source. While we're burning some time here. Oops. He also has been going on Court TV. Oh, and he's the guy I played the clip yesterday, or was it yesterday that I played the clip in the morning of Nurse Kim on Court TV debating John DePetro, and he was a jerk to her, and she kind of like gave him a look and rolled her eyes. You remember? Okay. All right. So here's Aiden Carney's tweet from just 9 minutes ago. Okay, here we go. It says John DePetro smashed someone's taillight in an attempted hit and run. And then Auntie Bev's long sigh posted the original video, and it says someone call 911, Juan, Juan. Okay, let's play the video. It's about 53 seconds long.
Yes. Yes.
Here it is. The video. Cannot speak to its
Yeah, you just
authenticity.
broke those people's taillight.
No, I'm gonna leave them a note.
Yeah.
Wait,
You
was that
wrecked- They're
him?
from Texas.
Oh, adult language warning in her video? Okay.
Look at that taillight.
Oh.
That's how it breaks, John. Not teeny tiny shards, right?
And that's him leaving the note. Oh my gosh. Wait. Girl, zoom in on the video. I want to see the taillight.
You should probably talk to one of the police officers at the end of the driveway is what I'd do. Oh, okay. That's cool. I'll just let them know that John DePetro just hit somebody's car and isn't going to tell the police about it.
This is it. This is what we're watching.
John DePetro just hit somebody with Texas plates car, and he's not going to talk to the police about it. He's going to leave them a note. Yep, I just saw the whole thing from my car, and it's on my dash cam. He's over here.
From my dash cam.
Yeah, John DePetro just backed right into this Texas car while I sat here in my car with my dash cam on.
That's crazy. She's a witness.
Those are pieces.
Can I get a witness?
I said, John, is that what happens to taillight? It doesn't shred?
This is life.
47 pieces?
You did that?
Yes. Yes. Yep.
Don't show that. Don't show that. Well, I want to black out the license plate of it. Hold on. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit without showing the person's license plate. So just hang tight because I want to see the damage to the taillight a little bit better. So apparently this girl was in the parking lot and she saw John DePetro back into this person's truck and break the taillight. Hold on. Let me see if I can make this bigger. Oops.
Yep.
Can't really see where the taillight is broken or what the damage to the taillight is, but I'll put this back up. And this girl who's videotaping it, whose video Aiden Carney, aka Turtle Boy, just reposted on Twitter, has it all on her dash cam. This is when I say Karma knows your address, I'm not joking. John DePetro is the guy they let on Court TV to try and make Nurse Kim look bad, but
Yeah,
she
he's right there.
owned him. The irony that he backed into a guy's park and broke the taillight. I mean, this is
Well, here-
crazy.
now I have a group because it was just
This
me.
is Turtle Boy's tweet.
Was he going 27 miles an hour or
Mm,
something?
in reverse. Yeah, that's what happens. He reversed right into this. I'm sitting in the car right here and I watched it happen. He pulled here and he went, he pulled up and he went, flip,
You can't make this up.
and then he pulled up and then he pulled out and I saw him not parked there. So I jumped out of the car to be like, I think I need to get that license plate. And then I saw the head pop up and I was like, shut the fuck up.
That's hilarious. Carmen knows your address. And how many times has he been shouting out there in the cesspool? There's no way she broke her taillight backing into John's car. There's no way she broke her taillight backing into John's car. So shout out to Auntie Bev's alongside for posting the original video that was then reposted by Aiden Carney a very short, something like 9 minutes ago. 14 minutes ago. You can't make it up. You just can't. Oh, you didn't take the video? Okay, so you got the video and you posted it. Here she is. She's here. Our girl is in the house. So you got the video, you posted it, and then Aiden reposted it. Isn't that ironic, don't you think? Yeah. He said, I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. It's not on the video, but I heard him say it. Says this super Melly. Did he have paint on his elbow? That was crazy. Karma throwing a wrench in the Free Karen Reed movement. He didn't drive away. He just walked away like he had better places to be. Karma knows your license plate, John. And then he left a note. Turtle Boy's going to have a field day with this. I'm sure he's going to do a show later tonight. But that's crazy. Epic. Ironic. Check his BAC, somebody said. Valerie says, need this video so much. Needs to laugh so we don't cry. I know. Google John DePetro if you don't know who he is. You'll see all the hateful things that he has said on Core TV and other places. Anna, thank you. What would happen if McAlbert flipped and told publicly what happened? Would Carradin's charges be dropped even at this 11th hour? No. No, I do not believe so. Kat, does one man's laughter OUI bring a heavier one man? I don't know. We read all the questions, Kat. I just don't know the answer to that. I just pressed a button and something that I can't find right now. What are we doing? Has anything happened? Does anybody come back to the courtroom? Nothing. Nothing yet, eh? Like, I don't even want to give him any more oxygen by talking about him, but you guys can look him up and you'll see like all of the horrific things that he said on Court TV and the fact that they platform him. It's kind of scary. A desire for civil discourse. If I were a juror, the persecutor's presentation would have convinced me that he had no case. The carefully snipped videos are nothing but attempts to deceive, and they had no other actual evidence. And just think, if she never had those if she never did those interviews, they wouldn't have had those clips. Got him, Joni. Got him. Are you serious, 55? That's a good one. Cheryl. Trying to change my name to Ham Sammy Grammy. Nurse for life. Ted jumped on the bandwagon too late, says RJ Larson. Yeah, but I do think he did deserve a media pass. Maybe, yes, new verdict slip. We went over it. Thanks, Amora Valesi. This is why you have attracted new viewers, your loyalty to this case. I wish I would have found you before. I didn't sleep last night. Oh, well, thanks for joining. Better late than never. Yo, Kelly, yes, Andrea McArdle's still on Broadway. She is? What is she doing on Broadway? It's going to be the hard knock life for Bev McAlbert's and friends. I saw Sarah Jessica Parker and Annie too. Yeah, we are awesome. Nick Indy of Karen Reed's license was taken by the state and they find her guilty of OUI. It's been gone for 3 years already, right? Does that work as time served for the time they say she loses her license? I don't know. That's a great point. I don't know. Without further research, I cannot tell you. Gab, new here, Aussie cast Blythe Danner as Bev, Matt Bomer. I do love Matt Bomer. Was he in The Sinner also? Excellent. We were casting a fake movie, and I asked Billy Bush. We were talking with Billy Bush earlier about who he would cast, and we had some fun conversation. Side by Shenanigans says 36,000 viewers more than the capacity at Fenway Park. We did it, Joe. Leonard Soph is a lawyer here in the UK, praying that justice prevails and the nightmare for Karen will end. From your mouth to God's ears. Thank you, Nana B. Irish Wolfhound Mama Thank you so much. I'm with you. No more F's to give. Thank you, Patricia Debrow. Twila Jean, love your nail polish. Can you share what it is? It's chrome. So I don't know. It's a rose gold chrome. And so I don't know. It's like a powder that goes on top of some sort of base, and then she buffs it up and it looks like chrome. It's rose gold. I like it too. Thank you. Tammy, the only thing there is to say is every silver lining has a touch of gray. We will get by. I don't know. Somebody's saying the parties are coming back to court. We'll put the fan back up in case it's real. Everyone make sure. I don't know what it means. What if anything it means? It's 2:03 p.m. What if anything does it mean? I do not know. They don't know why, but they've all been called back. Who tweeted that? That's a Grateful Dead reference, which I will always accept a good Grateful Dead reference. As such, Grateful Dead has been following me around for my whole entire life. Thank you for reminding people to hit the like button. Thank you, Jen, for being free Karen Reed and a Swiftie. Every man knows to stop an argument with his wife. Every man knows to stop an argument with his wife is to forcefully tell her to calm down. Yeah, well done. Well done, David Reese. San Francisco judge shows undetermined at this time, Danielle. Jade, can you explain what the difference between under the influence and blood alcohol level of 0.08? It's not the same thing. You can be convicted in Massachusetts without an actual official blood alcohol reading based on other things such as behavior and driving, alcohol and breath, and other things. Thank you, La Pasta's green laser pointer. Thank you, Tracy. Grandma lives in the basement. Just love your show. Thanks for the endless hours of coverage. Thanks for watching. Oh, Pete, there you are. May Karen's family, Melanie, her family, her followers feel his bliss awash like a waterfall upon warm summer's day. God bless you. All be safe with warm respect. Thank you for your wisdom, fortitude, and candor. That was at 10:25 a.m. My deepest apologies, Pete Watson, that I did not get to put this on screen until 2:05 p.m., but I did read your email aloud thinking it was from yesterday. Yes, we know they're heading back to court. We know. Please do not put anything that anybody is saying that could be a rumor in the chat. Thank you. They have 10 minutes to report back. Okay? They have 10 minutes to report back. We don't know if it's a note. We don't know what it is. We don't know if they're going to say we're deadlocked. We don't know if there's going to be a verdict. We don't know anything yet. And so please do not put any rumors or speculation in the chat. I appreciate you so. That's why we have it up. That's why we have it up. That's why we have the fan up. Let's just make sure we're on real time. Sometimes it skips and jumps, and time skips and jumps. But now it should be real time, right? 1947:51, 2:06 p.m. Eastern. Time drifts, but my computer says 2:06 p.m. Okay. Maybe, JP, maybe. Manslaughter and homicide, NNM. Manslaughter is a crime. Homicide is just taking just a life ending as the result of another person's involvement, not necessarily a crime. Thank you, David. We heard they're coming back to court. We're just waiting. Hank Onset. I love that so many now know how awesome you are. Oh, that's sweet. Thank you. I'll always cherish our previous verdicts that didn't come out as we hoped. Thank you, Hank's Onset. Amanda, new slip is so easy. Even the Commonwealth can understand it. Yep. I'm going to take a quick break to refill my drink, but I suggest you do the same. We have like 7 minutes. Reasonable Doubt says, my twin sister and I love watching you when we're doing our desk work outside of serving our families. We're funeral directors. We have you going on our iPads. Thanks for your platform and your insight. That's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you. Let's change the banner. Lawyers heading back to court is the banner. Go fill up your drinks. Okay, be right back. Live from outside the courthouse. Big crowd at the Registry of Deeds on the steps. We don't know why they're coming back to court. And here we sit, sending out all the good vibes. Could be a note. A lot of people there. Hey, boots on the ground, if you have me on. Hello, everyone. If you're listening, we see you. We see you all on camera. If you're at the Registry of Deeds and you're listening, wave hello. Wave to the cupcakes, everyone out there, outside the Registry of Deeds. Wave, we see you. Wave. You're all on camera. We've got Law and Crime up. A lot of support for Karen Reed outside. Will today be the day? We don't know. Oh, Karen Reed supporter outside of court quoted me on Court TV. We're in the upside down, as Melanie Little would say. Oh, that's awesome. Thank you, Upon the Wire, for letting me know that. We could speculate until we're blue in the face. But we're just going to wait and see what it is. A lot of media, and they're all sucking up the signal out there. So anybody else that's trying to live stream, that's just a streamer, is going to have a hard time because they suck up the signal.
Christina, send him on the ramp.
Here comes Mrs. Reed. Hi, Sissy Rhonda Jean. It says, love you, bang, bang. And we've got Mark Bederow to hang with us for a bit. Hey, Mark. Oh, Karen's looking beautiful in the ice blue today. The ice blue suit.
Is this a verdict?
We don't know. What do you think? I mean, they
I don't
haven't
know.
said.
They just got ordered back.
Yeah, the clock is still ticking. All we know is that they were ordered or told to come back to court, and you better be here in 10 minutes.
Well, and it's 2:15, so it's got to be a note of some sort, obviously.
Well, what would they tell them? Would they tell the attorneys they have a verdict, come back, and then would it get out that way? I mean, it would get out some way, don't you think?
I mean, I've never had a note that was a verdict where I didn't know it was a verdict. I mean, I think they would know for sure.
I think so too. And I think somebody would probably leak it, and we would probably know.
It'd be impossible.
Did you see the amazing, ironic thing that happened today? In a true twist of irony, John DePetro backed into a truck in the parking lot. Some girl's got it on her dash cam. He broke the guy's taillight with his car. Like, you can't make it's on video. She's got it on her dash cam. Aiden posted it on Twitter. He left a note, and the girl is saying, dude, you just broke his taillight with your car. It is ironic, and it's him. It's DePetro.
Baghdad Bob?
Yes, Baghdad Bob. As you call him that, right? Or is that his like fake name on Twitter?
No, that's just what I call him because he says things that, you know, you can see the world exploding behind him and he'll tell you everything's going great. I mean.
Yeah, so he just actually backed into someone's car in the parking lot and broke their taillight. And then left a note, and it's all on camera. I mean, hasn't he been screaming for, I don't know how long he's been covering this case, 20 minutes, that there's no way Karen could have broken her tail light back and into John's car? Hasn't been that one of his talking points?
How fast was he going?
Not fast at all.
Wow, you mean so you can break taillight? Did he how many pieces?
We don't know. She said 47, but I think it was a joke, or 27.
It couldn't have been 40.
I know. I think it was a joke. So we're not really sure. All we know is it's on dash cam footage, and it's on video, and he's on video, like saying something to her on the tape. But if you look at Aiden's Twitter, it's on there. You can see the video. It's crazy. Yeah, take a look right now while I thank some people.
Yep, go ahead.
I got a special dispensation because there's so many super chats here from before Mark came on, but we're waiting. We're just waiting. I don't know if the jurors can see all the support for Karen.
Is that him like creeping behind the cars, hiding, and then he gets caught?
Yeah, he's like wearing pants. Yeah. And then he comes out and she has like a conversation with him. She's like, I just saw you break that person's taillight.
Looks like he came out and then tried to hide and then came back out.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I have some pretty reliable information that this could be it.
Really?
Could be. I mean, I guess anything could be, but yeah, that's some pretty reliable information that this may in fact be a verdict.
Okay, should I change my title? I think I will.
It says maybe, but it's a good source, but I don't know. I'm not a newsbreaker, so
Okay, so I'll just hold it here. I'll just get it ready and then I can hit go on it. But Mark's got it from a good source that there may be a verdict. So everyone just hang on to your hats. Hang on to your hats. Because it's 2:20 here on the East Coast. Oh, imagine if they read it at 2:27, Mark.
that would be poetic.
So poetic. So poetic. Lawyers are heading back to court. We don't know. We don't know what's going to happen, but we're here. It is 2:20 p.m. here on the East Coast. And if they get into court at 2:27, 2:27 is going to come and go at some point. So keep watching your clocks, because wouldn't it be crazy if the jury said we wanted to deliver the verdict at 2:27? So we waited. We really decided this morning and filled out all the papers.
People should bear in mind too, even if they know it's a verdict, like they're told it's a verdict, they would not be told what the verdict is.
Right. Who wouldn't be told? The lawyers, right?
Right. So if you try to read tea leaves before it's published that they look happy or unhappy, they don't know what the verdict is.
Right. All right, everyone. Deep breaths, everyone. Deep breaths. How do you feel about it? We were here last year for the verdict, so together, the mistrial, when she called the mistrial, we were here together, so we've come full circle, babe.
I think she's going to get acquitted. I mean, I've always thought that. I thought it should have happened the last time. It didn't, obviously. I think she'll get acquitted, and in the worst case scenario, is there a misdemeanor conviction? Maybe. I don't think so, but maybe. And in that event, that's a win. Let's not call that a conviction. When you're a prosecutor, you're not taking that as a conviction for your stat record. When you try a murder case and get a DWI conviction, that's not a good thing.
I just fear that if they're hung on the OUI, well, they wouldn't be hung on the OUI and coming back unless they had a note.
Unless
because
they
remember,
have
she'd have to. Go ahead.
Maybe they have a note that says we have a verdict on counts 1 and 3, but can't take. We can't reach a verdict on count 2. She could take a verdict on 1 and 3, eliminate those, and send them back.
Right. That could happen. I'm nervous.
It really is 2:22. This is amazing. If it really is 2:22.
It's 2:22. You can't make it up. 2:27 is when Jen McCabe's phone may or may not have googled "Haas long to die in the cold." Sue O'Connell says it's a verdict.
Well, she said that because it's an envelope. I don't know if in this court most notes come in an envelope or not. So, but this, I had pretty good information that led people pretty close, as they would say, that it was a verdict.
Okay, well, we're waiting.
How do you feel?
Really nervous. But if they're back, it's an acquittal. I think there's never in hell, in any day in hell, going to be a conviction.
Are you caught
Notes
up?
came on flashcards yesterday.
Yeah, that was crazy. I've never seen that. So the chat doesn't screw it up if they're ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm on real time. Yeah, no spoilers. We're on real time here. There was nothing to not be caught up about. We read Emily C's Twitter thread on Hank Brennan's diary for a while. That was hilarious. I don't know if you've seen that, but she wrote like diary entries for Hank Brennan. Oh, so funny. People I hate, and then he has a list of people he hates, and he kept adding to it, like adding like, Elise and, people like that. Judd.
Elise, right.
Judd the Dud.
Did you see that picture of him looking at Aiden yesterday? I saw on Twitter this morning.
Yeah, that was crazy. Was that real? I thought it might have been photoshopped.
There you go.
Here we go.
You are unmuted.
Well, she looks all business.
The seated court is in session.
All right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict.
What?
So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it?
What?
This is insane. I've never heard of this.
I haven't seen it. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to it. It will be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
What? Are we in a game show?
We're going to have two verdicts, apparently. Hope they get the right one when it comes time to publish the real verdict.
All right. So we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day. So we'll see everybody later.
Okay. What the fuck just happened?
This case, which of course is already one of one and so out of the norm, has just had a situation where the jury said, here's a verdict over lunch. And then they knocked on the door and said, never mind, just kidding. Somebody changed their mind. As if remember the other day about polling, how it's just you do it because whatever. This is the equivalent of that. Somebody actually says, yeah, I'm going to change my mind. And
But
so
she took a verdict slip from them and put it in an envelope. We're going to play that again for those of you who are just joining. The judge said,
sealed. I'm now going to.
The judge said, well, the jury said they did have a verdict, and then they said they didn't have a verdict. But I've got something here in this envelope that we're going to seal up, and nobody's going to look at it, and we're just going to mark it and put it into the court record.
They reached a verdict to the point where they put it in writing,
right?
Which is progress from the last time. Handed it to the court officer over lunch, and then after they handed the written verdict to the court official to give to the court, said they knocked on the door and said, just kidding. We don't have a verdict. So nope, pretend this never happened. Never mind the man behind the curtain. We're going to. And
no backsies.
So, and she's saying this is sealed, which normally would make sense. Obviously, nobody should see what this non-verdict verdict is. And then they're going to come back with another verdict, which will be the so-called real verdict, which may or may not be different than the not real verdict. This is freaking insanity.
Let's play it again for all the people that are just joining. This is what just transpired in court. The lawyers were called back. They're called into the courtroom. News was breaking that there was a verdict. And here is how Judge Cannoni handled it and explained it. Listen.
The seated court is in session.
All right. I appreciate you all getting back here. During the luncheon break, I received word from a court officer that the jury had knocked on the door, indicating that they had a verdict. But before I could even summons everybody into court, shortly thereafter, they knocked again and said they didn't have a verdict. So I asked the court officer to tell them to put that verdict slip in an envelope and seal it, and to give it to us. Paul, do you have it?
So if they didn't have a verdict, what slip did they have to give
I
them?
haven't seen this. It's been sealed. I'm now going to seal it in the legal sense. So this is sealed. No one will have access to.
They did have a verdict. There is a piece of writing which literally says guilty, not guilty on all of these counts. And then after they gave it to the court officer and before the court could summon the parties back, they knocked on the door again and said, you know what? Forget it. Somebody disagrees. We don't have a verdict.
Just kidding.
And so this case has already been just an embarrassment and so weird on so many levels. And it has peaked at a level now of you've got to be kidding me that you'll never see. I mean, in what case could you have a non-verdict verdict where she's already been tried twice, maybe 3 times for murder. We'll see. She's now had a jury to determine murder twice, but they're going to go back and consider it a 3rd time now, apparently, because somebody changed their mind. And you're going to just take it on faith that everything is above board here. And maybe it is, but we have a court officer who told the court, they gave me a verdict slip. I have it, but then they knocked and said, forget it. And we don't know how this happened, who saw this. Just trust me, bro.
Trust me, bro. And it was read at around 2:27 because it's now 2:30. Let's roll out what she said. Was Yuri standing outside the
It will
room?
be preserved and made part of this record. I'm going to ask it to be marked for identification with the word jury, Chrissy, just to keep it separate and apart from everything else. So it's marked for ID with the word jury.
But they're not going to look at it. Nobody's going to look at it. Trust me, bro.
Well, I can tell you this. When we used to say it was formulaic to poll a
So
jury,
we do not have a verdict because, as we all know, there is no verdict until it is announced and recorded in open court. So we are still awaiting a verdict. Because it took a while to pull this together, I would ask that everybody remain in the building until the end of the day.
Took us a while to
we'll see
pull this
everybody-
together. She again, blaming the defense for showing up late. We have a verdict. Just kidding. We don't. Is Yuri Buchanan standing outside the jury room door? Intimidating people?
And you'll never see anything like this again in your court watching life. And for this to happen in, again, a case on the radar like this that everybody already thinks is half sideways, half corrupt, we have a verdict in writing. And as they're trying to assemble the parties, they knock on the door again and say, no verdict. Because it's not published. So they ran to the courthouse on time and published it, we'd be done. But apparently parties couldn't be located and there was a knock on the door and we're back to square one.
I mean, if people didn't think that this case was already full of shenanigans, it's pretty clear now. But
the explanation is there was a verdict, and while they were looking for the parties, according to some court officer or somebody, they knocked on the door again and said, no verdict. And just that apparently will do it, even though there is a written verdict.
people, I don't know what time they went to lunch, but if they were just summoned back to be back around, I don't know, 2:15, they were allowed to deliberate over lunch, right? What time did they
Yes.
give this note to the court officer? How long did it take him to deliver the message? What?
So again, she
This is
doesn't make
insane.
strong records. The judge, I'm going to assume, well, I shouldn't assume anything at this point, but she didn't look at the note. She didn't look at the verdict, but probably should have said that, at 12, whatever, there was a knock on the door and a verdict form completed was passed to the court officer. And at 12 or 1, whatever, 2, whatever, they knocked on the door again and said it wasn't the case. And she really should make a much more detailed record, because what is the evidence of what happened? You're potentially looking at another, depending on where this plays out, post litigation hearing about shenanigans in the courthouse. Who the hell's ever heard of this? No one has ever heard of a situation where they have a written verdict, and as they're gathering the parties, there's a knock on the door. Somebody said, all right, I'm not doing this. I want to change my mind. Maybe that happened, but
right.
Of course, if it was going to happen, it would be this case. You just can't.
Is Fanning with the jury? Somebody else? So after they handed in the slips that they already filled out, which they're saying now there's no verdict, they have to be given new slips because there's only one set of slips at a time.
New slips. And again, now at this point, you have to assume, it is an assumption in all fairness, you have to assume at this point it's 11-1 on something.
Right.
Because an hour ago or whatever, it was 12-0. And then there was a knock. Somebody apparently freaked out and couldn't live with themselves. And you don't even know which way. Maybe there was a compromise misdemeanor conviction and somebody said, I'm not doing this. Who knows? But either way, it's
unlike anything anyone has ever seen. And that's why every lawyer watching is flabbergasted.
Is it evidence based? Is it a lack of understanding about the instructions and a panic attack? Oh my God, what if this is what it is? So I don't, we'll see if it's followed by a quick question. That would be the interesting thing to see, if there's a legal question that follows relatively quickly.
The jury's in the building though, right? The jury is in the building.
I believe over there, the jury's just right there. Yeah. But are they fighting over the evidence, or do they not understand what's going on?
Or are they fighting over the fact that they didn't get an answer to their last question yesterday? And somebody is sitting in there going, well, she never answered the question about whether or not we hang on one count, we hang on all counts. And so I don't want us to hang on this, because if we do, they could retry her again on everything, because the judge didn't answer our question yesterday.
That's why I would wait and see if there's a note real fast. If somebody had a panic attack and said, I need an answer from the court on what are we doing before we publish this. That's the only thing that I can even think about. I can't think at this point somebody is saying, no, I changed my mind on reasonable doubt, as opposed to I need assurances that in a legal sense, we're not impacting something because we don't understand the law. That can be the only reasonable guess I can come up with.
Or I want to make sure she's not going to go to jail for this, because I don't think she should go to jail for this. So I'm not going to compromise, because sometimes it's a compromise verdict, right? Juries do that. They say, all right, listen, let's all compromise and agree to find just OUI. Can you all live with that? And the people who are really against it, finally they give in. It's been 20 hours.
Again, if you separate from possible corruption, put that aside for a moment. And it is weird to get, a verdict, non-verdict. The only reasonable thing that you can come up with is they don't understand the convoluted impact of the slip, the instructions, what happens if they have a verdict on count 5 or the lesser 5. That's the only thing I can think of. I just can't fathom a situation where somebody said, I'm good with this, she's guilty or not guilty, and then after they turn in the slip said, oh God, no, I have to go the other way. It's got to be on the convoluted instructions and everything else. Has to be. unless people believe they're just taking the verdict and saying, let's pretend we didn't get the verdict. I mean, look, if they knocked on the door, it's got to be a panic attack inside the jury room about, did we do the right
Panic
thing?
attack, yeah.
But that's not a great sign either if it turns out that, once again, the messed up jury slips, the messed up instructions, the convoluted nature in which they're being told to do things, the court not answering the last question yesterday, whatever timing they got the question, her decision to not answer it by not even addressing it, as opposed to telling them your note's not clear, so go back and try again. She just ignored it, which, may have cost us more time. And given that it's 2:40, if they're about to work on another note and send it back, you're going to run out of time again today to get a verdict. In other words, if they truly didn't know,
Aiden just tweeted that a verdict is in now. So,
well, that could be it. They didn't know what they were doing, and it wasn't the nature of the charges itself. They just needed assurance. Now, but if there's a verdict in now, they didn't ask a question, so they resolved it themselves, which is kind of scary too. But now we're being told, here comes another verdict.
Huh.
Now that's interesting. The judge said stick around, as if, she expected another verdict, and she's right. So here we go again.
Because maybe they handed that first thing in before lunch, and then during lunch they worked it out, and now they're like, okay, now we have a verdict.
And of course, whichever side doesn't like the verdict, whichever one it is, going to assume something sketchy just happened 20 minutes ago. I mean, it's another example in this case of procedure just failing. Like, whatever the verdict is, whatever the jury's doing, the idea that they have to try to submit a verdict twice is just a terrible look. That should never happen.
Now, maybe they were worried that they filled out the forms wrong.
I don't know what else it could be other than a legal misunderstanding and verifying, oh my God, did we check the box right? And then they're satisfied. Okay, send it in. If that's the case, in all fairness, the charges they're submitting are probably the same as the one that she sealed. Just, oh my God, we need to make sure, did this idiot check the wrong box? That's not what he did it wrong. He did it wrong. Let's check. I mean, I don't know. What else could it be?
Exactly. And we'll never know unless a juror comes out and talks about it afterwards.
Unless it was also a way just to avoid doing it at 2:27. Kidding.
I mean, that people are going to say, Mark Bederow said, and now they're going to run with it.
That is the most bizarre statement I've ever heard a judge say. And at like the most tense moment of the most tense trial, saying, we received a verdict, but there's no verdict. I mean, only this case would you ever see something like that.
Right. Only here. Only here. Well, now Aiden is saying a verdict is in now. So we're still here. We're not going anywhere, everybody. They're saying a verdict is in now. We're here.
Well,
we're on real time.
If the jury is local and the parties are in the courthouse, this ought to be, this shouldn't take long.
Oh my God. Today could be the day that Karen goes home free. I mean, she's been home, but
you're definitely going to see a polling of the jury. Now, by the way, to be clear, I've never in my life see a prosecutor poll a jury. If I ever thought that it would happen, it would be this case. Usually if a prosecutor loses, they just very methodically and stoically pack up their bag, look at everyone, nod, and walk out, and that's that. Win or lose. I'll be curious to see that if there is an acquittal across the board here, if they want to put the jury through the rigmarole of literally saying, is that your verdict? Is that your verdict? Yes. I guess we'll see. The defense will almost certainly always poll if they lose.
Tell me, why is that? You've been a prosecutor and a defendant. Why? Tell me the pros and cons of each.
It's an irrational, by a defense, if you lose, it's an irrational belief that there's a 1 in a million chance somebody answers the question wrong, and then maybe there's no verdict.
Right.
Oh, is that your verdict, juror number 6? No. Okay, judge, no verdict. Send them back. You know that. I mean, it's not a rational thing. I mean, it's there to make sure that you get the right result. But when are you ever going to see a situation where you poll the jury and they say, "Yeah, that's not my verdict"? I mean, that's not going to happen. But that's why you never see a prosecutor do it. They just get the hell out of there when they lose cases. Which is, rare. Prosecutors win many, many more than the defense, generally, statistically.
Turd saying there is a verdict. Okay, we're here for it. We're here, you guys.
They're all reporting it. Yep. So it looks like it's take 2. Wow.
Just like everything in this trial has been.
This is nothing normal at all. I mean, this is the one case where they can't take a verdict in writing. It just can't be normal, and they just take a verdict and publish it twice now.
I mean, the Commonwealth is really, really, really afraid of an acquittal, in my opinion. Really afraid. For whatever reason. For whatever reason. Doesn't need to be nefarious.
Nope. But it also means this is over. I mean, for now, anyway. I mean, like the trial, there's no hung juries, there's no anything else. I mean, this is over today, and it's 2:44. At about 3 o'clock, this thing is done.
Now I can change the banner from "just kidding, JK, panic attacks abound." The whiplash is killing everyone here. I said when they added that OUI without a car accident, that it was going to take them longer to decide, and it will be so interesting to find out if any of them speak. And I'm sure that most of them probably will want to speak, maybe write books, whatever. That may have been the thing that kept them in there for so long. Maybe they took a straw poll as soon as they got in. Who thinks John O'Keefe got hit by a car? Raise your hand. No hands. And then they're like, okay, now all we have to decide is the drunk driving part. That could have taken them like 4 days to figure out.
There's no reason
to agree
for a
on.
judge to tell the jury how to deliberate. I mean, all you really should be doing as the judge is making sure that you say everyone should be heard, and you should not abandon your principles. At the same time, you should be open-minded to a free-flowing discussion and be willing to challenge your views, all that stuff. But to tell them how to actually conduct deliberations that's something a judge should not be doing, even if you are offended by the idea of them doing a straw poll. I mean, on the one hand, that can really clarify what direction to go in.
And we saw it last year. How many notes did they send out before she declared the mistrial? How many notes that they were deadlocked? 2 or 3?
I want to say 2.
2, and then the Tui Rodriguez charge.
I think so. Maybe there was 3. Maybe there was 1 where she sent them back. Another, she gave the charge. And I don't even, who the hell can even remember? It was 2 or 3.
I know, but that's what we did last year. So they kept, for those of you who weren't here last year, they kept sending out notes saying we are deadlocked. We cannot come to a decision. And it was a couple of those notes before the judge read them that last clear chance. Please go do it. Give it the old college try. Nobody can do it the way you can. And then they came back again after however many more hours and said, we still can't decide. We still can't, without like compromising our moral convictions, we cannot come to a decision.
I hope this verdict is normal in terms of what people assume based on the notes that came from yesterday and today. Because if it's like out of whack after what you just saw 20 or 30 minutes ago, that's going to bother a lot of people.
I know. I don't understand why she couldn't just tell them yesterday when they had their final question that if you're hung on one count, it's just the one count and not all of the counts. Because maybe they thought if we hang on one, what happened last time, they're going to retry her again on all of them.
She could have done that, or she also could have done what I think most judges would have done, which is to say, I don't understand your note, so I can't answer it. So please go back and, try again, essentially, with as much detail as you can. But I think the biggest takeaway is after that happened yesterday, I mean, that's over 24 hours ago or however long, there were no other notes. So they, putting aside the false start on the verdict, which is disturbing. I mean, let's not say that that's normal. It's not. But putting that aside, there's nothing to suggest that after they last spoke to the judge and got the instructions on the 3 notes from yesterday morning, that they needed any further guidance.
Right.
So you certainly hope that they understand the task and do what they're supposed to do.
Would a signed verdict slip be binding? I mean, that's my like if they signed the verdict slip, they put it in the envelope, they sent it out, they said, that's it, we're done.
It's not published.
Not binding.
Technically, no. But again, you're getting into that split hairs. I mean, the 4-person signs the slip. It's on its way. It's being delivered. Yeah, but I haven't read it, so it doesn't count. That's true. That's not published, but it's also like what happened last year, right? They didn't publish the not guilty on the 2 counts, but every single juror who said anything, and the district attorney acknowledged this in the legal filings, if you recall, back and forth. Lally acknowledged it. Clearly, they meant to acquit on counts 1 and 3, and they said we didn't know what we were supposed to do. So is that not an acquittal? I mean, legally, according to the...
They didn't fill the forms out. I think that's the difference. They didn't fill out the forms. Here today, they filled out the forms and put them in an envelope and sent them out. Last time, they didn't even fill out the forms because she said, don't fill out the forms until you're in agreement on everything.
Right. But they didn't publish it. So, you know, it wasn't taken by the clerk, so it's not published. So technically,
right,
it happened. So this is, again, going to go down in history as the only case where you had acquittals that were unpublished in the first trial, which were retried, and you'll never know what the not verdict was today, but they had a verdict until they didn't, until they did again 3 minutes later. I mean, you just don't see things like this in court cases, and certainly not ones that are as, I mean, this is the biggest case in the country. I mean, there are people
in the world
who are attracted to this because of the alleged corruption, because they feel this could happen to other, you know, normal people who get mixed up in something, because they see the way the court system on many levels, the criminal justice system, appears to be stacked against this particular defendant, how the prosecution appears to be bent on winning at any cost, including intentionally, you know, offering evidence they shouldn't be offering, doing all kinds of things. I mean, there's a reason why this resonates with everyone. And then you have it on the radar after everything that happened last year, after everything that's happened during this trial. Here comes the judge who says, we have a verdict, but no, we don't. And then fine, a few minutes later we do. And we're just going to put this first one over here, pretend it never happened. This is...
The rosary beads are out. Kelly sent me a picture of her with her rosary beads. We love you, Kelly. We love you. We're here. We're here. We're doing it. We're getting it done. It's happening. Aiden said 9 seconds ago, the crowd outside was told not to make noise after the verdict is announced. Based on all the noise I hear outside and the intense emotions in this courtroom, this will be impossible to enforce.
That is absolutely impossible. It will be impossible to enforce. And if there is an acquittal, and they are going to scream, they are going to yell, and if people end up getting cited or arrested for that, it's just going to be another part of the embarrassment that you'll see that's associated with this. Okay, if they want to scream and yell and the case is over and you can't influence the jury, I think you're going to have a hard time saying the First Amendment doesn't allow these people to scream, yell. Same with people who are pissed about the verdict. If the verdict is in, okay, and the judge has it and is about to publish it, then there's no risk of improperly influencing the jury. The jury's work is done, so we think. You know, we thought that 20 minutes ago. Apparently it wasn't. So there's no reason, you know, obviously you don't want, you know, chaos outside. You don't want people, climbing on lampposts and throwing things and all that. But if they want to scream and yell and hoot and holler, it's no business of law enforcement to stand in the way of that.
Clock stopped. Aiden said 11 minutes ago, Aiden said, Jim McDermott, that's the court clerk, just said it's going to be 10 to 20 minutes before we're called into the courtroom. Get your ass to Dedham. Buchanan just walked into the back door of the courthouse with Brennan per Jess Machado 10 minutes ago.
See, I don't know why it takes 20 minutes if they're all there. What are they doing?
Maybe the families needed to come back. I don't know.
The family was there, right? They thought there was a note. Everyone's assembled. We think there's a verdict. There's not. Everybody stick around.
Because they want to get the security set up outside. Aiden says there's helicopters. The streets are closed. 7 minutes ago, Karen Reed is giving hugs to her team of interns. Her lawyers are all hugging her parents. This is extremely emotional. I can't even read the tweets. I'm so emotional. There are thousands of people standing outside in anticipation. He says Karen Reed looks
interested in seeing the reaction outside than I am inside. I mean, not really. I want to see court, but that's going to be very interesting to see.
6 minutes ago, Karen looks extremely strong and brave right now. She's trying to hold it together, clearly fighting back tears. Her lawyers are all hugging her and each other. Bob Alessi is telling jokes to lighten the mood. They're all laughing. They've shut down the entire street outside. I can see out the window. The entire sidewalk and stairs of the registry are packed with people in pink. Cops are everywhere. Helicopters can be heard overhead. We have been waiting for this moment for 2.5 years, tweets Aiden Carney. 3 minutes ago, Alan Jackson is pacing by himself, cheeks puffing in and out. He's deep in thought. Never seen him like this. And then he said the thing about the noise. It's going to be impossible to control.
It's not deep in thought. It's trying to just
not throw up.
I mean, I can fully imagine what he's going through. And it is, I mean, other than Karen Reed, obviously, no one has more, I just, in terms of stress and everything than I would think than him, given, he's led the team. He came in after a few months, a lot has happened since then. He's taken a lot of, in my view, unfair shots from the court, from the on people, as they all have, obviously. But, that's a lawyer who's tried a lot of big cases, none bigger than this. And I mean, you're just trying to stay calm. That's, I don't think it's much thinking. I mean, it's just decompress, trying to gather yourself because it is intense.
Aiden also says court officers are not letting Jess Machado or Ted Daniel up. They have let in John DePetro, who is not on the media list. There's plenty of room as we are all standing. I mean, 8 minutes ago, Mark Randazza posted a video on Twitter. If you guys have Twitter, you can look at it. Seems like we might have a second or two here, but not too much time. It's a 20-second video. He said, when Karen walked in, the entire crowd went dead silent and then held up their fingers in support of her like it was in the Hunger Games. I've never seen anything like it. I'm afraid to switch off this screen just in case something happens. But I have it, like I can put it up on my other screen, so.
Three and a half years is a long time from arrest to trial for a state court case. That's a long time.
Let's look at the, because we want to see a shot from outside. Here's the, this is Mark Randazza's video from what happened outside a few minutes ago. Are you kidding me? I got to restart my browser. Are you kidding me? StreamYard is crashing now because there they are walking into the courtroom. I'm flipping back. Oh, it's lost connection to the audio. Are you kidding me? StreamYard, let me refresh my browser real quick. Everybody sit tight.
Oh, God. This would be something.
Oh, Mark, you got to turn that down. It's going to kill my ears. I don't know what that was. Crap.
Do not disturb. Okay.
It should be good now. Glad I did that before. Because, of course it would happen, like right as the word comes in. I bet your StreamYard
Glad
crashed.
now. So I know now, yeah.
Better now than. All right, the verdict is in. They've changed their Chiron, and we wait. We're like, hey, Mark, what's up? What's up, Mark? How's it going?
This is it. I mean, look, there has to be an ending to this, and it's good that there is. So I don't think there was ever evidence that supported a conviction on this. As we sit here and wait, I still don't think that's the case.
No, I don't think so either. I don't think there's going to be a conviction. I'm getting ready for like the flood of emotions that's about to come out of me. I don't know if I can control myself. Are you going to cry? Do you have tissues just in case?
No, I don't think so. I mean, this is certainly for something
emotional.
It's very, this is about as tense as it will get, but I mean, you have to trust the evidence, trust the lawyers. They tried a very nice case. And I think they made a compelling presentation, and the jury took time, obviously, thinking about it. Yeah, I don't envision a scenario where they're going to convict her, certainly of any conduct that would have led them to conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that she struck John O'Keefe with her vehicle, causing his death. I don't see it.
Very nice case. Okay, I hear it.
Unmuted.
Can you guys hear it?
Yeah.
I got to remember to breathe. I always forget to breathe.
Definitely breathe.
Will the deliberating jurors remain standing? Defendant remains standing. All other parties may be seated.
Your Honor, may the record reflect that 12 deliberating jurors and 6 alternates are present.
Yes.
May I inquire?
Yes.
Mr. Foreman, members of the jury, have you agreed upon a verdict? Yes. Thank you. May I see the papers? Mr. Foreman, have the verdicts just been placed in this envelope and have they been in your presence ever since? Yes.
Got a fancy split screen.
Mr. Foreman, on docket number 2282CR117001, murder in the second degree, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar guilty or not guilty? Not guilty. So say you, Mr. Foreman? So say you? No. Do you agree? Yes. Do all of you agree? Yes. Thank you. 002, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar not guilty or guilty? Not guilty. Is not guilty or guilty about that charge or any lesser included charge? Thank you.
Full acquittal.
Specifically number 5, operating under the influence of liquor by operating a motor vehicle with a blood alcohol level of 0.08 or greater. Correct? Yes. So say you, Mr. Foreman? Guilty. So say you all?
Guilty?
003, what say you? Is the defendant at the bar leaving the scene after accident resulting in death? Is the defendant not guilty or guilty? So say you, Mr. Foreman?
Crowd goes wild.
Jurors, hearken your verdict as the court records it. You, upon your oath, say the defendant on 001 is not guilty, on 002 is guilty of operating under the influence of liquor, and 003 not guilty. Thank you.
All right, jurors, everybody please be seated. Jurors, we thank you for your service. We're going to send you back. Your service is complete. I'd like to do that with talk to you for a little bit after.
Boy, it's loud out there.
Wow, it is.
All rise. Please follow me.
Look at David's crying too. Wow. I can't.
Media, please exit the courtroom immediately.
Karen Reed?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Tony,
Hold
not
on,
yet.
hold on,
Not yet.
everyone. Karen Reed. Ms. Reed, can I have your attention? As required by statute, I must inform you that the records regarding the charges that you have been found not guilty will be sealed by the Commissioner of Probation by the court unless you notify the Commissioner of Probation in writing within 10 days that you do not want these records sealed. To request that these records not be sealed, you may use the Request Not to Seal form, which is posted on the trial court's website on mass.gov. I cannot accept the form here in court. You must submit it to the Commissioner of Probation at the address provided on the form. Please be aware that if the records regarding the charges which you have been found not guilty are sealed, you will be unable to access the sealed record of the not guilty dispositions or any other records regarding those charges. If you want copies of any documents regarding those charges before the records are sealed, you should request copies from the court within 10 days. Do you understand? Thank you.
All right, so we need a date for sentencing. Can we do it next week?
Oh, she wants it over.
Go forward today.
Okay.
They want to do it today?
Okay.
That means get her out. That's
If you're just joining. Not
just wants
guilty
it
on
all.
murder 2. Not guilty of murder 2. The only thing she's guilty of is the OUI charge, the 5th lesser included on the manslaughter. And she is, and look at the reads in tears. I can't control myself. And not guilty of leaving the scene. The judge wanted to set a sentencing for the OUI for next week. And Hank Brennan wants to do it today.
which is the best thing he's done in this whole case. Just get it over with.
All right, so Ms. Gianetti, you ready to go forward today as well?
On the risk.
Hey, Mr. Brennan, what's the Commonwealth's recommendation?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth moves for sentencing. We recommend probation, 1 year, 24 D.
Not going to jail.
So the standard that everybody else gets on their first time OUI?
Certainly.
Okay.
We ask that she be treated no differently, no better.
So I'm happy to do it. All right, thank you all.
That's it. This is
1 year probation, 1 year probation on docket number 002, the lesser included offense of operating under the influence, 1 year probation. Thank you. The 24D program is. Thank you.
Can I say one thing?
Goodbye. I'm not ready. I'm not ready yet. Hold on. I'm not ready. Okay, now you can. Good.
A lot of people wondered how Brennan was going to behave when this was over, and he behaved like a gentleman.
Yeah,
There
you're
was no
right.
reason to delay this, get it out of here, get her sentenced, end this. We're not asking for jail. We're treating her like a first offender, OUI. We're done here. And that it's a shame that it took to this at the very end for him to act like that, but he did.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? Oh,
This is the fun part, that when you see
Yeah.
something like this,
I
it'll
know.
be, and the comments from her family, and the lawyers will be something else. I mean, this is obviously 1,000% win for the defense. This is no ambiguity. This is a complete and utter win for them, and a complete and utter failure for Michael Morrissey, who goes down in history for trying the most expensive OUI case and waste of taxpayer money misdemeanor case probably in American history.
yeah. I do think that Karen Reed is dressed in Veronica Beard today. Just like break it up. Nice powder blue blazer and slacks. She looks amazing. She's only getting a year. She's getting a 1 year probation with a 24D program, whatever the hell that is. I'm so sorry that you are not part of the team and you're not there with them celebrating. But in my own selfishness, I'm really glad that you're here with me because I can't speak and I need you to speak for me.
I'm happy to be here with you. Don't take this the wrong way. I really do wish I was there.
I know.
But
I know. Where
that's the
can we-
right, and it's outstanding what happened, and hopefully the TV will take us to outside, because I really want to hear from Karen, obviously Alan and David, and if they're willing, who I really, really, really want to hear from are Bill and Janet Reed.
Let's see if Boston 25 or Boston 10 is doing it. Oh, here they come.
Come on, camera crew, take us to the courthouse steps. I'm sure they're taking a few private moments inside before they face the media scrum. I mean, this is, for them emotionally, you can't imagine. Yeah. Look at that crowd. Remember a couple of weeks ago, you'd see Twitter trolls saying, why is nobody there? Where's all the support? That's the most support you're ever going to see for somebody charged with.
I can't hear you, but I'm flipping between 3 channels. Karen Reed is freed. Boston 25 seems to have the best camera right now and the best positioning. Law and Crime is kind of blurry, and they don't have a great position. And Vinny is up, but it's like a split screen, and there's nothing really great, but it will break to it if the attorneys start talking.
I don't know if you could have heard me earlier. I was saying how the amount of people that are out there for an acquitted murder defendant is more than I've ever seen in anything. And as recently as a week ago, you had Twitter trolls, if you recall, saying, where did everybody go? Where did everybody go? Where's all this support?
Right.
And the answer is, it's right there. It is. So put that in your pipe and smoke it.
Yeah. Redemption song. That's going on the playlist today. Redemption song for sure. I feel like I want to let Boston 5 do this because they're doing a fine job here. Although I don't know why their sound just cut out.
These are people who are supporting a woman who is accused of murdering a good man and police officer, and you never see this kind of support for someone in that position. You just don't see it, and it's, look at this. This is unbelievable to see, and it just tells you how strongly people thought that this was a wrong prosecution, that it was a scandalous prosecution, a corrupt prosecution, and she won. She fought the system and won, and it took 3.5 years. It took what felt like 27 lawyers and 1 million experts and 1 million this, lots of donations from people at all levels of income, lots of support, lots of, boots on the ground, as they call it, other things. And this is amazing to watch.
Yeah. How's that watch party at the VFW call going now? How's that watch party going now? We did it. Karen Reed is freed. Posted Microdots.
And she should be. And,
TV feed.
A lot of us, yourself included, myself included, thought she never should have been charged. This was a miscarriage of justice. At the same time, it goes without saying, whatever you think of John O'Keefe's people who supported him, some of those people are his family. And, this is probably extraordinarily tough for them. And, they deserve thoughts as well. Just,
of course,
sad because they're never going to get justice for what happened to their loved one. But you can't create justice by just persecuting an innocent woman to make everyone feel better. And I hope at some point they realize that and get justice and frankly ask the more difficult questions and whether they were fed things that perhaps they shouldn't have been fed by people with their own interest in the outcome. But
Right.
I certainly do wish his family, this is going to be extraordinarily tough for them to see.
It's always been about justice for John O'Keefe, but sending Karen Reed to prison for murder for a car accident that didn't happen is not justice for John O'Keefe.
No.
People are saying Law and Crime has the best feed. This is Law and Crime. I disagree. This is Boston 25, and I imagine they're going to pivot to the courthouse steps as soon as they can. And this is Court TV with the split screen. They're taking some time inside, so we're not going to see the attorneys for a minute. I can't play Fox because they strike, even if it's fair use. So I'm not doing that. But I think the FBI is still watching. I think they're still waiting. And I think maybe, just maybe, one of these days, something's got to give, right?
I don't know, but I look, there's always winners and losers in this. And
Oh, there's
certainly
Kelly. There's Kelly.
There's Kelly.
Isn't that Kelly?
That's
The
Kelly.
blue blazer? Yeah.
Absolutely Kelly Reed.
We see you, Kelly. You look beautiful.
Smile and wave if you're listening in the earphones now. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know why we can't get volume on Boston 25. Find this one to be a little bit blurry. Let's check Boston 10. I want to hear what she says and what they all say when they come out. Associated Press will strike me. I can't play it.
Today is probably the end of Michael Morrissey's career as well. And, most would say that the good he's not going to.
I need someone to start playing top heavy. Won't back down. That's what I need. That's a good one too. Stand my ground and I won't back down.
I know.
No which way. Not one way. I know. I saw him the third last show.
Tick, tick, boom. You hear it?
You're watching Marvel! Atty Morrissey's house tonight. Let's go! I'm gonna have to go back inside. I'm not even gonna try to fight this.
Boston 25 has good camera, but no audio.
See after practice?
Vinny's trying to talk some people in the crowd.
They have to fill the time somehow until they come out, right? That's what they're waiting for the big exit. And yeah, they've got one camera for you. Is that them or no, not yet?
There's Boston 10. Can you hear them chanting Morrissey resign? RC resign. Wow, look at the overhead shot. All the people. You guys have audio on this one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. People are saying the audio is not, I don't know, shut down on the other channels, but let's just stick here for now. Stop telling me where to switch to, please. We're here. If you want to go watch it on a different channel, you're free to go. Turtle Boy was right. Turtle Boy was right. If you can't hear the feed, refresh your own browser. You are responsible for your own volume. Please stop. As soon as they come out, they will pivot to the courthouse steps and we won't miss it. Okay?
They get real loud when they come out.
Yeah. I'll mute it for a second just to ask you, what do you think will happen with Aiden's charges now? Do you think they'll drop the charges against Turtle Boy?
No, not immediately anyway. I think certainly the dynamic has changed. Again, without getting too much into the weeds of it about what certain people think is, witness intimidation and what is not. The wild card here is he took a strong opinion on a corrupt criminal case that we all think is corrupt and never should have been brought. And his opinions about the case were just entirely vindicated. I mean, you see the signs that say he was right. The jury agreed she was not guilty, and that's very important, obviously, so that when the time comes for those charges to be dealt with, which we will, everyone will know that Karen Reed was acquitted on every charge related to the death of John O'Keefe. So I'm not going to pretend that that's not a significant thing. It is. It's helpful, and we'll have to see what the political fallout is. There's a cottage industry in Norfolk County of hiring special prosecutors, but the person who hires them is Michael Morrissey. And who knows how long he's going to be DA? Who knows how much more tolerance the taxpayers of that county are going to have for these ill-conceived prosecutions that they're paying for again and again. We'll just have to wait and see. But, he's vindicated in that regard. There wouldn't be a crowd out there right now if he didn't start covering this case. Whether you like him or not, that's just a fact.
Yeah. Praise Turtle Boy, everyone. Forget about Keir. Praise Turtle Boy. She got sentenced already, so she had to be processed for the probation, right? So she had to probably head on over to another department in the building, and that's what's taking so long. We have a special guest joining us right now, and here she is. She's our girl, Kelly Reed.
We did it. We did it.
Are you crying? I'm not crying. You're crying. You're crying.
Thank you guys so much from the bottom of my heart. for everything. We could not have done it without you. And look at all these people.
Wow. Wow.
And I got to hug Aiden and wow, we did it.
We did
it. Finally over.
You did it. We did it. We all did.
did it.
It took an army, Cal. It took an army, not just
It
a
did,
village.
and we
Like
could
it
not
took
have done it without you
full-on
guys,
army.
honestly. I got my love glasses on. I think I've been interviewed on like 10 stations and newspapers. I have no idea who any of them were. I'm shaking from the inside out. I cannot wait to hug my family. It's wild down here.
I know they're showing like overhead shots. I have Law and Crime on, and they're doing like drone shots, and you can see like the gold dome of the courthouse, and you can see like how many. I don't know what's the estimate on how many people are there. Thousands. It looks
I
like.
don't know, but drown it out in pink.
Yeah, it is pink. It's all pink. We lost Kelly. We
must
lost
have drowned-
Kelly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It looks like we lost her.
Service stinks there. Oh,
Okay.
here she is. You're back. We lost you. Oh,
Am I? Can you see me?
We can see it.
now we can.
Okay. I'll walk a little bit through the crowd, and you can say hi.
Okay.
Want to say hi to Jess and
I'm
Shadow?
ugly crying. Jess, I'm really upset that you didn't get in there. We heard from Aiden tweeted that they didn't let you in, and they or
She's
Ted
saying the
Daniel.
really sweet things about you, but I have my AirPod in. I have my AirPod in. Let me take
Oh
it
yeah,
out.
so just you got to disconnect. I think from the Bluetooth. We had this problem. With,
I did.
Okay.
okay, Jess, we heard Aiden tweeted that they wouldn't let you come back into the courtroom, and or Ted Daniel, and we're pissed about it.
Yeah.
But I'm glad you get to hug our girl Kelly. Give her hugs from us.
Yes, we're so happy. We cannot stop hugging and crying, and it was brutal. And I didn't even know that they sentenced her. Jess had to tell me because I couldn't stop crying. I didn't hear what she said.
1 year probation.
I know.
1 year probation. The first decent thing that Hank Brennan has done since he took this case was say, I want her sentenced right now, and then say, I recommend 1 year probation and a 24D program or whatever the hell that means. And she's probably being processed right now in probation or wherever in the courthouse. And then as soon as they come out,
But I
we'll
can't
break
wait
the
to hug
steps.
Bill Reed.
I know he's your cousin. People might not know that you're Bill's cousin, and you've been here since the beginning, and you've done so much to help Karen and raise money for the defense fund and sell popcorn, and you've done all of the things and all of this stuff.
It was my pleasure. I would do anything for my family, and I wish for Karen whatever she's wishing for herself, whatever will make her heart and her soul happy now after what she's been through. I hope she gets it and then some.
Wow.
What are they saying?
I don't know. I can't hear. What are they
I
saying,
think
Kel?
they're saying Bev needs to go.
Well, the gag order is gone, so batten down the hatches because I'm sure it's coming from all sides.
Yeah, I can barely hear you guys. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
All right. I just wanted to say hello and say thank you and tell you both how much I love you, and I appreciate everything you've done, the countless hours that you've put into this and explaining it all legally and being there for us personally. I love you both.
We love you too.
Very much a part of this day and this movement and freeing Karen, especially you, Bederow.
Thank you.
Forever.
Thank you.
All right, I'll talk to you guys soon.
Bye, Cal. Talk later.
Bye.
Bye. Wow.
It's nice to see, isn't it?
It really is. It's been a long time coming.
Apparently, Aiden is on Fox News right now.
Yeah, they don't let me play it. They'll get mad at me. So if you guys, and it might be just only on the actual television. So if you have it on your television, tell us what he's saying. Like Fox News or Fox 5 New York.
He hasn't checked in yet. I think Fox News, like national. I have a reporter friend there who's been checking in periodically, puts me in his stories. A lot of people don't like their stories, but you know, the more eyeballs you got on this stuff, it was a good thing. So, and now
Totally.
it's a complete win, and this is what you needed to happen. It's fascinating that, you know, they did convict on the DWI, which nobody cares about. I mean, obviously that's
So loud there.
just a blip on nothing. But they completely vindicated her on the case itself, you know, being
Right.
involved in anything that would have impacted John O'Keefe. And that reaffirms your faith a little bit, because it's
A little
been
bit.
pretty rocky road with some really bad government conduct, over aggressiveness, court system that seemed to be just, you know, not always fair, at least appearance wise. And despite all of that, they fought and fought and fought, and they won.
Yeah. They won. It took an army. I mean, you know, we have taken so much shit from the general public and or you know, mostly the McCabe's and Alberts for just speaking on this and for believing that John O'Keefe was not hit by a car since day one. And I wonder what's going on at their watch party right now. I don't really care what's going on at their watch party, but I would love to see some silver bracelets slapped onto some wrists.
I mean,
And
I don't know if that's ever going to happen. I mean, again, as far as their watch party, I mean, I feel bad for the O'Keefe family, obviously, but other people, you know, some of
I
them.
think there might be some real fear going on right now. Fear.
I don't care what they think. I mean, I don't know whether they're scared or not about prosecutions. I don't know, but
they're chanting FBI right on.
You did see evidence.
It's a cacophony. I can't hear anything.
I was going to say you did see evidence in the case where, you know, these people that are supporting the O'Keefes right now, some of them anyway, speaking privately and had a chance to, you know, try to help the police, help their friend. And everything you saw in those communications appeared to be about helping themselves. And never forget that.
Right. Will anybody flip?
I doubt it. But we don't know what's going on or not going on. And, you know, that's obviously a conversation for another day. There's still a civil lawsuit that she has to deal with. And then, of course, there's the question of whether, you know, she intends to file a 1983 suit against all these government entities. But that's something that I'm sure is a conversation for another day.
Oh, there's Kelly in the background. They're showing her on Boston 10. I think that's Mrs. Parks. Hang on.
I'm so happy that we got a verdict. We still need justice for John, though, and we need to still investigate as a society, like, what is happening with the police and stuff as we go forward. But I'm happy that we're moving forward toward justice for all.
And for the John O'Keefe family.
And the people.
And Bella and Austin made a point that I heard pretty much all day from everyone we talked to. They say they're here, they're wearing pink, they're shouting free Karen Reed, but they also want justice for John O'Keefe. They say that is a big reason why they are here, and that is not lost on any of them today. Back to you guys.
Okay, Mary Marcos outside the courthouse, along with throngs of people. I imagine some have even come to the courthouse now, knowing that the verdict has been read. But we sort of saw this crowd building over the last couple of days, particularly yesterday, when those 4 questions came from the jury. 3 of them were answered, 1 was not. But I think it gave everyone the anticipation that today would be the day that we get a verdict from the jury. And that was indeed the case. About an hour ago, they delivered that verdict to Judge Beverly Cannoni, but not without some drama, because when we resumed right after lunch, Judge Cannoni came out and said, well, I was told we have a verdict and I invited you all here to the courthouse. But between that time, they decided they did not have a verdict. But then it was only shortly after that, JC, that the verdict was indeed read inside the courthouse.
Michael Cohen said that does happen. It's that juries can change their mind individually, collectively. They can change their mind up until the point it is entered into court, read aloud in court, and then it becomes the official
verdict. John Maroney covered this trial for us the first time around, covering this trial for us the second time around. Now that we are at a verdict, John, what is it like?
Well, certainly a lot different from the first time around, JC, of course, which ended in a hung jury. People left here at that point in time not sure what to make of the situation. Of course, now we have not guilty on the major charges in this case. So much different reaction. And as you can see, the crowd out here has been building all week long. During the course of the trial, it was interesting to follow. There were not a lot of crowds out here. A lot of it had to do with the buffer zone that they set up and some of the restrictions that they put in place. But within the last week or two, we started to see those big crowds. You're looking at the front of the courthouse now, and that is where Karen Reed and her team will come out at some point in time, hopefully. Presumably, they will speak to the gathered crowd and the media. There is a podium that is set up for them to speak.
Yeah, we're waiting for that.
See Karen, I know someone mentioned some of their attorneys, David Yannetti, Alan Jackson. Those folks, of course, have been under a gag order for this trial, so they haven't had much to say about it, but may have something to say now, no doubt, about this victory for that team. You can see the group that has gathered out here. They are in pink. You want to take a walk over and see if we can ask them a couple questions, see what they think? Chris, can you manage that okay? Why don't we go on over here? These folks have been out here for a long time, and can we ask you a couple questions? Me? Yeah, sure. First of all, how long have you been out here today, and have you been
Is it Cheech?
I don't know.
Okay, well, that's good.
I was out here all day today, yes.
What did you think about the decision?
Absolutely fabulous. It's about time that the Commonwealth gets it right.
Were you surprised, or did you think this was what would happen?
I actually had a really good feeling about it, but with that second or third question, whatever one, I thought it was going to get hung up on that again and do another retrial or mistrial, whatever you want to call it. I'm so excited I can't even think right now.
We're waiting for the attorneys to come out to give a statement. The podium's been set up with mics, so we're watching the coverage on Boston 10.
I think they told a better story. It was more concise.
Cheech.
And it was easier to follow.
She came on my show yesterday with the girl with the
She did a really
sunglasses.
thoughtful and thorough job explaining what happened.
How about the prosecution? They sort of upgraded. They brought in
I
Hank.
wouldn't call Hank an upgrade whatsoever. I think he was underwhelming. I think that he was playing dirty.
Preach, girl.
And I just hope to never see him in the courtroom.
This is why when you do the winners and losers in this case, after Michael Morrissey, Brennan's number 2, this is going to be his image among a large segment of the population. And, he had a successful practice. He's going to get $1 million or whatever he's going to get. I don't know how much he would have gotten in private practice and whether that factored in or not. But this is the kind of thing that's going to follow him around for the rest of his career.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's done. He's done. See what this guy's saying.
State police cars, they brought them in next to the barriers to help keep folks away. They've done a great job, the folks, the state police and local municipal police that are working. And it looks like we might have some folks
Here we go.
coming up. So why don't I throw it back to you guys?
Here they come.
Maroney, thank you very much.
Here they
Locally
come.
From the courthouse, you see Alan Jackson there and Karen Reed holding her right hand over her heart as they look out to the crowd. The other times that they've left the courthouse over the last few days, it's been to silence.
Look at the joy on
The
David's
crowd not to make noise so that they don't disturb the jury deliberations.
Yeah, the whole time.
This time is different. This time, this is a victory walk.
This is.
She has been acquitted
Victory walk.
of all of the
Damn
murder
right.
charges in this case, convicted only of a lesser included charge of operating a vehicle under the influence. This crowd has waited a long time to hear from her. Let's listen in as well.
Number one is I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially and, more importantly, emotionally for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team. Thank you.
You want to see it reopen? Karen, you want to see the case reopen?
Bill took his gum out. You know what that means.
No, the case cannot be reopened. This case is over. No, I mean, the case is marching for someone else. What did you say? Just what did you say about justice? I'm going to leave it. I'm going to leave it to Karen and her dad. Her dad has a comment. Let her dad
This is what I wanted to hear.
Thank you, Mr. Reed. I want to acknowledge the strength of our daughter Karen, the support of the entire Reed extended family. I want to acknowledge the greatest team of attorneys. Our first one that we found was David Yannetti. We added Alan Jackson and Liza Little. Bob Alessi, you know about. All right. It was a fantastic team, but we needed them all to defeat this. We thank everybody for their support from the heart. We love you all of the content providers who help spread the word. Thank you so much. God bless you all. The investigation. Let's do this.
Look at David. Wow. You never see emotion out of him.
Oh.
I don't know who looked happier there, David Yannetti pumping his fists in the air, or Mr. Reed, Karen's dad,
William Reed, yeah.
who just said he acknowledged the strength of our daughter, support from Reed's.
We're going to pop over to Court TV because they were a few minutes behind, so we can watch it again. Maybe they've got better audio. They did reduce the audio for Mark and I, so you guys can turn it up on your end because they didn't have great audio, but we're here. We're going to watch it again. Except it's buffering. We've broken the internet, I think, officially today. The internet is broken. Better.
The Celtics won the NBA title last year. On the Friday last year, they had the parade. Now, a whole different ball.
I could not be standing here without these amazing supporters who have supported me and my team financially, and more importantly, emotionally, for almost 4 years. And the second thing I want to say is no one has fought harder for justice for John O'Keefe than I have and my team. Thank you.
So do you want to see it reopened? Karen, you want to see the case reopened? Should the case be reopened? No, the case cannot be reopened. Alan, this case is over. No, I mean, the case is searching for someone else. What did you say? I'm going to leave it. I'm going to give it to Karen. Let her dad. Let her dad investigation. Thank you. Mr. Reed. I want to acknowledge the strength of our daughter Karen, the support of the entire Reed extended family. I want to acknowledge the greatest team of attorneys. Our first one that we found was David Yannetti. We added Alan Jackson and Liza Little. Bob Alessi, you know about. All right. It was a fantastic team, but we needed them all to defeat this. We thank everybody for their support from the heart. We love you all of the content providers who help spread the word. Thank you so much. God bless you all. The investigation. Let's do this. Let's get going.
State police want them out of there. You see that? Let's get going. Let's get going. That short speeches, they want them out of there.
Karen, what is life going to be like for you now? How do you feel?
Good meal.
Karen Reed is
nice.
freed.
What is life going to be? Karen, how do you feel? Let's get her in the car. Hey, you okay? You okay? You okay?
We knew you were here. Oh, he was here early. I don't know
Unbelievable moment. Unbelievable moment. The swarm of pink is now moving from the front of the courthouse down towards the SUVs as Karen Reed and her defense team settle into this moment, settle into an unusual moment in our system of criminal justice, a not guilty verdict in a murder trial. It doesn't happen often, folks. It really doesn't. When you accuse prosecutors and law enforcement of a conspiracy, it is rare that a jury believes that is reasonable. It just happened in this case.
Vinny, finally.
It was about trying to prove a case beyond a reasonable doubt and a jury finding reasonable doubt in every criminal charge that mattered in this case. Operating under the influence is the only one that they found her guilty of. Matt Johnson on the street as well. Matt.
bringing this to the forefront.
Yes, I can tell you that we just got a comment from Mr. Reed. He's making his way to his SUV as they're all making their way out of this situation after the verdict. And he was saying that he was thankful to all the supporters and thankful to the media for drawing attention to this case. Dominated this community for more than 3 years. As for Karen Reed, I was really trying to get a comment for her about what life will be like now that she is no longer a murder defendant. She had no comment. I asked her probably 4 or 5 times. She did not make any comment other than what she said at the podium, really thanking her supporters out here and also thanking all of the media that have been out here and her defense team that have been working on this for the past 3 years. And then she's added to that for this second trial, adding Pro Vice Robert Alessi, and also adding a former juror to her team, a lot of interns that were also researching and doing a lot of work behind the scenes from Harvard University. This defendant waving and making the love symbol in sign language as she drives past all of the media and out of this courthouse after being...
Where do you think they're going?
I think they're going.
I don't want to
back
dox it, but I think I probably have an idea of where they're going to celebrate. But
good idea too. But I'll keep that to ourselves.
Who do you think will get the first exclusive interview? He actually thanked the content creators, and I don't kiss and tell, and I don't talk about the things that I do and the places there's a lot of people out there who are very showy, about what they do. Hold on. See what Vinny has to say about that.
The rush of adrenaline, unreal. We'll be back. Tonight on Closing Arguments, it's Bert.
I'm happy for Vinny that he gets to be there. I'm happy for Vinny. Who do you think will get the first exclusive with Karen? I don't know, but I will say Bill Reed.
I don't know who it will be. I don't know who it will be. It ought to be Aiden Carney.
I know. I just sent him a link. I know that somebody said he was live on his own channel. I sent him a link to see if he wanted to join us. But Bill Reed has been so supportive of me. He has been sending me messages, and they've so much gratitude from their family. I don't work for the Reeds. I haven't been paid by anyone. I'm just a girl with a microphone out here shouting into the universe, hoping somebody would hear me. And when Bill Reed just thanked the creators, that just shows you how grateful their family is and how lovely they are and how much they're amazing people, right? You know the Reeds too. And you too have been doing things quietly. We don't get out there with our big sticks and talk about all the things that we do. And thank God we made it. We made it.
Their family has been the nicest people from, the day I met them over a year ago throughout this whole process. High moments, low moments. They have been steady. Certainly Bill has been the backbone of just how stoic he's been supporting the strength. And, even look how magnanimous they are as they're walking out. I'm sure there's a lot of things that could be said. And you know what? Probably will be at some point about a lot of ways in which this went down with the prosecutor, the elected official himself, members of the court staff, other civilians, whatever. But today they were just thankful and want to, I assume, celebrate together. And even though they have so much support and all these people who are excited and all of that, I'm sure that it's a moment for the family and the lawyers, and that's really, and the extended family, and that's really what I'm sure it will be tonight.
They haven't been able to breathe for over 3 years. Just think about it. Just think about how I just, so many times I have to catch myself holding my own breath, during different situations and things and, waiting for this verdict and whatever, but also, in life, and they have not been able to breathe until just now. Think about that. Over 3 years.
It's amazing. And to have to reboot this process after a trial, I can't tell you how demoralizing in one sense that must have been. And, there was a lot of people wondering last year, some friendly people, some not so friendly people, about, oh, these lawyers are going to bail. They're not going to do this. Da, 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 da. Some of them live across the country. And the reality is, I don't know why anybody ever thought for 2 seconds that they were leaving after whatever the hell that was that happened last year and not see this through. I don't think that was ever a thought in any of their, just the way they are, their being. And you can see it in the reactions of them today, particularly David. I think, he's usually stoic as well. And you saw his emotional release. He's been there from the beginning.
January 29th, he was hired 2022.
Yeah. So, that's a career defining win, and more importantly, one they believe in.
Right.
You're a lawyer and you just exonerated a client who they tried to incarcerate for the rest of her life and deem a convicted murderer. And as a lawyer, you do this for a living, and you just tried a case and put up a firewall and convince the jury to say no. And it's all downhill from here as a lawyer. Like, it'll never get better for them, because this is like, this is the apex. This is, and
like Mary Lou Retton winning all those gold medals. From here, no.
Yeah, they'll surf the wave for a little bit of time, but eventually when you go on to the next one, it'll never be like this moment right now. It's a
lifetime thing.
It is a blessing and a curse to represent an innocent person charged with a serious crime. And they just ended it and they won. And that is, as a lawyer, you just can't beat that. And especially when you believe it, and they do. And there's no question. I know that. And so that's just for them, for the family. This is the moment they've been desperately eyeing and hoping for years. And it's here. And it's summer.
Yeah.
And, that's a good thing too. And, there'll be a lot of decisions they have to make going forward on how they deal with the aftermath of this. But for now, it's just unbelievable.
Meaning aftermath. It's done. She's got probation. She's got to do some drunk classes, or 24D program is like classes. And what's next?
I think there are decisions about,
1983 action, civil suits, things like that. Yeah. Oh yeah, this will continue. We will continue to follow this for the next 5 to 10 years. The wrongful death case
If you
against her.
if you know anything about someone like Karen, other than what you see in court, and you know this, she's pretty motivated in general and really hands-on and really focused, task-oriented, driven, all of that. And I would not be surprised if lawsuits and beyond, that some of this could convert to, I want my reputation back.
Right.
Okay. And there are different ways you can go about doing that. And and I think you saw a little hint of that in her speech, saying no one, cares more about what happened to John O'Keefe than me. Now, look, there's a certain segment of the population that's about, 7% of the Twitter law school who are going to hear comments like that, and they're just going to scream and yell and go to their echo chamber and say, ugh, gross, and all of that. And, hopefully a lot of them will just crawl back from the rocks from whence they came.
Hopefully,
not all of them, but hopefully. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a chance to try to, get my reputation back.
Yeah, claw back.
Correct the record, and potentially hold people accountable for what they did. And if there is corrupt law enforcement and there is false testimony, and if there's planted evidence and things like that, and you can prove that, then absolutely that's something to consider pursuing. And, even during this trial, you learned about certain things which may have moved the needle more towards that possibility. Like Barros, for example, is a perfect example. If you believe him, she got framed. End of story. Like, full stop, right? The taillight was not what it was. End of story.
Right.
If that's credible evidence, then,
some
but they'll
civil
sort that
rights violations.
Yeah, which that's tough.
A very big civil suit.
The immunities that the public servants get, as you know, it's so high. It's so hard to overcome. One of the ways you can get around about it is if you have like negligent training and you have systemic bad practice. And that's an interesting theory that I would imagine would be pursued about this division of the state police and this DA's office. And certainly the Birchmore thing could help them in that regard. That's a conversation for another day. That's all legal.
Systemic corruption. Yeah. Today, let's enjoy the win. And thank you for sharing this moment with me, for being my rock of sanity for the last however long we've been doing this. Feels like a long time. We met before the first trial, I'm pretty sure, right? So we've been together for a long time.
We did. No, it's this is fascinating. And again, there's more to the story. There's going to be stuff coming out that, media stuff that we'll all see.
Oh.
May see some familiar faces involved.
Nurse Kim would say, oh.
Yeah. And it's not necessarily going to be good for the people who persecuted her, right? I mean,
right.
And I have no doubt this was a persecution, not a prosecution. And they have to live with that. They have to deal with that and look in the mirror and say, there's so many red flags and there were so many warning signs that go so far back, where so many responsible prosecutors would have said, we need more than this and we're not doing this. I mean, and that starts, by the way, in like January 31st, 2022, when their own medical examiner said, I don't know what happened here and I can't tell you what happened. And they arrested her, a day or two later?
Yeah. They arrested her on the 1st, February 1st.
So 1 day later. And I mean, if I had more time, I could go on with 100 more examples of how.
Richie's here. Hold on. Wait, it went by too fast. Here it is. Here's Richie. Payback time.
Oh,
payback's a bitch, Richie, and so am I.
Payback is tough when you have a guy who's creative and knows how to make
content like Microdots. Wow, I'm sure these movies will be spectacular.
Follow
Wow.
Richie for
Yeah.
what comes next, because it's going to be, I'm sure he's, well, I don't know if you're probably outside the courthouse today, but he'll be back in front of his computer soon, and he'll be creating some more amazing creations. And I played your video earlier today, and everyone went and subbed to you and liked it. It was the on your MicrodotsClips channel. So thank you, Richie, also for being from part of the army that it took to get the world to see what was going on here. You're amazing.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of people who certainly end up on the right side of this thing. And, you know, I think also many of the lawyers who are honest to the analysis and just try to tell people what they think and you know, look at the cost of people like us. It triggers the lunatics. It makes you and me and others bad people for simply having an opinion, that having a little experience looking at these kinds of things, that this is wrong. This is not what prosecutors are supposed to do. And I, to this day, can remember the first time I went on any one of these things where, well, the first time I went on was to laugh about Wendy Murphy. That's another story. But the first time it was about substantively, and by the way, her tweet last night was an all-timer. I retweeted it. You should look at it. About why Karen Reed's going to get away with murder because she's an attractive woman and she's being sexualized. You
She's white. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's just peak Wendy Murphy, and that's saying a lot. Anyway, putting that aside, but the first time I ever was going to ask to talk about this substantively, I did a little deep dive as much as I could into some of the basic facts of the case. And within an hour of seeing it, I remember telling the person, I don't know why we're here, starting trial in like a week or whatever, or maybe it was after trial. I don't even remember, saying, never mind trial. I don't know how this case got indicted on this. I just can't fathom that this is even really happening. And it's amazing that it would take so much longer for it to finally end. And it did. And it's what a resounding win, and they deserve it.
Yeah. Thank you, Ms. Reed. You are all set.
Yeah.
And now begins, let's see, what should we call it? The revenge tour, the redemption tour, the freed tour. We got to think of a name for the tour that Karen's now going to go on. And what's going to happen next? We'll be following this for quite some time. It's going to be going on for a long, long time. I don't know. With the O'Keefe's in the courtroom, I don't know. This story is not over. The story is far from over.
I would certainly hope the O'Keefe's were in the courtroom. I mean, in all fairness,
I didn't really look, to be honest.
I didn't look either, and I don't think I could even see on what we saw, because we were looking at Jim the clerk is who they showed us, and then they had Karen, like that split screen. I can't imagine that they would take the verdict without the O'Keefe's there. That would be, again, they're just observers. They lost a family member. They had a right to be there. I would certainly hope they were there. I think they were. There's a statement by the McCabe's and Alberts apparently floating out there. I'd love to hear that and hear.
Yeah, I don't know where to find it.
Well, I'd be very interested to hear if that state is about John O'Keefe or about slamming Karen Reed and her lawyers and supporters. I hope it's about, you know, their friend, but I don't know.
I don't know. There it is. Verdict is in. Not guilty of murder in the second degree. Guilty on OUI. Not guilty of leaving the scene. Sentencing happened right then and there. And she sentenced to, oh, well, look, there's a typo in there. 1 year probation. And that is it. Hank Brennan finally showing some class in a very, very season finale.
It also spares him the humiliation of coming back in a week and walking up those steps and being confronted. Now, when you're a prosecutor and you lose, the criminal case is sealed. They're not supposed to comment about evidence or, you know, this is bullshit or anything like that.
Who's not supposed to?
The prosecutors, when a case is. But here's the thing.
The O'Keefe family can talk about it. It's just the prosecutors.
Absolutely. But there is no gag order. So journalists, please, please, please ask Michael Morrissey to explain why you needed to spend
hundreds and hundreds of thousands, if not $1 million plus taxpayer money on a prosecutor when you had prosecutors who were at the table, and on jokes of experts when you had state police who do the same thing. Please ask him to explain why the taxpayers should pay for this fiasco, and ask him, do you feel that your office was not capable, or did nobody want to do it? And would you do it again? And ask him the tough questions. They've been hiding behind a gag order for too long. There's no more gag order. Ask the questions.
Here it is. McCabe, Albert, and Robert's families released statement after Karen Reed is found guilty of only OUI. Let me pull it up.
Kerry Roberts is now joining them.
Apparently.
Jesus.
Apparently. She should be kind of worried about her perjury charges. Maybe. And in my opinion,
she's not getting charged with perjury.
I know, but one can dream, right?
Yep.
Here it is. And a statement from Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Kerry Roberts, and Kurt Roberts. They called the verdict a miscarriage of justice. Oh boy, here we go. They were all in on the same joke. Today, our hearts are with John and the entire O'Keefe family. They have suffered through so much and deserve better from our justice system. While we may have more to say in the future, today we mourn with John's family and lament the cruel reality that this prosecution was infected by lies and conspiracy theories spread by Karen Reed, her defense team, and some in the media. The result is a devastating miscarriage of justice.
I guess that answers my question about whether they were going to have the dignified, John O'Keefe and whatever it takes to get justice, and not slam Karen Reed and her attorneys and anyone else who supports her. And we see how that, yes, we see how that was answered. So, yes, Karen, her lawyers, and some in the media. So it's the media's fault.
Yeah, of course it is. John O'Keefe was not hit by a car, and a car did not hit John O'Keefe, and no amount of the media spin. And trust me when I tell you, the media spin has not been on the side of Karen Reed. Never did, was, still probably won't be. But
No, times are different. If this case was even 10 years ago, and there wasn't people like you and all these other people who get broadcast this, whether it's lawyers or even not lawyers, and you literally had, the Boston Globe, the Boston Herald, and a few other national outlets who mostly do flyby stories. They're not in the weeds. They're not having nightly discussions and analysis. The media focus on this would be 1,000 times different, because 10, 15 years ago, there are no Aidens, there are no you, there are no anyone else who's drawing all these eyeballs to this. There wouldn't be the people outside the courthouse. There'd be family and friends.
Right. Is it me and PS down in the snow? That's the last time I'll ever have to say that again. All right, I'm going to let you go because I have a bunch of super chats to get to, and you need to go do your media tour, and I will.
Well, let me tell you what I'm doing. Yeah. I'm going to go talk to Howard Carr for a few minutes.
Oh, good. What time?
I don't know. He said any time. So I'll told him I was talking to you, and so I'll do that. I'm going to do a thing with Young Jerks tonight. And then I think around 10 o'clock on the Ashley Banfield show on News Nation.
Good.
I'll even put on a collared shirt for that.
I had Billy Bush on my show earlier because he wanted me to come. And I said, I can't abandon my people. And so they said, can Billy come to you? And I said, yeah. So I had Billy Bush on for a while. And then I said, okay, I'll come on your show at 5 on YouTube. But they haven't sent me a link, so I don't know if it's happening. So I'll wrap what I got to do. You wrap what you got to do. I will catch you out on the tubes of you. Wear some pink maybe on all of your appearances tonight.
And I just, before I go, if I may, the amount of people who follow, what you were broadcasting every day for the past few years, and were so loyal to hear what you have to say, and so much into knowing what do you think and your support. I know personally some of the bullshit you went through with some of these just low-life scumbags who, again, crawl out from under rocks and live on the internet and say terrible things and harass and whatever. And you're still here doing what you do. And
I'm sure I speak for all these 60,000 or so people watching that we love what you do.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you.
welcome.
I did get a very touching personal phone call that I will tell you about sometime, which I will not talk about, but it was a while ago. It was before and you know, that, like I say, we do things that nobody knows about and we don't talk about and we don't kiss and tell, but you know it,
Yep.
I know it. And I love you, man. Thank you.
We'll see
you on the other
Bye.
side.
Bye.
We did it, guys. We did it. I'm going to just put up some of these super chats while I talk to you, and I'll have the other chat up here. And thank you all for sticking with me. We did it, and we did it together. And whew. What do we do next? It's going to be called maybe the Karen Reed Reputation Redemption Tour. I kind of like that. The amount of people, the amazing people that I've met throughout my journey. I hate that word, journey. If you're on this journey, throughout my coverage of this case has been far more good than bad. Far more good than bad, let's just say. And he knows what I've been through. Peter Murphy knows what I've been through. They all know. But, you know, we don't always talk about it. So thank you, Massachusetts, for redeeming our faith in the justice system today, even if just a little teeny weeny tiny bit. We've been waiting for this day for a long, long time. TB Guthrie said, I want to donate an airline round trip via frequent flyer miles to Karen. I have no idea how you would do that, but you can certainly reach out to David Yannetti's office. His information is public. And if you want to do that, that's super sweet of you. Thank you, Ja. So many. I mean, who's still ugly crying? Big Hoss, love you too. Thank you. What a day. What a day for justice. What a day for Massachusetts. Tony's so happy. First time trial watcher, and I cannot believe how corrupt this case in Brennan are. This was a long road to get here. This is a long road. Her lawyers have been working for free, you know? Her lawyers have been working for free, tirelessly, and they need to get back to business and make some money. So I'm so sorry, Jesse. It is a very, very tough day for Officer John O'Keefe's family. I hope they can someday know the truth and find justice for John, says Jesse D. Yes. BC says on Wednesday, we wear pink. We need coverage of D&E Pizza. I don't know. I'm not going there. I suggest that you do not either go there. Tick, tick, boom, Jenny Miller. Tick, tick, boom. Yes, that aerial shot of the courthouse reminds me of the ticker tape parade for the Yankees in the 90s, says Mama Morris. Yep. Scooter, thank you for thanking me. I hope that some of you will forgive me and not send me mean emails if I'm not able to get to your super chats or put them up on the screen today, but this has been a long road. Where's Olivia? There's so many people I need to connect with tonight and talk to. Luigi, thank you so much from South Africa. Thank you so much. Whiffin Glue. There's a great name. What an honor to watch two trials with you and share this moment with you and Bederow. God bless you both. No, God bless you. God bless you, all of you, all of you. Because the number of views, I mean, we had well over almost 60,000 people, I think, at one point watching today. And it's because of you. And it's because of the moderators. Thank your moderators because they're amazing. We just read the McCabe and Albert statement. You can just sort of like rewind a little tiny bit, and you can see that the statement was all about justice not being served. But because of you guys pushed the stream out. You've shared it. You've told your friends about it. And you're amazing. Rescue Randy, thanks for the 50. You and all in the comments are crusaders. Your energy is so powerful. Wow, thank you. Don't think for one second that you didn't have an impact on Karen Reed's freedom. You're all awesome. Thank you. Thanks for having me. Not going anywhere, though. Thank you so much. A lot of comments about switching to a different feed. That was better. But I think we did what we did, and we did it, and we did it good. And I got to go back and watch all that footage from inside the courthouse and ugly cry for the whole entire night. Wonder if the ice cream truck is right around the corner from the McAlbert's disappointment. Thank you for your 50. You guys have kept me laughing throughout this, and it hasn't been easy. I don't know how long it's going to I don't know how long it's going to take to come down. Looks like we made it for the playlist, says Jill. Rage celebrating. Finally, we can do something. Rage celebrating, says Scout November Light. Thank you for getting me through it, you guys. You guys are thanking me. I'm thanking you. All of you are saying thank me. No, thank you. I thank you just as much as you thank me. And I hope that you will please show me some grace without, and because I'm not able to put all these super chats up. Bella Brat, Melanie, we heard your battle cry. I follow you ever since. Stop. I'm gonna cry. Thank you. Saying that you only made it through because of Mark and I. That's amazing. Thank you. I don't know. I'm like all the emotions, all of the emotions, all of them. Mac, thank you. Thank you for allowing all of us to share one voice. Yeah, it's like a club now, right? It's like a club. Will, are you in the chat? Will, are you in the chat? Because I'll toss you a link so that you can talk for a little bit while I rest my voice and just put up some super chats if you want. Is Will live right now? I don't know. Is he live? It's a wonderful world. Yes. Yes, please send me put some song suggestions for now. That Hallelujah has already been in there for a long time. So please send me some songs for the playlist. Thank you, BMAC. You guys are super generous today, so thank you. Super, super, super generous. I'm really sorry. I just can't. I just have to like go gather myself and my thoughts. And I just thank you, every single one of you who had the generosity to send a super chat today. But it's been a long couple of years. Signed, sealed, delivered. That's a good one. You make me feel brand new. Put them in the comments. Put them in the comments. I'll get to them when I can, but I need to rest in my voice and all of that and regroup if I'm going to go on Billy Bush. Thank you for your 100. Rescue Randy's compound fracture. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, I can open my plaque now. I think I'll do a special show for that. How about we'll have all the warriors on here with me and all of you, and we'll plan it out better. Let's do that. Grace was at the dentist. I'm sorry. Lori Viking Toast coming in the last minute. Hondo. Still standing with Elton John. Yeah, it's going to be the Karen Reed Reputation Tour. Reputation Redemption Tour. What did we decide? Mr. and Mrs. Smith, we have been watching when we had free time. Thanks for the coverage. We were all free, Karen Reed, and my husband loves Turtle Boy, so our next supporter is for him. Yeah, we're supporting him. I've been covering his cases too when they were not in direct conflict with the Karen Reed trial. So I sent him a link, but he's busy. I'm sure he's doing a million interviews. Oh, and thanks for tuning in from LA. And Lori Viking Toast, you're changing the paradigm and bringing hope in our system that I thought was gone forever. Love you and thank you from the bottom of my heart. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Oh, look at this. Linzer Tour. Thank you so much for your 100. Have some dinner. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm going to jump. Okay. But I love you guys. And thank you all so much. Free bird, Leonard Skinner. I'll allow it. Thank you to my moderators because I couldn't do this without you. And everyone who's hit the subscribe button during this, this fight for justice, we hit the 100,000 mark and we're barreling through that. And I think we did actually at some point eventually beat Vinny Politan in subscribers, which was my own personal goal. Right now we're at 116,000 and change. So we have over 4 million views in the past 28 days, which is also amazing. So remember, do the things that YouTube likes, smash the like button, all that. I can't. I'm so overwhelmed with joy right now. Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Love you with all of my heart. And I'm going to see you real soon, I promise. Don't go anywhere. Maybe on Billy Bush Hot Mike's show at 5 o'clock. I didn't send me a link yet. And it's already, I don't know, 4:15. I don't know if I can get myself together by then. But peace out, everyone. I love you. Oh, and free Karen. We don't even have to say free Karen Reed anymore. We freed Karen Reed. She's getting out of there today with 1 year probation. Peace. You did it.